Hello.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kokwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 holy.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kokwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Get the freedom. Is another Savior.
wakar shi ya so ta tausayi. Kudin wakar ya biya a dimminti. Bauchi kira dai suke taho wunti. Mu sai bola Tinubu sai wunti. Kuma an sani kifi kifi. Mata 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 mata. Mata 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 mata. Ku tattaba. Dan taka. Ku dan juya. Ya bakwai ya tela na budar dinki. Nan mota sai ya bani mamaki. Direbobi dole sai da kutuki. Sarki ranar hawa ya hau doki. Ashe morewar kudi a kai banki. Idan za ka aje ruwa ka sai tanki. Ashe kuna za ta so a kai taki. Kuna ku daban ne. Mata da kuna ke ku gane. Kuna ku kullum da bari ne.
Ladies and gentlemen, this dance you're about to see now is called Tinubu dance. Are you ready to give me that dance? Oh yeah, everybody go say Tinubu dance. We go the dance. 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 Tinubu dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Say, oh yeah, Baba dance. Wait, oh yeah, Baba dance. Listen, Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. Voila.
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
When you go to major parts, they live as if they are in the jungle. Lagos is Lagos. It is not jungle. You either obey our law or go to your own jungle.
Okay now. Okay.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, don't be cheap. It's once again, everyone will be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, chopper. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar. contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring ya. You really move, I really master. When no you won't pay why you that will say that you style. What countryman do we go? You know the shots. Whatever you go back I say I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my telephone, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the logo, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. You be the logo, I be the master. I be the master, oh.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Never a point in time has that music been more appropriate. So it's the music made especially for this session. You be the Mugun and I be the master. So who are the Muguns? All of you, of course. And who is your master? Omoyele Sowore. Ó ti gbé yín ní handicap. So ó ti gbé yín ní handicap. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Another day, another Sowore through the sheer force of brutish actions commands the center stage again. So he cannot politic himself, of course, into the main discussions. So he has to activist himself into discussion. So this is Omoyele Sowore, who very actually let me just show you this, get it out of the way. This is Omoyele Sowore, who very, very quickly took to his heels. Where is it again? Quite a few people sent it to me actually. Where is it? Very, very quickly he took to his heels, of course, on the run and on you know. Who sent? Somebody just sent it to me now actually. Let me see. Just hold on. Can whoever sent that Sowore on the run clip to me, can you resend it? I had it just now. So there it is right there. The is it cash activist? What are they calling him now? All right. Let me not even start on that track. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading into yet another session. Your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man. One man went to mow. So one man went to mow the Eagle Lands again. The Eagle Lands, hoping that is meeting you in good health. So I'm just looking for something actually that somebody just sent me right now. I was just watching it right now. Somebody just sent me a clip now of the Sowore on the run thing, which will be the meat and drink. Yes. Unbelievable stuff. Oh no, that's not the one I'm after. Yeah, look at that. Makodami Olugbala and all that. So good day to you, good to be in your company, all that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as I invite you to do so. Click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, please correct that immediately and right now. Like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, come via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It should be the first line item in the comment section, so it should be immediately to hand. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you possibly can, and then super chat to us to streams. So those are the go-to spaces that I always invite you to go to. And of course, suitably and duly, you always choose to ignore me. Maybe today will be that day that at least take the likes to 100. How about that? That's not even asking for anything at all. At least take the likes to 100. Um, so yes. I mean, there is nothing else to discuss outside of the show rest space, actually. But why don't we hold on? Actually, there's nothing. Well, there is a lot to discuss, actually, because we've not been out for about 3 days thereabout. But really, what holds the center stage, which of course is the objective of the exercise all the way through. But what holds the center stage now is yet again the Omoyele Sowore narrative, and the Omoyele Sowore narrative, of course, always wraps around Lutheralism. So he's been Lutheran and Lutheran. Yes, here is him on the run now. Let's just chuckle at this. You may well want to point at the screen and laugh as I play you this.
They are shooting. They are shooting. They are shooting. They are shooting. No, we are leaving now. We have already spoken. We have already spoken. We are leaving. What are you doing?
And there it is right there. So now, contrary to whatever lies you're being told by the obedient space, that wasn't gunshot. That was tear gas, which is the standardized police method of dispersing a crowd, especially an anarchical crowd like the one that we saw. So that was let me bring this up. Just clear that space up, because of course, as tomorrow breaks, the whole of the obedience space will be telling you that they were shooting at them. They were not, absolutely not shooting at them.
This one was going to escalate to the point that it's going to put the lives of the president, living the president, of what they called is restricting these protesters.
Not a single live ammunition. It's very easy for
one to cut.
Yes, I can make a copy available. You can also just
do that in ex parte. That means that you appear before the court in exclusively to before the police and the court.
Yes, and it is clearly stated in that same order that the other party should appear this morning 9 a.m. in court. It was clearly stated as just for spirit of fair play. Now, talking about live ammunition, I can state it categorically, authoritatively, that no live ammunition was fired today. Not a single live ammunition. It's very easy for people who are not familiar with the sounds to mistake the firing of tear gas for live ammunition. It makes the same popping sound, the explosion-like sound, but I can say it on good authority that no live ammunition was fired.
Are you sure that all of your police officers, because there are evidence and pellets that are being picked, and I guess after some time, those will be made available.
Oh, all right, I'm not quite sure why that's
that the live ammunitions and the pellets of the police were said to have been.
All right. I'm not quite sure why that is glitching up all of a sudden, but there it is categorically from the police. There was no live, no live. I wouldn't describe tear gas as an ammunition, so there was no live ammunition fired at that incident. But as ever with the obedience space, they don't let facts get in the way of their narrative. So they'll tell you that they were shot at. They might even go grave digging to bring you bodies of the people that were pied and all that. But let's reverse back to the beginning and start this this sequence properly. We start the sequence properly and we kick it off with this.
They are shooting tear gas. They are shooting tear gas. We outside. Holy, Nnamdi Kanu is another state. Say, October 2020, 2025. Free Nnamdi Kanu now.
So on this particular one right now, Free Nnamdi Kanu protest is currently happening live right now in Abuja. And as I speak to you right now, SOWORE'S is currently on the run right now as Nigeria police and army actually came out to tear gas Nigerians who came out to protest for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. So massive protest is currently happening right now in every part of Nigeria and Abuja precisely. So I'll be showing you guys series of videos highlight from the protest from Abuja right now. So I want you guys to take your time, watch this particular video to the end, guys. So what do you have to say about this guy? Drop your comment at the comment section and don't forget to subscribe.
Now water, tear gas, now skincare. The Nigerian government needs to be aware that the citizens are no longer scared. They are now aware of our rights and we will exercise it to the fullest. We cannot be intimidated. We cannot be silenced. We are saying today, October 20, 2025, free Nnamdi Kanu. If you can hold meetings with bandits and so I should be for kidnappers and killers, why are you holding on to Nnamdi Kanu? What do I use the brokers do? What are you doing? No retreat, no surrender. We are not stopping. The goal is a SOWORE'S. We are going there as citizens, not as terrorists. Well, my brother. We are going there to tell the president our mind. And that is not through Nnamdi Kanu. Free Nnamdi Kanu. So the outside guys, the outside for the free Nnamdi Kanu protest. Yes, we have rights to educate. We have rights to protest. We cannot allow them to silence our voices, dissenting voices.
We outside! Holy, Nnamdi Kanu is another state. We outside! We outside! We outside! We outside! We outside! We outside! Pied. Oh, he's on pied. No, he's on pied. We get outside. We fly outside. Free Nnamdi Kanu now. We get outside. Free Nnamdi Kanu now. Free Nnamdi Kanu now.
Free Nnamdi Kanu now. Free Nnamdi Kanu now. Free Nnamdi Kanu now. Free Nnamdi Kanu now. Free Nnamdi Kanu now. Don't tear gas us. Free Nnamdi Kanu now. Don't tear gas us. Don't tear gas us. Do not tear gas us. We are ready to protest. Free Nnamdi Kanu now. 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 Jesus cannot stop us. Free Nnamdi Kanu now. Jesus cannot stop us. Free Nnamdi Kanu now. Jesus cannot stop us. Free Nnamdi Kanu now. Sit. Free Nnamdi Kanu now. You and I were in this country when bandits in their numbers with their AK-47, with their arms and ammunition came out in Katsina State, negotiated with government agencies. The DSS was there, the SSS was there, Army was there, police, all the security apparatus were there. Bandits, after negotiating and giving conditions, went back in convoy with their arms and ammunition, and till today, bandits are still terrorizing communities in that part of the country. Nobody is saying anything about it. Sure. You and I, we are in this country when former governor Aminu Bello Masari visited bandits in the forest, and few months after visiting bandits, the leader of that bandits that Masari visited was recruited into the Nigerian Council and given 2 stars. So we are saying that all parts of this country, all citizens of this country must be treated equally. That is why we are out for this protest. You can't continue to hold Nnamdi Kanu because he's an Igbo man, and you are pampering bandits, you are sponsoring bandits, And all this, we are saying that in this country, no section must be treated as second-class citizen. I, Okere Kingdom, I refuse to live in a country where I will be subjected to second-class citizenship. I refuse it. I will agitate against it. I will refuse to live in a country where I will be discriminated against because I am an Igbo man. That is what we are saying. You and I, we are in this country. When Pr0T said they under the guise of non-kinetic approach, Pr0T said they were rehabilitating Boko Haram members. They call them repentant Boko Haram members. And what you see, that they call them repentant Boko Haram members, and they recruit them and put them into the put them into the DSS and others and others. So what we are saying, this country, there should be justice for all Nigerians. There should be equal justice. You can see we are here addressing the press, exercising our right to freedom of expression, and you can see what the police, what they are doing, and when they are intimidating us as citizens of this country. We are saying that Nigerians have had the freedom to express themselves, to freely express themselves. We have the freedom to condemn criminality. We have the freedom to condemn illegality. We will not be intimidated in this country.
Now! Free Nnamdi Kanu 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 now! Don't tear gas us! Free Nnamdi Kanu now! Don't tear gas us! Don't tear gas us! Do not tear gas us! You are right to protest! Free Nnamdi Kanu now! 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 Teargas cannot stop us! Free Nnamdi Kanu now! Teargas cannot stop us! Free Nnamdi Kanu now! Teargas cannot stop us! Free Nnamdi Kanu now! Sit! Free Nnamdi Kanu now! Teargas cannot stop us! Free Nnamdi Kanu now! Sit! Free Nnamdi Kanu now! Free Nnamdi Kanu now! No, we are leaving now. We have already spoken. We have already spoken. We have already
So didn't they just tell us now that tear gas could not stop them? I thought it did. Did you see? You know all those marathons that Omoyele Sowore has been running. I think it might well have been in preparation for this. I don't think Hussein Bolt could have moved at a greater speed. So there it is right there. Tear gas cannot stop us now, and then they took to their heels. So let's just sum it up because there's so many moving parts. We just have to condense it into one narrative. So in that clip that you saw there, so the first thing that we noticed was that that protest, it was we can classify it as a failure. So I think we can classify it as a failure. I'll be generous to say broadly about 200 people, but really in actual facts significantly less. There were probably more security personnel than there were activists. So that's the one thing. And then the second thing is a good abundance of the people in that protest, because I could spot them, a good abundance of the people in that protest, they were vested interest participants. So you saw social media personalities, social media entities, like there's one boy they call C King, the one that wears his hair in a cornrow that is brown. You saw him there streaming as his activist thing. So he wasn't really there for anything Nnamdi Kanu related. He was really there for content creation to feed his audience in order to go and cash out maybe tomorrow or thereabout. So they'll be throwing him the gifts, the coins, or whichever super chats, whatever platform is on, he will be getting the instantaneous rewards as he streams live from that space. So that was, he was at work. He wasn't protesting, he was at work. And then similarly, there was another person that I spotted that was at work. There was a lady with the red scarf on her head. She's a known and a notorious Peter Obi adherent, which of course is Siamese twins, the Peter Obi adherents and the Ipobian space. So, and that crossover is again exemplified by that lady right there. I call her a lady. I think that's a disservice to the people who are actually entitled to that title. So let's just call her a girl. So to that girl with the red scarf on her head, she's that crossover that a lot of people acknowledge between the Peter Obi space and the IPOB space, because a lot of people will argue that the Peter Obi space and the IPOB space is a distinction that makes no difference, and that is exemplified by that lady right there. She's a known Obi follower. She's almost like a mini Aisha Yesufu, and she was also the one that went to attack Joe Ajero at the airport. Do you remember when they said somebody attacked Joe Ajero at the airport and she got arrested? It was that girl, that the one with the red scarf on her head. She was the one that attacked Joe Ajero and got arrested. And why did she attack Joe Ajero? She was acting on the enthusiasm of her support for Peter Obi. So that's that crossover between the Peter Obi space and the IPOB space right there. Not that there was ever any real distinction between those two spaces. So that's the next one. And then the other one, of course, which all made us chuckle, with is Sowore taking to his heels and running. That's another thing. And then another thing as well that really struck me was Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer participating in that protest. So that jarred me somewhat, and I even had to contact a legal expert that I know, that is this sufficient enough to disbar him, to derobe him, because that protest is actually fighting against the due process of law. That's what that process, because Nnamdi Kanu is in court and is undergoing a judicial process, and this protest now is seeking to circumvent that judicial process. And this lawyer that turned up for this riot, and by the way, I'll play you a clip in a moment. This lawyer now that came to participate in this riot, this protest, he's a key component, is a key actor within that judicial process that Nnamdi Kanu is engaged in. So how can he then be a frontliner in a protest that seeks to circumvent that judicial process? He's an officer of the law, that lawyer, but then of course that's not his first attempt. He previously tried to ethnicize the Nnamdi Kanu situation. Let me play you this.
We are talking about somebody's life. Of course, as a matter of this thing, the Igbos are on trial. This is a war against the Igbos. Of course, you are here when the president ordered the police and the army to go and negotiate and have a discussion with the terrorists and the non-bandits in this town. And somebody that is exercising his right as given to him by the constitution, both local and international legislations, and you say that he should enter trial. Trial for what? What is it trial? What are you trying for? Do you have even jurisdiction? Does the court have jurisdiction to entertain this particular matter? Somebody that has been discharged by court of appeal. So we don't want to go into that. This is a trial. Again, the Igbos are on trial. This is a persecution, not a prosecution. And I stand by it.
You see, so him describing it now that it's the Igbos that are on trial. That is at that particular point that the Nigerian Bar Association should have called him to caution and given him a strike, if not at least, at the minimum, giving him a strike, if not derobe him. But I've been made to understand now that even the president of the Nigerian Bar Association is a Southeasterner. So you see that we're locked in some sort of vice grip. So that's the Sowore narrative right there. So that lawyer, of course, that you saw, he was subsequently arrested. Let me bring you it from here. Where have I got it? That lawyer has been summarily subsequently arrested, I thought I had the article, but I don't seem to. I don't seem to have it. All right. So that lawyer has subsequently been arrested. What's happened to all my articles? Yes. So that lawyer has subsequently been arrested. Police fall free Nnamdi Kanu protest, arrest key leaders. So the one leader, of course, that they should and could and probably under different circumstances would have arrested Omoyele Sowore, but that isn't exactly what he wants. Because he wants, if they arrest Omoyele Sowore, then it will continue to become a recurring decimal within the political discourse, because that is his only claim to attention. He cannot politic the attention, so he uses this brutish force to try and get the attention to himself. And I think the system already understands what his game is, and they don't seek to satisfy that. Police fall free in Nnamdi Kanu protest, arrest key leaders. Right. Security operatives on Monday foiled a planned free Nnamdi Kanu protest in Abuja and arrested key organizers, including the detained IPOB leader's brother, Prince Emmanuel Kanu, and his lawyer, Aloy Ejemako. So I wonder what led to the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu's brother. I mean, just for the balance of it, they are entitled to protest, and the police is obliged to provide the security so for that protest to take place, but and not to disrupt day-to-day living, everybody else that is going about their daily business. So that's just what the police is there to do. They could have just formed a cordon around that protest and let them shout till they go hoarse, and then let them go home. So protesting is not against the law in Nigeria. So quite why they were arrested, I'm not quite sure that I can give you an answer to that. Security operatives on Monday foiled a planned free Nnamdi Kanu protest in Abuja and arrested key organizers, including the detained IPOB leader's brother Prince Emmanuel Kanu and his lawyer Aloy Ejemako. The protest, convened by right activist and publisher of Sahara Reporters Omoyele Sowore, was aimed at pressuring the federal government to release Kanu, who has been in the custody of the Department of State Services DSS since June 2021. So let's pause there for a moment and reflect on that. So Nnamdi Kanu has been in custody since June 2021. So June 2021 to 22 is 1 year, to 23 is 2 years, to 24 is 3 years, and then June to June 25 is 4 years. So Nnamdi Kanu has been in the custody of the DSS for over 4 years now. And the maxim in law is to say justice delayed is justice denied. And the reason why they say justice delayed is justice denied is because the law presumes innocence until there's a conviction otherwise. So that's the British legal system. That's the common law system that we've adopted in Nigeria. Under the French system, you have to prove your innocence. Under the British system, which is our adaptation, you have the system has to prove your guilt. So when they say justice delayed is justice denied, then that is to say then that for as long as you are held in the grips of the judicial system, you don't have the fullness of your liberty, and for as long as that is delayed, then you are denied the justice that you're entitled to. So that's what that means. So why am I doing all that roundabout? Nnamdi Kanu has been held in DSS custody since June 2021, which makes it 4 and a bit years. So why has it taken that long? It has taken that long entirely because of Nnamdi Kanu's antics. There is no other reason why Nnamdi Kanu has been in custody without a conviction or release for 4 and a bit years. There's no other reason outside of Nnamdi Kanu's doing. So when Nnamdi Kanu was first arrested and arraigned, he was arraigned almost immediately. 14 count charge, they whittled it down to 7, and they were preparing to start the case. So Nnamdi Kanu first started off with a no case appeal, that he has no case to answer to, and that the charges should be dropped. So they went through that phase, and that lasted for quite a few months, going on a year. So after that phase, he went into battle with the sitting judge, Justice Binta Nyaku, and he fought her then for about 2.5 years until eventually the woman decided to recuse herself from the case, and then they put Justice James Omotosho in charge of that case. So after Justice James Omotosho took charge of that case, then they then came up with the narrative of he doesn't want to be in DSS facility. He wants to be in what's it called? An open prison, the correctional facility. That's the terminology that they use. He doesn't want to be in the DSS facility. He wants to be in a correctional facility. So they played that one out for a bit, and then he got rid of a set of lawyers. He got another set of lawyers, and then having then done all that, he then brought his health into play, that he was not in the fullness of health for the trial, to the point that Justice James Omotosho then had to contact the Nigerian Medical Association to go in and determine his well-being to face trial. So if you look at the trajectory of that 4 years, it has always been a delaying tactic. It's been one tactic or the other by Nnamdi Kanu. So the moment is now, and his people are eager to see him come home. So he should stand that trial, put up his defense, and then he gets released. So once he's proven his innocence, he gets released and he goes to Umahia, and then he can start suing for compensation. But the 4 years that Nnamdi Kanu has been in custody without trial is entirely his own doing. Right. Police fall, free Nnamdi Kanu protest, arrest key leaders. Security operatives on Monday filed a planned free Nnamdi Kanu protest in Abuja and arrested key organizers, including the detained IPOB leader's brother, Prince Emmanuel Kanu, and his lawyer, Aloy Ejimako. The protest, convened by right activist and publisher of Sahara Reporters, Omoyele Sowore, was aimed at pressuring the federal government to release Kanu, who has been in the custody of the Department of State Services DSS since June 2021. The protest, which was intended to march towards the presidential villa, was effectively foiled by security operatives. Armed policemen and soldiers mounted barricades at all major routes leading to the villa and central area, preventing the demonstrators from advancing beyond the Maitama and Transcorp Hilton axis. The protest began around Transcorp Hilton, Maitama, before security agents swooped in and fired live bullets and tear gas canisters to disperse the crowd. So they did not fire live bullets, as they have now told us categorically. But then, of course, I don't think these people, especially, there's no room for facts within the obedient hypobian narrative. It's just some maddening gnashing of the teeth and howling. And what did their own stock call them? Ill-bred street urchin behavior. That's just the expectation. Protesters who attempted to regroup around Utoko and Aso Mechanic Village were again dispersed by armed officers. The crackdown caused panic across the city and forced workers, commuters, and shop owners to scamper for safety. So now this is unacceptable because people are entitled to go about their daily business unabated, and as a result of SOWORE'S excesses, trying to chase clout and remain relevant within the political discourse, entirely as a result of SOWORE'S excesses, city workers and city dwellers and commuters and shop owners had to fear for their life and run for safety. So that's unacceptable. Because they don't care for Nnamdi Kanu now. These people, they don't care if Nnamdi Kanu is convicted or not, if he lives or dies. A lot of these people don't care. You know, they don't give a what's it about now. They just want to complete an activity which is the course of their day. So this should not be disrupted by some clout chasing is it an Ijoma or a Yoruba man? The crackdown caused panic across the city and forced workers, commuters, and shop owners to scamper for safety. Tear gas spread into nearby plazas and offices, which affected even bystanders who were not part of the protest. Two journalists working for Jean France Press, so the French press agency that you read, were reportedly arrested during the protest alongside several other protesters. Sowore, in a post on X, formerly Twitter, accused the police of brutality and unlawful detention. They arrested Nnamdi Kanu's brother, his lawyer, and innocent bystanders. They were beaten and taken to the FCT command. The police must release them immediately, Sowore alleged. Kanu's lead counsel, Ejimako, also posted, "We have been arrested, myself, Prince Emmanuel, and others. We are at FCT Command CID, myself, Fine Boy, and others, and others. Number 1, Zaria Street, Garaki 2, Abuja." So by giving the address, then he's signaling then that they should come and storm the the FCT command facility, the CID facility. So I wish they had hearkened to that call, oh, because it looks as though nobody chopped bullet in the course of this riots that were organized. And traditionally, historically, Showore's riots and protests, somebody always chops bullets. So with this, so maybe that window will still open for one of them to chop a bullet. So yes, yes, let's just let's bring this home. Kanu's lead counsel Ejimako posted, "We have been arrested, myself, Prince Emmanuel, and others. We are at FCT Command CID, myself, Fine Boy, and others. Number 1, Zaria Street, Garaki 2, Abuja. The police had earlier warned against holding any demonstration near key government buildings, whilst citing a federal high court order designating certain areas as no protest zones. Police spokesman Benjamin Hundeyin said the restriction covered Aso Rock, the National Assembly, Force Headquarters, Court of Appeal, Eagle Square, and Shehu Shagari Way. Citizens are free to express their opinions peacefully, but not in areas designated as restricted zones by the courts," he said. As of 11 a.m. Abuja, which had been as of 11 a.m. Abuja, which had been under near lockdown, had begun to calm down. Though security presence remained heavy around the central business district and other areas. However, a handful of protesters were still gathered around Akko Mechanic area, defiantly chanting and waving placards despite the heavy security presence. Kanu is facing terrorism-related charges before the Federal High Court in Abuja. So there it is right there. I suspect that they might not hold them to they might not hold on to them for too long. Or even though I want that Kanu's lawyer to serve the fullness of his sentence. So here is Sowore now, priming and peacocking in the aftermath of it all. So we pick it up from here.
Because I cannot imagine that in 2025, under a democratic government, I will be tear gas for participating in peaceful protests. Yes. No, I don't fight so that people will appreciate me. I fight because my conscience tells me I'm doing what is right. You understand? Even as I'm speaking with you, the lawyer to Nnamdi Kanu is being pushed into the cell. His younger brother is being pushed to the cell. And we are warning the new commissioner of police, because I heard he was brought purposely to come and do this, that he will be disgraced like those who came before him in this application. He must release Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, Aloy Ejimako, and his brother, Fine Boy Kanu, immediately. Otherwise, we will mobilize everybody down to that FCT. And it will be very, very unfortunate if he doesn't do that. Free Nnamdi Kanu now! Free Nnamdi Kanu! Free Nnamdi Kanu! Free Nnamdi Kanu! Yes, that's why we are here. And Well, today was massive success. The only thing is that we are going to announce a new date again. And that one will be, they have seen now that we can shut down this Abuja. And you know Abuja.
So what's the objective of that exercise? That you can shut down Abuja? Abuja is Abuja goes beyond Nigeria. It's an international city. Is one of the very few. Is one of a handful. Is one of 3 purpose-built capitals that work successfully. It is and it's the first capital city that was entirely, at least in West Africa, is the first capital city that was entirely built by the indigenous people. It's the pride of the black race. And this guy now is, I mean, what exactly is the object of the exercise? What are we seeking to achieve? That you can shut down Abuja because somebody that has committed a crime, and we all know the crime that Nnamdi Kanu has. There's no one person that cannot tell us that Nnamdi Kanu is being held unjustly. Okay, I didn't even intend to play this. Let's watch this.
And I want Lagos Airport to be on flames. This the perimeter fence. Go and burn down Lagos. Anybody, if you have double barrel, if you have pistol, anything you have, give it to them. Let them go and kill them. Penetrate the.
So nobody of any brain function can describe Nnamdi Kanu as an innocent man. In fact, that's just, I can play you 1 million of those now, and I can play you, and we all know the consequences of his actions. His actions have thousands, not hundreds, but thousands of victims, and the consequences of his actions, the negative impact of his actions are still ongoing. So nobody can say Nnamdi Kanu is an innocent man. Not even the most ardent Southeasterner can, in the fullness of his conscience and in the quietness of his own mind, say Nnamdi Kanu is an innocent man. Nnamdi Kanu is not an innocent man, but he has been arrested and has been given the full process, the full due process of law to answer the charges being leveled against him. So what is wrong in that? What is wrong in that? So why are you shutting down Abuja for somebody that is a notorious criminal, we have to say, because all these actions, a good example, saying to burn down Lagos, burn down Muritala Mohammed International Airport, pie policemen and all of these things, and then you have people reporting back there, they have done as he has directed. That's a criminal act. That is an egregious, felonious, criminal act. So nobody can say he has not done anything. Nobody can say he was arrested or detained because he was agitating for Biafra. We all know why he was detained, and he's been given the courtesy that he did not extend to his victims by standing before a judge and explaining to the law why his activities is acceptable. So there is nothing going on there. So what's the protest about is the question. And if you are saying he's been incarcerated for a length of time, we all know why. He's been pushing it back because he knows that there's an abundance of evidence. So rather than you doing this, you should be going to Nnamdi Kanu's home to protest and force him to let justice take its due course. What arrant nonsense. But then, of course, you have to be a special kind of retard. Your retardation has to be beyond redemption for you to think that SOWORE is doing anything for Nnamdi Kanu or anything. You have to be a special kind of stupid. You have to be stupid beyond redemption to believe that what SOWORE is doing is anything to do with Nnamdi Kanu. SOWORE is at the center stage of national attention and is leveraging it for political cachet, and you can see it just playing out in front of you. So Nnamdi Kanu's narrative is no more than a necessary tool for SOWORE's grander political ambitions. Not that would amount to anything, but if anybody, if you have to be beyond redemption stupid to think that SOWORE gives a hoot about Nnamdi Kanu. But let's go on from that to another clip. Let's go on from that to another clip.
Most of una know the year word. You know, this is the funniest protest I've ever seen in my life. So scanty, very, very scanty. On our uncle, SOWORE'S, you won't go do free Nnamdi Kanu protest today. Mona see as they run helter skelter. Mona see.
Nnamdi Kanu now. See. Nnamdi Kanu now.
Let's go to beggar. Nnamdi Kanu now. Nnamdi Kanu now. Nnamdi Kanu now. Nnamdi Kanu now.
Una don't say Amba. Now, in the Niger, in family they Yankee, they go school, they enjoy, they do everything for their body. You go tell you now, no na carry on a papa, on a mama come out, when I come do protest, where you not even get money. When I come do protest, where you not even consign on. Now, Mona saying they run up and down. She didn't get power, and they make noise, say nothing. Nobody can intimidate. Nobody they intimidate you, bro. You are causing disturbance. You are blocking traffic. You they cause traffic. People they go work. People they go school. People they go hospital. People they go market. You go they do stupid protests. Go they block road for them. Mona saying they run. God save this kind of people. Say maybe some people like us they power. They can't say for doing man. Because we say Baba Tunungu, you know they look inside because you know say this one this one are small rats. So for those of way they follow them up and down. Some of them even traveled from Lagos, from Delta State, from Ondo State. They went to meet him for these two stupid protests there. Which I can't gain now like this. Very scanty protest. People who reach there not even reach 50. Very scanty protest. Upon not say he don't collect over 1 billion naira in donations for this protest. They carry 15,000 they give people. After you collect over 1 billion, you carry 15,000 give people who say they come protest, buy water for them. Some people will be say they no come from Abuja Gongo, will be say they come from far place, you give them 20k, add extra 5k for them. This is not the person we want new Nigeria. This is not the person where they shout for justice. This is not the person where they shout for freedom. After receiving over 1 billion naira in donation, you are giving people 15,000 naira. And the ones that came from other states, you are giving them 20,000 naira to go and stand under the sun and make noise for what will not even happen. What say they can't get now? And I will carry on myself, go back.
So a lot of you may not be aware, but what that guy said is entirely true. So let's start from the 1 billion donation. You may not know, but most people know that SOWORE'S is a sponsored agent. It gets regular stipends. I say stipends. It gets huge funding from Makata, or is it Makati Foundation in the United States. So those are his main sponsors, and those will be the sponsors of this days of chaos, or the days of anarchy that he did today again. So that's his main sponsor, Makati Foundation. And then he's also gotten donations from people that lean towards that narrative. So the culmination of everything that he got will be in excess of 1 billion naira. So now he was giving these people stipends. So this 20,000 naira, this 15,000 naira, they will call it mobilization fee to mobilize people for the demonstration. But in a different language now, you will say that the government is renting a crowd, but they are also a rented mob. And that's why they are not that plentiful, because he did not want to dip too heavily into that 1 billion naira funding that he has. You know, of course, because he has to make a profit. So that's just it. It's just a commercial thing. But that protest, as I said, is any and everything but nothing to do with Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is just the theme. It's just the language which they are wrapping the protest around. So it's not, they don't, there's not one single person in that gathering that cares if Nnamdi Kanu is released or rots in jail. There's not one single person. It's a special purpose vehicle, and the purpose Sowore, of course, for clout, profit, etc., and relevance. We all see how he's peacocking in the media space right now. So his purpose is served, but there are other pockets of purposes also tapping into that protest. So let me say that again, because I'm going to play you a clip now that explains it. There are other pockets of purposes that also taps into that protest. So this is a good example of it. Watch this.
Nigerian youths, Gen Zs, all of you come here. Just come. Hear me out. Listen. You know we have been screaming revolution, revolution, protest, protest, protest. Can we hijack this free Nnamdi Kanu's protest and turn it into a revolution? Can we do that? A nation of over 100 million youths, energetic, able-bodied, strong. Can we hijack it and finally turn it into a revolution? Do you know the reason why this whole free Nnamdi Kanu protest is looking unsuccessful? Is because they are actually in their tens and their hundreds. In Abuja, think of 1 million of us coming out, and everybody is holding either 2x2, or they're holding stone, or they're holding brick. Some people pepper spray, some people cutlass, some people knife, whatever weapon you can hold, bottle, broke, anything, and everybody is coming out. 1 million in each state. Can we hijack it? Like finally? Because let's face it, it's remaining 2 months to enter 2026 January. Can we hijack it? Can we finally turn it into a Nepal 2.0 revolution in Nigeria? The biggest the world have ever seen. The biggest. We're talking about the mother of all revolutions. Nigerian youth, that's who I'm talking to, the Gen Zs. Can we do that for our sake, for our family, for our future, for what we do not want to turn out to be next year, for our finances, for our health, for our lives?
So you see, as I said, the free Nnamdi Kanu protest is for many and several things. None of them anything to do with Nnamdi Kanu. So it's just a vehicle for people to ride through to their next ambition destination. So that's that girl right there, just telling you then that they are looking really to use it as a leverage to burn down the country. So that's that. But the functioning brains in the Southeast, as many or few as there might be, some of them don't fully buy into this narrative. They see through the BS. Watch this.
In fact, if anything should happen to Nnamdi Kanu now, we should blame Sowore. Because, really? Yes.
You don't think his intentions are no?
He is the one who told us that the government have already taken a position to convict Nnamdi Kanu before you can now be talking of a political solution and all that. He said it himself. And so when you know about this, why are you doing what you are doing? I have never seen government in the world who was forced to do certain things. You don't force government to do things. You don't.
What do you mean you don't force government?
You don't force government to listen to you or to take a position and all that.
When it comes to fighting for rights of individuals.
No, this is not the way to do it. The courts are there if it is fighting for your right. But to government and say, I want this person released today or else the country will burn. No government will listen to you. No, it has never happened, and it will not happen under Tinubu. That I was telling this man, look, stop this pranks you are playing. It's pranks as far as I'm concerned. Because he knows very well that this protest will not yield any fruit. The effort the Igbos have been making would have been more plausible if it was allowed to say through. But Sowore have carried his useful exuberance and rascality to go and spoil our show. Because that's what he's doing now. No government will listen to him with the way he's going about this thing. No government.
All right. So there it is right there. So there's functioning brains in the in the southeast outside of your randomized Chinedu on the street. So don't you know? So thank God there's still people that still have somewhat. Although that guy is a very right wing Biafranist in his everyday pronouncements, but he also, because it's so obvious that what Showore is doing is BS. So it's very easy to see through, unless of course there are some randomized Okechuku just from the back or beyond. So now let me play you one last clip that sums up Showore succinctly, and then we go on to other topics.
2019, you Showore, now you be AAC national chairman, and at the same time now you be presidential candidate. If na Tinubu do that thing, not be only criminal you will call him. If you will call Tinubu terrorist that time, but now the same act of terrorism you do for inside AAC, you Showore. Now me they talk to you. Now me, Freedom Ashepoyi, Mr. Jollof, now they talk to you. 2019 I contest with you and you see my organic crowd. If not be saying anything, I get voltage. Now me said the name AAC for Nigeria. When I contest for Warri Federal Constituency for House of Rep, me. So I dey talk to you because when you did the party that time, so when people they buy form, they do this, they donate different money they put for the post, they go national level. The national level, they send money come to give delegates to protect the vote if you really want to win election. Not be on Wagba business you they do with this your election, like say you be better person. Now you don't come, don't perch on the wings of the good people of the Southeast. Release Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, the Southeast people, Nigeria don't offend them and all of that. Oga, Nnamdi Kanu or the people for Southeast not relate with person for Southwest. Fight for your people for Southwest. The leaders of Southeast, they negotiate, realign, they package with Mr. President because not be Tinubu arrest Nnamdi Kanu. Who arrested don't die. Most of these defection where they see people they call for APC today, so you did most some of the negotiation. Just take and say not be verified news, but if you look very well from a political angle, you go see most of the leaders now because of Nnamdi Kanu now make they come APC. So now the people for Southeast, they will call it the mainstream politics. So if they talk now, they get better stake. You don't understand? Because since Tinubu come, peace, stability don't come Southeast. Let me hear you say hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Yes. So you now Showore, waiting you they come outside now say release Nnamdi Kanu. Anything where you they do tomorrow, say you they do as in a protest, you won't disrupt the peace, the stability of this country. And I want to call on the Nigerian Security Agency. If una see Showore tomorrow, una apprehend them. Una apprehend them because they constitute nuisance to the society. And if una all say, una answer and say, the time when they do election 2019, where's your love money? Where's your love money? Because you need to come and give proper account on how the money was spent in 2019 election. You they call people criminal. You know who send me email, breakdown on how you take spend the money. You they come say release Nnamdi Kanu. You won't carry your own take spoil the Nnamdi Kanu one. You know what they do? They want to release the Nnamdi Kanu now. You won't cause protest now because they say let them keep this Nnamdi Kanu again more. You won't carry your own cause spoil the man. Day your day, may day. You be American citizen. Donald Trump, not the feel they do America where. Go to America and be leading protests there. I mean, you they fear gun violence there. When you see strong tea, you run, they come here, because they want to do the bad punk, what they do other thing. Baba, behave yourself, fool. Behave yourself. You should already behave yourself. Because if you want to build your political points, don't build your political points with the people, the good people of the Southeast. Everything you don't have to be political about it. What be your point? What how you want to be better president? You dey come, they do like say you be better person. When you dey contest that time of 2019, you dey stay radically blue where the room gets step. You invite me come there now. And even as a presidential candidate self, when you see person wey get voltage or this self, you did not even support me financially. You leave me small boy wey get clean mind, carry my money when I suffer get still dey do election. Who even know say you fit dey clean all of us sef. Say you be better person. You Sowore, they need to check you for this country, and the proper way to check you na to carry you go give army. May they give you deep tissue massage because you are getting out of hand. You are getting out of hand. Not be threatening with the threaten you. So make you all know before you come, they say, oh, they have used one of their social media dogs to come and attack me because they sabi run people down. Because I say they come, I don't come off for party, they talk, say they don't explain me. Party when I leave, failures. As I see the way they already do, collect money for election finish, then they just leave people, make they go vote like that.
All right. So there was a minute more of that, but I just stopped it anyway. That Nigeria is a very curious place. The people actually advocating for this for the betterment of Nigeria, according to them, they are probably one of the worst criminals that the country has. Take Peter Obi as a classic example. Till today, as I'm speaking to you now, till today, they have still not rendered the account of the donations they got for the 2023 elections. The Peter Obi that is always talking about transparency, accountability. When they asked Aisha Yesufu for account, she brought some A4 sheets that she scribbled some nonsense on, and that was the explanation for however many billions that space got. So they've not rendered account. Sowore is not rendered account of his own AAC. The guy is telling you there that there was no stipend sent to to on-field participants for them to be able. They had no polling agents, and he did not release the funds for his people to be at the polling agent, and it tells you that the election was rigged. So what happened to all of the money that he got if his own internal person is telling us that there was no funds released for them to be able to prosecute that election properly? So can you see, is the chairman of the party, the presidential candidate, and the T-boy. Every single position in the party, he's the occupant of it. But it tells you about democracy. Do you see how ridiculous it is sometimes? And these are the people, and they tell you that they are fighting for the betterment. How can Peter Obi fight for the betterment when he cannot render account of his own party? A tiny little party that got donations, they can't render account. Sowore can't render account, but he's calling everybody else a criminal. Can you? It's like a parallel universe. It's like we are walking in lockstep. You know, they say there's a universe running conversely to the one that we live in now. So maybe they are revolving anti-clockwise to what norm and order is. It's unbelievable stuff. He says it's coming out again. Maybe it won't stop until he gets arrested, though, because that is really what he wants. So let's go on from that to this. Sowore threatens to occupy FCT police command over arrest of Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer. Human rights activist, publisher Omoyele Sowore has demanded the immediate release of barrister Aloy Ejimako, counsel to the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB Nnamdi Kanu, following his arrest by the police during the #Free Nnamdi Kanu protest in Abuja. Ejimako, alongside Fine Boy Kanu, a relative of the IPOB leader, and several others, were reportedly apprehended by officers of the Federal Capital Territory Police Command during the protest on Monday. So aluta continua, as always is the case. So aluta continua. Let's go from so we're just excuse me, because we've not been out for about 2-3 days. We're just going to touch base with some of the storylines that in the course. So we're just going to touch base with some of the storylines that we have missed out on in the course of. But this particular storyline, I wonder why it's not seized center stage in the Nigerian political discourse. Army officers detained for alleged coup plot against Tinubu are attached to National Security Advisor Ribado's office include ex-governor's nephew. So the alleged, I think there was somewhat of an attempt of a coup. I think that's the general consensus. The Nigerian army officers who are currently in detention for allegedly planning a coup d'état to overthrow President Bola Tinubu are attached to the Office of the National Security Advisor, Correspondent Gada. The Office of the National Security Advisor is led by Nuhu Ribadu, a lawyer and retired police officer serving as National Security Advisor to President Tinubu. The staff in the office are usually drawn from the Nigerian intelligence, armed forces, security, law enforcement, and paramilitary units. Our correspondents earlier exclusively reported the arrest and subsequent detention of senior military officers led by an army brigadier general for planning a coup on October the 1st, Independence Day celebration. So they said the cancellation of that ceremony is primarily linked and due to this alleged purported attempted coup. While the Nigerian military, in a statement a few days ago, claimed the detention of the officers was linked to repeated failure in promotion examination and perceived career stagnation, top sources had revealed that they were actually arrested over a coup plot. According to a senior official of the Defense Intelligence Agency, I'm not seeing any super chats come through, by the way. Can we see the colors of some super chats, please? At least 5. Let's say 5 super chats in quick succession. According to a senior official of the Defense Intelligence Agency, those arrested were planning to stage a coup and take over government from selfish politicians. He added that the coup attempt was thwarted after an intelligence gathering by the DIA and sister agencies. The 16 officers were planning a coup. The military authorities were just being diplomatic in the statement released by the spokesperson. They had started doing secret meetings on how to overthrow the president and other top officials. Apparently, allegedly, it was meant to be a violent coup. They were going to take down Tinubu and Shetima at the independence celebration. That's what is being suggested. They are all officers within the rank of captain to brigadier general and are still in detention at DIA as we talk. They were picked up recently at their various houses around the country. Their main objective was to overthrow Tinubu and announce a military government. Yes, they were arrested for planning to stage a coup and take over the government. That was the main reason why the Independence Day parade scheduled to hold on Wednesday, October the 1st, as part of activities marking the country's 65th independence anniversary was cancelled, another source said. Giving an update on Saturday, the senior intelligence official told correspondents that the officers, mostly northerners, are attached to the National Security Advisor Office. He identified one of the alleged leaders of the plot as Lieutenant Colonel Al Makura, who just returned from a special combat course in China. The accused officer is a nephew of Tanko Umar Al Makura, a former governor of Nasarawa State and current board chairman of the Universal Basic Education Commission. The ringleader of the coup is Lieutenant Colonel Al Makura. Don't be confused because we have 2 Al Makuras in the army. 2 brothers, both are lieutenant colonels. One is the commanding officer of 343 Artillery Regiment in Elele. Though he was detained briefly, but he was released last night after investigation showed he wasn't involved in the planned coup plotted by his brother and others. The accused, Lieutenant Colonel Al Makura, just came back from a course in China and was posted to the NSA office a few months ago. He is a no-nonsense infantry officer and very popular in Maiduguri, Borno State. But Al Makura are nephews of the former Nigerian governor. Seeing the full list of the accused officers Most of them are from northern Nigeria. Sadly, the young ones amongst them were deceived to join the plan. He added, none of them have access to their family members currently. So that was the coup that was So that was the coup that was being plotted against Tinubu. We thought we'd gone past that phase of military coups in Nigeria. Nigerian Defense Intelligence detains Brigadier General, other officers over alleged coup plot to overthrow President Tinubu. So the ADC comes to speak to that space. ADC breaks silence. This is the Atiku camp speaking to that space. ADC breaks silence over alleged coup plot intended to overthrow Tinubu. The African Democratic Congress ADC has issued a stern warning to the federal government, cautioning against the use of an alleged coup plot as a pretext to repress opposition voices or stifle political dissent. In a statement released on Monday, Bolaji Abdullahi, the ADC National Publicity Secretary, said the party condemned any attempt to undermine Nigeria's democratic order. So that is somewhat of a flimsy condemnation of an attempted coup. So they're just a feeble, weak condemnation of the coup, but they are really going to leverage it to try and attack the government. However, he stressed that the government must not exploit the situation to instill fear or gain political advantage under the guise of safeguarding national security. The ADC has been following reports of an alleged coup plot involving some arrested military officers and claims that a former southern governor is under investigation for allegedly funding them, the statement reads. So if we look into it, I suspect that southern governor might well be Rotimi Amechi. I won't be surprised if it is. I don't know for a fact that it is, but because it's the most aggrieved of all of the political losers within that 2023 cycle, is the one that pain seems to cut deep with the most. Abdullahi expressed deep concerns over the potential misuse of the allegations, warning that they could be weaponized to justify political witch hunts, suppress dissent, and manipulate public opinion. While we strongly oppose any action that threatens Nigeria's constitutional order, we are equally worried about the possibility of using such allegations to justify political witch hunts, suppress dissent, and manipulate public opinion. So that's the stance of the ADC right there. So that's the stance. And by the way, I wanted us to just as a bit of a light-hearted something, I wanted us to go into that Regina Daniels Nedunwoko space a little bit. Former Southern governor under watch over alleged coup plot, details emerge. A former governor of one of Nigeria's southern states is reportedly under investigation for his alleged involvement in a coup plot said to have targeted President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, correspondence report. According to sources who spoke with correspondents, suspicions emerged that the former governor might have financed the alleged plan, which was reportedly scheduled for Saturday, October the 25th. The investigation is said to be coordinated by the Defense Intelligence Agency with representation from 3 branches of the armed forces. At the weekend, correspondents reported that 16 officers had been arrested by the defense headquarters for what was described as unprofessional conduct. These officers are now being investigated over an alleged plot to overthrow the current administration. So we need to know the names. Actually, I'm putting my bet on Rotimi Amechi. I cannot think of any other southern governor that is sufficiently aggrieved enough to be plotting a coup. So that's that. Is there anything else? If there's anything else, you guys will have to bring it up. because really a lot wraps around the SOWORE'S space. But let's take a little anyway. If we want to talk about the Regina Daniel situation, we can as well, just for a little bit of light-hearted titillation. Light-hearted titillation. Have you ever heard that word before? You only ever hear these words from me. I I wonder where I even get all this nonsense that I say sometimes, light-hearted titillation. So that's that. If anybody wants to come in for the conversation, come in. Nobody in the room at the moment. If you want the conversation, come in. Otherwise, we wrap it up and bail, especially with nobody super chatting. So we were not even incentivized to put in too much of an effort. Let me send the link again, and then we'll see if anybody wants to come in. So that's the link right there. The link should be on all the platforms we're streaming to. So if you want to come in and share thoughts about what's been presented, then you can. Let me play you this one actually. So for every yin, there's a yang. So for every yin, there's a yang. So for all of the chaos and anarchy going on around Nigeria, Nigeria is actually evolving into a softer, more civilized space. What am I talking about? I'm talking about this.
Hey guys, we're getting married on the train. Wow! First ever. Oh my god. Breaking record. We're here. I'm so overwhelmed. Bro, it feels like a... Hi guys, I'm getting married on the train. Can you beat that?
So there it is right there. First time ever wedding on a Nigerian train. So that's that. Hold on. Do I want to play you? Oh, okay. Let me just bring you this one. Let me just bring you this one. I'll only be brief with this one, and then we'll play the K-Guys music, and then we'll see if anybody turns up. Yeah, this one tells us that some southeastern politicians, businessmen don't want Nnamdi Kanu out. So this is coming from Nwayawu, not the famous one, of course, it's passed on. The national chairman of the Zenith Labour Party, Dan Nwayawu, has alleged that some top politicians and businessmen in the southeast are backing the continued detention of pro-Biafra leader Nnamdi Kanu. Nwayawu spoke on Monday during an interview on Channels Television's Politics Today, claiming these forces in the southeast are afraid of the organic love for Kanu, who is the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB. So I don't really think that they are afraid of his love. I think they are more in trepidation of his unwholesome influence. Yes, I think that's the best way to put it. I think there is in trepidation of his unwholesome influence over that space, because they don't have love for Nnamdi Kanu, they have fear for him in the southeast. Nwayawu spoke on Monday during an interview on Channels Television's Politics Today, claiming that these forces in the southeast are afraid of the organic love for Kanu, who is the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB. There are some top businessmen who are involved in business in Abuja, oil and all that. Nwayawu said in a current affairs show. There are some top politicians who are of the view, and which is correct, that if Nnamdi Kanu comes out today, there are people whose political career will come to an end permanently without him saying a word. Nnamdi Kanu has been loved by the people, or is loved by the people, that should say. The one politician in the southeast that I think will be trepidatious, if I can extend that, of Nnamdi Kanu's release will be Peter Obi, because Nnamdi Kanu will cut very heavily into the Peter Obi space. So I can see where, because it will then, but because Obi holds preeminence over the southeast at the moment, if Nnamdi Kanu comes out, it will hold an equal but opposing eminence within the southeast, and those eminence will clash for prominence. If you get the drift of that, the eminence, the the space that Obi is the alpha male in the southeast at the moment. Nobody can. It stands like a colossus over that space. But Nnamdi Kanu is an equal colossal figure, but from a different trajectory. So if Kanu comes out, there's an inevitable clash if both ideologically and physically with the obedient space. So I think if there's anybody in fear of Obi's release, it will be most paramountly. If there's anybody in fear of Nnamdi Kanu's release, it will be primarily the P to B space. P to B.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣẹ́, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Ogbeni, after a period away. It's always a delightful session anytime Ogbeni is here to keep matters ticketable or ticketable. There's General Thomas right there. And to keep match with the highfalutin intellect of the conversation that is about to come. We have Hassan joining us. Always a delight when Hassan is here. And to bring in the drinks into the conversation, there's Dewale right there. Iyalaya Awobi is his new appellation. So still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on, hop on. So anybody that wants to hop on. So there's not that many of us, so we can meander through a little bit. We start it off, kick it off with Ogbeni, who joins us. So Ogbeni, about only half. This only. Soon. With all my noise making, is falling asleep. Ogbeni. All right. Let's start it off with Hassan. Then, can anyone hear me though? Is my voice coming through? Hassan, are you there?
Yeah, loud and clear. Can you hear me, woman?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right. I think I can hear Hassan. He's making the necessary adjustments to be ready. Are you ready?
Can you give me 5 minutes? Let somebody go, then I'll come in.
All right, let's start with Dewale then. Hopefully he is ready. So Dewale, your man from the creek.
It is too early for Dewale now, one man. Dewale doesn't talk too early. Let me start, one man.
General Thomas, how do you know? Why are you trying to shortchange me?
You always like to come at
one man first called the big head. He refused to answer his call and then he decided to call me.
Yeah, go on.
No. I was calling in the order that people came in. I was
just joking. I know some people in there. I was just kidding now.
Adewale, one man. please, can I ask everyone this question, please? Is it fair for Nigerian government to let these people do this protest? Why do I say that? This guy they are fighting for, the most people that will be in that protest will be IPOB. Most people. Nigeria has proscribed IPOB as a terrorist group. So can we say Nigerian police in the framing of you can exercise yourself by protesting? Can we say Nigerian police and Nigerian government hand over Nigeria to the terrorists to come to the capital city, capital of a nation, and protest? Just digest it, and we can deliberate on it, one man. Because
go on.
Yes, I've landed because I was just thinking.
Yes.
Before you answer this question, I think that those people also, they have the right as a Nigerian to protest, whether in Abuja or any part of Nigeria. They have a right to protest. But you see, when you know that this kind of protest is, organized in such a way that the benefit of it is one, we can't actually establish what it stands to benefit those people who organize it, especially the SOWORE'S. Now, this guy has been standing trial for a while. I think that the proposition of taking the protest to the Aso Rock is where they actually, to show that they actually missed the point, because if you are going to protest, why must you take it to the seat of government? Gone are the days when the government seat was in the Dambara that was easily accessible. So anybody taking protest to Aso Rock is just more or less trying to waste his own life, because to even get to the seat of power, you have to undergo, I don't know, like 6 checkpoints before you can even enter into the villa. Yes, they can protest, but the argument was lost at the beginning because they chose to choose the place where they know that they will probably never get to, and because being the rabble rouser, they decided, okay, they're going to create that frenzy so that people will feel like, oh, well, this is an opportunity for them to hijack. Just like that video one man played earlier. So one man, you can come back in, you can come in now and
I'm only really coming in to agree with what you said. You can't deny them the right to protest just because they are IPOB or whatever. Because you can't even identify that they are IPOB. They will tell you that they are concerned Nigerians, concerned about the judicial process and the way justice is not being served quickly. So that would be, so they can protest under that banner. But then the police has to really make sure they cordon them. It's a failure in policing actually that it degenerated that much. So what they could have just done was to cordon them, and then so the police will flank them all the way through, and then they can do their shouting in a procession, and then when they've exhausted when they've vented their spleen, when they've run out of saliva, then they can just go home. So that could have been a better way to manage it. But should I say they are coming out again? But I don't really understand why the arrests were made. That's what I don't understand, because the news is still filtering through, but I'm not aware that it got especially rioters or any form of anarchy took place. So if it wasn't rioters or anarchy, then why was that arrest made? Why were those arrests made? And I think they will be released quickly. But yeah.
We should.
Yeah, one man.
Okay.
Let me just.
Hassan is okay. Let's Hassan go ahead then.
Yeah. Why were the arrests made? Let me bring your attention back to the Palestinians' action in the United Kingdom. What do you think? Is that rational for people who are protesting against genocide to be labeled as terrorists, and then people in wheelchair, people geriatric cripples, even overextending the prison systems in the United Kingdom. You look at this, juxtapose that and what is happening in Nigeria, and then try to make sense of what you are trying to just say right now. One man, don't speak in there from both mouths of your mouth. We understand that governments can be tyrannical, but when you label people terrorists, okay, sometimes it is justified and sometimes it is not. In the case of the UK, it is utterly immoral and unjustified. However, in the case of the UK, in the case of Nigeria, we have thousands and thousands of documented, a trail of blood, a trail of destruction, a trail of economic hemorrhage and sabotage. And therefore, you can see the conundrum where the government is facing. And therefore, by Nigeria operating a Western democratic system, which preaches the freedom of speech, ability to protest and all that, and then there is a thin balance. However, there can be no room for heavy-handedness. At least the government can do that, but it has to be in an obscure strategic manner, because at the end of the day, the territorial integrity of Nigeria and ensuring that Nigeria survives strong states and is above every individual group or whatever tribe, region, or whoever it is. Nigeria reigns supreme, and Nigeria will exist no matter the blackmail and all that.
I don't think I agree with what you just said there. I'm not sure the UK parallel you're drawing, but if the government, if they already permit that that protest to take place, so that already opens up. So that protest will take place, and the protest usually takes place. It will be a procession. There'll be a lot of chanting, and people might get a bit boisterous. That's all still wrapped within the protest. But unless they then step out of what is norm to turn it into anarchy, then that's when the arrest will start taking place.
One man, let's see the judges. Sorry. The Abuja PRO spokesperson on channel speak about how they were arrested. I've sent the video to you on your Instagram, just to play for everybody.
Did they speak about why? Did they speak about why? Okay.
Yes. I sent it to you on Instagram. You can play it to everyone. Thank you.
All right. I'll have a look. But as far as I'm aware, because I was actually watching it, but I was watching it on a SOWORE'S stream, so maybe that would not give you the fullness of the flavor, but it was still showing us in real time what was going on, and there was actually carry on. I'm going to download this and play it, but I'm not sure that there was anything in there that suggested why they should be arrested. That's just the thing. What did I?
Yeah, I'm here. Yes, yeah. Downloaded it and played it to everyone. Maybe it's justified.
All
right. But even if, yeah.
When do you plan to let me in? Should I let him finish, then I come in?
Yes. Let Dewale finish, and then you come in. Unless yes. So let's do that.
Okay, one man.
Yeah.
My own is always finished. Certainly, I don't like the prolonged keep ranting, saying the same thing over and over. And if I have to analyze the protest, I have to be a little bit academic. What is it in for SOWORE'S, if you are to look at it? Is this what is supposed to be the priority of the likes of SOWORE'S? The Nigerians say, oh, is this what's supposed to be a priority? I mean, I can understand it from the southeastern point of view, but when we now make it national priority, it becomes a distraction to what the federal government is doing. I mean, since this guy has been has been incarcerated or arrested, and his foot soldier, his deputy, his minister, prime minister, kept at bay in Finland, convicted, it's relatively the southeastern has experienced some level of peacefulness in that place. But you see, now trying to raise dust because this man has been in custody for all this while. I'm not saying that the will of justice is not slow in Nigeria, but if we look at it critically, he has been the architect of his own slow motions as well, because he has been slow walking this process. At the point he approached the court and trying to see how the judge can be recused from the case, eventually, all these things back and forth, things going back and forth. Now, recently, he said there was a report that he had medical condition that had needed to be taken abroad, and then the medical panel that was constituted said that he's strong enough to stand trial. You could see all this drama, all this distraction is just to prolong the case, and everyone that is trying to equate what this man has done to the likes of what the likes of Showore or Igboho, have done also in the past. They are not the same. This is someone who, openly canvassed for annihilations of individuals, for a state to be attacked.
Do you remember when they put a ransom on Wike's head?
I'm telling you. And anybody that does not agree with this individual is always, if we were to disagree with people on issues, that would be even okay. But when you are calling for violence, like openly, he went to, I believe it was in UK or US, I'm not so sure then, when he was openly asking for donation to, warehouse ammunitions and all that. That was when I knew this guy was not a serious agitator. Because if you are truly serious about the cause of your people, one, you won't seek for violence. You will devise several paths to what you are asking for. I mean, the best route is through politics. Political solution is what you should have been, advocating for. But it shows the violence. And then the way they are making him to become like an hero of Southeastern. To be honest with you, I pity Southeastern part of Nigeria because they don't deserve a non-entity like the likes of Nnamdi Kanu leading the cause for them. They don't. Now, what is the need for Showore? Showore is probably strategizing to garner sympathy from Southeastern because this same set of people that were sympathetic to his movement before this obedient one night came to the came to the limelight. They were very sympathetic to his cause. Majority of them were, were those who form his core followers. The moment Obi came to the scene, they departed the movement. Now he's trying to find favor from them. So if he's leading the cause of Nnamdi Kanu, they will see him as an ally. Now, I also think it's so evident that Showore is a paid puppet from the foreign interest. Why do I say so? This is someone that constantly raising dust all the time to destabilize. His aims and objectives is not to find solution, but to find a way to destabilize the country, make it ungovernable. And they're always trying to hide other these disguise of activism. Activisms without preferring solution, but continuously antagonizing and against the government. I think it's the right time Nigerians ask this guy the question: what is in it for you? What is the end goal? At 55, I'm not so sure how old is he, but at that age of his, he should also at least know where he's going. If you are not,
You know that question, Dewale, is the key question. What is the end goal of this thing? What constitutes success for these demonstrations and whatnot? This protest that he does almost on a weekly basis. So what constitutes success? If is it to collapse the government, and if he collapses the government, then what happens next? Does he then install himself in Aso Rock, or the country just burns down? So what exactly, or is he trying to correct the government to redirect, and in what direction then is he wanting the government to redirect to? So
correct.
I hear a lot of this chanting, but what constitutes an outcome for any of these narratives that It's just mindlessness. It's just clout. It's just
Cloud chasing.
I don't get it. It's just
Cloud
nonsensical all the
chasing.
way through.
You know what's the funny, woman? You know what is funny? Some of those who were part of the student union movement when he was in school, majority of them have gone to academics. Some of them are professors. Some of them, and he was lucky. He was actually a lecturer, one of the colleges in New York. You know, and was teaching, I believe, African studies and all that. Some of them gone to academic to mold people's mind, in a way that you'll be able to, teach generations coming behind you your core values, your beliefs, and all that. But when you continuously putting your life at risk, jumping hoop and running away from common tear gas, and you begin to wonder what is in it for this guy. Some of those who can consider an activist in the past, they've decided to join the foray by making themselves available to contest for or public offices. Uh, did you see the Jardine statement on is it Twitter or Facebook? I saw it on Facebook. He wished Sowore good luck, but he said he will never, if the protest does not attract a billion movement, that he's not going to put his life on the line again, simply because of protesting. He says he's not going to do that, and a lot of people were saying, "Oh, because you got married now, your eye don't clear," But that is a wise person, because one, what is the point of having those street urchins behind you running away at your age? At your age, it's just a effort in futility. What has he achieved with it now? If he had died in the process, so you think the Nigeria will remember him as an hero? There's always going to be a strategy to this thing.
The Sowore narrative is like being stuck in time. If you time portal to 40 years ago, you still see Sowore running away from tear gas. Go 30 years back, Sowore, you still see Sowore videos and images of him running away from tear gas. He has spent the whole of his adult life just running from tear gas. I mean, what is even what's the objective of the exercise? It's just mindless.
Let Nnamdi Kanu face his own music. Let him face his cause. He has chose that path, and let him face it. So whatever he gets from it, that is his own cup of tea. I mean, I don't stand to benefit from Nnamdi Kanu's movement or whatever he stands for. I'm from Ekiti State. Nnamdi Kanu is from southeastern state. So how do I intend to benefit from him? How in the hell would they expect me to be on the street canvassing and protesting on his behalf? Even though I'm sympathetic to the southern part of the country, I see him as one of those people who doesn't want the best for Nigeria. He called Nigeria zoo. He called that country, he called Nigeria a zoo. That is the kind of person you want me to be protesting to be released. That is his own cup of tea. Look, Anita Kosile Agboni, he will face his own music. Now he's facing it. He's been there since 2021, right? Then let him face it. The government has declared him as public enemy number one. And I don't see the path of freedom for that guy. The level of arrogance he has shown, even in the media, since he has been in incarceration, has not shown that he's remorseful or he's willing and open to chart a new course, a new path to his agitation. So for somebody who is as rigid as that, look, Nigeria is not a place where one solution is required. You have to find different paths to the market. And that is why it seems that majority of the big wheel in the Southeast, they're kind of a little bit quiet. They're silent on his course, because this is not somebody you can easily vouch for. Look at the way he rubbish, what is it called, the Senator Abaribe. Abaribe almost got into trouble because this guy jumped bail. And the excuse was, oh, the state was after him. Look, if you are being investigated and they found you capable of running ammunitions or canvassing for, you become a dangerous person, and they won't leave you to tell a story after. They will go after you. See the way they chase Igbo out of the state, of the country. Look, you can You can agitate for the liberation of your people, but you have to go the route, different route, for you to be able to, at least you want to bring your people to the mainstream of Nigerian politics, Nigeria issues. Yes, you can do that, but to be canvassing for violence to take place in another that is involving another tribe, bro, you can't get away with it. Let Showore continue. One day, I hope he's able to get towards the end of it. It's just a matter of time. I mean, before you know it, will be too old for him to be running a skater on the street. As for Regina Daniel, is that not the name of the young lady?
Yes, and I don't
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. I read that Nwoko said young girl.
That's the number one trending before Showore came, you know.
Yeah. You know, it's just like,
have they broken up permanently now? Is that what it is, or what's going on?
you know, well, actually, the story itself, I try as much as possible to distract myself whenever I come across such kind of stories. Reason being is that they don't make any sense. When you see the young girl, how old was she when she got married to that man? I think she was 18.
Yeah, she was a teenager. Yes.
Okay, so for a parent to have allowed her, when they know that she has life ahead of herself, then she becomes not even the only wife, but I think it was like the second or third wife of that man. And this is a man of almost 70 or over 70, if I'm not mistaken. And now, what you are looking for, you now finally found it, and you're now coming to the social media and you're trying to win sympathy, not from someone like me. That is never going to happen. Reason is that our parents allowed her to get married to this man, even if it's not for material things. But the fact that the age gap was just so ridiculous. It's just so ridiculous. And then here's a man who is also a politician who is never going. There was a video of her that I came across. A very private moment of theirs. This man woke up to use the bathroom and she was filming this man. And I felt, no, this is not normal. This can be. I'm super sure that that man himself will feel some type of way if he ever got to see that video.
But as young as the girl is, though, she's had about 2-3 children, so I don't think she's commodity anymore on the streets.
Don't be surprised. The fact that he's been making news. Anybody can be packaged. I have been into entertainment and all that. It's a lot easier to just somebody's ex, this ex, and then decided to. But if he decided to move to divorce the man, what would be his gain? Because in Nigeria,
who do you think the bigger loser would be?
She would be the loser.
Yes, she would be the loser.
I mean, you can't. Yeah. There's no way you can see the end of Nnamdi. Nnamdi has been not just been a senator, he has been a lawyer, he's been a big man, a rich man. There's no way she will be she'll win the case, even though she would garner sympathy from the media, especially those online aunties of her. But Nnamdi will always win. Look at the way the narration is going, that she's into drug. I mean, at that young age, she's damaging her reputation. Whoever says, and even if she doesn't do that, she doesn't indulge in that, people say and I would think, well, that's what the husband claims she is. So the husband knows her more than anybody. She doesn't have my sympathy. She lay her best, so she's going to lay on it. So whatever she sees from from his house, he should continue to stay there, or she moved. That's her own cup of tea. I don't even see why that story should gain this traction much in the media, because what's relevant is that a young person, that age gap is so much, one man. It's so much. And that young age, well,
I think there's a better part of 40 years between them now.
40 years. Wow.
Can you imagine?
In fact, that means Nnamdi is even old enough to. Our mother is even much more younger in age, to the fact that you won't think that.
Even her mother will be too young for Nnamdi.
Yeah, exactly. Well, to me, she has laid her bed, shows her she will sleep on it. She got 3 kids with the man, and that should be enough. After all, there was another lady, an Arab, if I'm not mistaken, that got married to the man.
Yeah,
And she,
I think she's from North Africa. Is she even
yeah,
from Morocco or something?
yeah, she had a drama with the man recently too. She retraced her step back. How do I even get all this story? I shouldn't even be involved in it. But one way or the other, they always make headline, and then we will find ourselves talking about somebody else's relationship. It's unfortunate, and it's some of the things that we celebrate more in the media these days or formed a core of us, social discussion is something that you find like a taboo in the past. The other day, Cosmas Maduka, Costa Rica's guy, talked about Monina water slang, the way being popularized among the Igbos, youth, and all that. And he was being attacked. That the person saying that is a rich man and all that. I said, well, Costa Rica's Maduka, we all knew how he started, and he never denies that he was born with silver spoon, and that core value of his growth now shape the way he's being perceived in the public. And him being a Christian, he's well grounded. Hardly you will see Maduka attending public functions. And these are silent billionaires. These are rich, not even old money. These are relatively still new money. But you see him correcting the narration because you know uh, people that have questionable past, people that their wealth are untraceable and unexplainable, are now becoming the mouthpiece, the loud mouth in the society. And that's where the issue lies. The likes of, what's this called, Cubana priest shouldn't even be making news at all. But of course, society have gone south. Now you know, embrace things that shouldn't even be the discussion in the first place, and then we complain about the way corruption is so endemic in our society. Well, unfortunately, we've lost that battle. I hope maybe the generation to come will see or will not attach much interest in material acquisition, so that at least they will be able to know the purpose of their existence. If there's any other thing one man want me to talk about before the big week comes in.
No. Let me move it round a bit. There are other topics, but just to vary it a little bit, let's take it in the direction of Hassan. So, Hassan, a big day in the Nigerian political landscape, of course, anytime Omoyele Showore's name is mentioned, is always never wrapped around anything other than protest. So he's come out into the public to do his usual ding dong, jumping up and down like a baboon. But what's the offshot of this? What's the outcome? What have we learned? What progress is being made? What's the result? What did they make of the whole day, Hassan?
Hello, one man. Hello, everyone. It's good to be here again. In these ungodly hours around here. It's 3:20 a.m.
As it is
Very
here, apologies. Yes, it's the same time here. I think we're on the same cycle now. Sorry about that.
yeah, but yeah, it is worth it. Like being here is always I'm just deepening my understanding of the complexities of life and the Nigerian situation and how Nigeria is just a quandary. And for Omoyele Sowore, what I think is fundamentally wrong with him is his inability to defend his positions. Now, when Omoyele Sowore decided to champion the cause of Nnamdi Kanu, he conveniently ignored, the reality of the chaos, the destruction, the sheer ethnic bigotry, the psychopathy, the I do not see any difference between Shekau and Nnamdi Kanu. Let me just state this in no no uncertain terms. Like, it is clear to me that, in fact, Shekau might be even more more of a human being than what Nnamdi Kanu represents. Because Nnamdi Kanu,
Sorry, Shekau is ideology led now. Nnamdi Kanu
yes,
is led by anarchy and just greed. It's just
greed,
salacious. Yes,
money. He stands for
money and women. That's all he wanted now. Nnamdi Kanu is not led by anything outside of money and women.
He is the worst example of what a grown man should be. No personal responsibility, no understanding of your primary environment, no proper strategic anticipation of the implications of your actions and words to the people who surround you, to the communities who surround you, the resignation of anybody who oppose you, the narcissism, the pure evil that it's always printing out of that ugly albino, half devil looking human being that is Nnamdi Kanu, who thinks somehow that because he has had some time in one cubicle in Manchester or wherever they held that radio, that low budget, unintelligible radio that spews out Nazi-like propaganda all the time. When I listen to Nnamdi Kanu's broadcast, and I don't know whether a lot of you have had the opportunity to actually go and listen to a lot of his
Would you describe it as an opportunity or a misfortune? As anybody has the misfortune of listening to Nnamdi Kanu is more the question. Asan, as you carry on, I want to localize you because you are in Nigeria, so you have a first-hand, and you're in the northern part as well. So how is this being digested where you are? What are they making of it?
Let me finish my point. I don't know how many of us have access to information in 1994, 95, and during the Rwanda genocide, and what happened with the Tutsis and the what the other
Hutu. Yes, Hutu.
Yes. Do you know that what was used essentially to carry out that genocide, what carried over 75% of the blame was radio broadcast consistently of hate. Now, if you listen to what Nnamdi Kanu was saying during the Lagos protests, there was no different from what the Hutsis were blaring out during that genocide. Kill them, find them, destroy them, finish them, kill the army, kill this, kill that, do that, do that. How bad, how morally decadent have we been as a society to do not have any moral compass to now say that this abomination is somehow the paragon of freedom fighting? I spit at the idea that someone like that would be compared to Nelson Mandela, Gandhi, other freedom fighters, that have, really, stood up for their people. And here we are, Sowore. I don't know what his logic is. I don't know what his calculation is, but no matter how political expedient something is, there is such a thing as morality, and morality should always guide our action. If we fall into the pitfall of saying that whatever is suitable and it's in our immediate political interest. Nnamdi Kanu is not even about the political interest pocket. He's a cheap charlatan. But then, if you operate at that level, then I do not think that you deserve anything other than woe. And for the fact that his hand is all bloodied in the death of his own people, and the constant duration of stereotyping the Northerners, the Fulanis, and somehow have this entitlement ideology that he has infused in, the space where he where he is insinuating that he's trying to bring them out of chains. But one man, what chains are we in? Like, look at what we live in here in the north, and look at how what southeast people look like in their primary environment. What is so different? The southeast even have it better. Look at all the human development indices, and maybe look at the economic indices, and you will find out that a lot of what is happening in the southeast far outweigh what is happening in the north. And yet, the north do not cry marginalization. And let me just remind his adherents and whoever thinks that somehow and Sowore Sowore himself, I want to remind them that, you see, this world that we live in, this world takes notes and has a generational memory, and that generational memory, is passed down from generation to generation, and there is established interpretation of the attitudes, the hostility, and the inability of certain groups and to interact and participate in the political process effectively without alienating people who are supposed to be allies. Now, if you cannot make allies, then unfortunately you cannot survive in a heterogeneous in a heterogeneous society like Nigeria. Well, it is what it is, but I think Omoyele Sere is on the wrong path. I hope, Sowore does not strike me as somebody who is unintelligent. Sowore does not hit me as somebody who, is devoid of lodging and understanding of the dynamics of Nigerian politics. He is beginning to look like an opportunist and is trying to cajole people who are in that region of the world. Maybe he is trying to show his political base to try to make more impact in the next round of election. Whatever that be, let me just say this, that so much that is happening with the Southeast that I want to pay attention to. You see, brainwashing, and cult following. They go hand in hand, because the methods used in just like in the military training are textbooks brainwashing, literally the same methods cult use. So you are recruited via deceptive propaganda, promise of adventure, heroism, and being part of a higher cause. Bull crap, like defending our community from Fulani invaders. Bull crap, bullshit. You are then isolated from the outside world. You are not allowed, to seek alternative opinions. You repulse and reject it because your what do they call it? Your savior has said that ignore Yoruba media, ignore Fulani media, ignore whatever, NTA, ignore whatever. So what is essentially happening for people who are in this region, they become isolated to the outside world. So yes,
And
what
it's a mental isolation, of course, because
yes,
they are ideologically cornered and totally brainwashed, and they
good
speak.
and if,
Yeah.
good one man. And if you look at the way social algorithms go in the social media, like they reinforce your bias. That if you keep on going into IPOB, whatever, Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa spaces, your algorithms will take note, and your feed will just be bombarded with that kind of propaganda. That kind of limits you in, and the more that happens, and you have to understand that this notion that the Igbo are such intellectual people, and they understand, those Igbos, they are the few in the political class, maybe 20-30%, who have the ability to understand more than their primary reality. The remaining, the remaining are the people like Gentle, the people like what do they call it? Also, the one that died, and Nnamdi Kanu says he has to bury how many heads with him.
2000.
Yeah, just yes, 2000. And what they do is like when you are isolated from the world, you are not allowed to leave that echo chamber, and any contact with other people who might enlighten you is forbidden, except as a reward from your superiors. So your superiors will reward you by bland, useless wordings, and say, terrorism, we must reclaim our terror, and well done to our ESN fighters, who enforce what do they call it? Monday stay at home, and all that. So what I'm trying to say is psychological conditioning, basic training has nothing to do with preparing you for combat. So when you see these people carrying AK-47s and killing people on the streets, all that cannot prepare you for combat. You are just a rascal, an idiot who happens to have access to an AK-47, who do not understand the fundamentals of military engagement, and using using military tactics to either defend, attack, gather intelligence, articulate strategy, and implement coordinated and
You're taking us into deep waters now. But do you want to just where you are? Do you want to tell us how the Sowore narrative was digested, or is still being digested?
Let me be frank with you. Sowore is not taken recently seriously in the north. Sowore is just
So they're not discussing him at all. They're not discussing him.
Not at all. He doesn't even make what did I say? Even social media tweets. Nothing like Sowore. Nothing like that. Sowore is a hard sell, and he keeps making his case worse by aligning with the wrong crowd. The reputational damage this single action that he has done will haunt him forever. I can assure you of that. I can assure you of that, because you don't want you don't want like what do I say? You don't want like 1918 states, a block, counting you out and seeing you as some rascal of some sort who thinks he's a narcissist and that thinks he's always right. Narcissism, well, if you look at Sowore, he appears humble. He appears like man of the people who wants to fight. But you have to understand that at some point, when behavior, okay, from when you are a kid and you go through your socialization process, there is a stage where the basic traits and behaviors and your personalities and your routines are formed and deep rooted in your personality. Now, at that point, then whatever you become in life, your core is that socialization process. And because Sowore has had a history of being an SUG, whatever, he has become his whole identity, his whole being is continuing that he lives in the past. He's 50 something year old who believes he's 23 and in the university fighting SUG. And that is just unfortunate. So unfortunate that I wish he has had people around. But if you look at the people around Sowore, have you ever noticed they are just young men? Most of them look ragged, like frustrated. They are the ones that follow him. And unfortunately,
what was that phrase that Kenneth Okonkwo used?
I can't remember. I do not follow Kenneth Okonkwo myself.
Street urchins.
The guy have bad mouth.
But do you think that the obedience space and the Sowore narrative, do you think that it highlights a worrying gap in terms of value, education, and orientation within the vast ways of the Nigerian youth? You know, because when you look at those spaces, the Sowore space, the Peter Obi space, especially etc. etc. There's no resonance of independent thinking, intelligent thinking. It's just a herd mentality, HERD, like a sheepish sort of follower. So just one shout, and then all of them rallies around it, and then they start to echo and ricochet it. And these are very young people. So are we identifying a gap in education direction and independent function within the Nigerian youth space, that they cannot think, they cannot function?
What I would argue, one man, is the fact that me and my friend have worked on a research. It's a social research, but we did it in some part of Yobe, Yusufari, and all that. What we try to do is to look at what is happening when youths are growing, and then there is so much chaos and so much distrust and suspicion, has been established over decades between the political elites and the new upcoming generation. Now, the problem is that there is such a disconnect from people who, come from these settings and are not in the elite cycles. The problem is that I think we have is a shortage of role models. A very, very, very.
You mean it's not? We don't have a shortage of role models. So we have the short. Hold on now. Sowore is a role model. Nnamdi Kanu is a role model. Peter Obi is a role model. What we have is a shortage of the right type of role models.
Yes, and when I say role models, I'm implying of the positive. I'm not implying of the negative. And you are taking me to the negative. The whole concept of role modeling has a positive connotation. And if you look at it even in the dictionary, that is what it entails. Somebody who takes you, guides you, and counsels you, and ensures that you go through the right path. Whatever it is, whether in politics, whether in trade, whether in whatever field you are going to, sciences, whatever. So this role model thing, we have dealt with it in northern Nigeria, I think in northeastern Borno, exactly, because the past 15 years, and when we're trying to recover and rebuild, we discovered that even though we provide schools, we provide all these things and all that, when kids grow up and look at their immediate environment, and who they see is only, a keke driver, a tailor, and say a carpenter who does menial jobs, or somebody who grinds pepper and all that. That is so well and good. I'm not trying to put down anybody's legitimate business, but we have to be sensitive to the era that we live in. And as we graduate these children into adulthood, we want to see that, okay, this is Dr. Bakari, Professor Bakari, consultant surgeon, and who has published 16 different books on colonoscopy, and who has done several surgeries and all that, and who has put himself out there to inspire the next generation and mentor them. Put himself out there. Okay, there is an aeronautical engineer, there is a software engineer, there is somebody who is doing robotics, and then we are trying to
what you're saying, Hassan, is not peculiar to the north. It's a Nigerian Malays. If you look at the southern part, who are the people being looked up to by the southern youth? They are looking up to Davido, E Money, White Money, X Money, Kubana, Digada. So these are the people now.
And here was I thinking that the South has gone far beyond, but I'm forced to to fall back on to the earth when I see people like Nnamdi Kanu, Sunday Igboho, the extremists that kind of held sway, and and sometimes you see. I see South social media personalities like I'm going to cause a lot of flags, and if you think VDM is some sort of and then I have no apologies to you. Maybe you too, you are going astray, and I think that this kind of people.
Sorry, Hassan. Sorry, Hassan. How many minds do you think VDM is shaping? How many minds?
Hard to tell, but I think the core of his base is
I think that guy will be shaping. He'll be shaping close to. Sorry, Hassan. I think he'll be shaping close to 7 to 10 million minds in terms of the people that follow him. He'll be shaping close to 7. So can you imagine as those people?
Shallow. So morally shallow. What is the driving factor for our youth?
Exactly.
Such an intellectually deficient, immoral pornographer. For God's sake. Oh my God. We are in it for one heck of a future, man. I don't know what happens, but first I've decided that I'm going to homeschool my children. Even talking about that with my fiancé, and we are building a model that will work for us. I think what is coming next is for us to look out first for ourselves, and then the moral decadence that is staring us in the eye is only going to get worse. I don't know what will happen.
I don't think you can cocoon your children from the wider influence of society. because at some point they'll still leave the comforts of your. So all you can hope is that you've impacted on them sufficiently enough, but the
Yes.
pressure, that's what I'm saying. That moral decay, it might well be irreversible. The impacts of the likes of Nnamdi Kanu. Do you know that the average 23 to 35-year-old Southeasterner is a somewhat either overtly or a closet Nnamdi Kanu adherent? Just you see them everywhere, now just howling everywhere. So those people are gone now. How do you reorient those sort of people into any form of mainstream thinking? They are gone now. They are lost to the world.
Well, uh, there is no simple answer. But what I know is that well, change, social change, happens gradually. It does not happen overnight, but it will happen gradually. But the problem that I have essentially is in the manner in which well, I also have to concede that the elites of Nigeria do not actually participate in what is happening, underneath them. For the rest of the people of Nigeria who are making ends to meet, it doesn't really concern them. So they live at a higher echelon of society and do not even interact.
Sorry, Hassan, the elite of Nigeria, they are actually, I think we have to start to make the mental readjustment to acknowledge that the elite of Nigeria, they are actually international people. Nigeria is just a business center to these people now. These people live on an aeroplane. They are except when they are working. Look at the average state governor. It's a good example of an elite in Nigeria. The average state governor in Nigeria, in whichever state, they live in Abuja, and then they manage their states remotely. And then the politicians that are out of office, they leave Dubai, London, wherever, Canada, and then they just come in when to make their political adjustments. And these are international people now. They might as well be Chinese, the elite of Nigeria.
Hi. And while they are at it, there is this thing that is coming that is going to really shape what will happen across Nigeria. I was privy to some information recently, and it doesn't really good. It doesn't really look good for Nigeria actually. And you remember when Donald Trump asked that he sent Venezuelans to Nigeria?
Yes, that was just a few weeks ago.
No, months.
Yeah, but not that long ago anyway.
Yes. So after that, there was another incident that happened, but this one had to do. It was kept hush hush, but then it was kind of leaked in CITREP. I don't know whether you know CITREP.
No.
Okay, CITREP is an international. Okay, it's an international. What do we call it? Intelligence report platform that is practically a joint intelligence officers from the United States, Australia, some are in Southeast Asia, some are in Pakistan, some are in. It is just a default an app that was built by anonymous intelligence officers all across the world. because there is a growing fear that there is an imminent world war that may be coming very, very soon. And all of us in Africa are oblivious. The Europe is arming itself to the teeth. Germany just announced $100 billion into their arms manufacturing. The UK is restarting its nuclear and nuclear capabilities. Poland is doubling its military. Russia insists that it may go into the whatever mushroom option, and the West is going back into their conquest DNA. The Crusades, the World War II, whatever. The moral people who preach morality and civilization have a core, conquerors, colonialist ideology, and their reliance of what to project military might to project power and subdue their opponents is taking the world into a brink. And that is very, very concerning. The US is developing space, platforms that it can deploy very powerful weapons and counter its adversaries. And why am I saying all that? It is just a few minutes to midnight, and I want to just say this to all of us that are here, because I'm taking an international dynamic now from Sowore and his his nonsense, whatever it is, from one African to another. I just want to tell everybody on this platform that things are moving fast, 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 and the thing with this next phase of what maybe or maybe not, oh, ya Allah, don't make it happen. But we have to open our eyes and be ready. And as an African to an African, we may be collateral damage of whatever we did not sign in for. And well, may God help us.
Is that not always the case? We're always collateral damage now for reasons of us never being equipped enough to the African person, the black person is just cannon fodder to the rest of the world.
One man, even though that is a bitter pill for me to swallow, I cannot help but agree. I have held that the African is similar, even better than the Westerner, like some years back, and I was so like into the African identity. Every African is my brother.
If the Americans want to take over the whole of the West African sub-region, they can do all of it within a month.
Yeah, I may agree. It's not for a fly zone, a naval blockade.
And they take off all the heads, they defeat the military,
and that's all. It's over. It's over. Before you can say Jack Robinson, it's over. Like that is just the reality. But one silver lining is the fact that China is coming up, and maybe the concept of mutual assured destruction, or whatever it is, mutual assured economic destruction may make them the multipolar superpowers now maybe sit on the table and then iron out a more sustainable future for the rest of the people of the earth. But imagine if Europe, North America, Southeast Asia, and places like that are the most developed, faces, thermonuclear war. What about me? What about you? Anyway, one man, sorry to say, maybe you have been quotation marks pulverized by that because you live in the enemy's territory. But us in Africa, maybe we will inherit uh, toxic toxic radiation, and maybe the sun will be blotted out by all the sediments in the atmosphere, such that we'll not be able to farm for years and years, and then we'll die a gradual death in Africa. But the whole
Do
thing
you
is that
remember when an Italian company was dumping toxic waste in Nigeria? Do you remember that? Do you remember that story?
yeah,
That's going
yeah,
back several years.
yeah, I do. They brought them in containers, and sometimes they were backed and and put into a container and just sent to Nigeria, willy nilly like that. And the custom has to seize it and all that, and a lot of brouhaha was made at that time. And and this dumping ground of thing about Africa, look at Pfizer, look at how they sabotage our ginger, look at how they are trying to force seedlings that are not native to us in the guise of GMOs and high productivity. Meanwhile, those are biological agents. The plants are themselves biological agents, so that when you plant them, you can never plant anything else in that region. And then they are genetically modified with fungal with a specific fungus. That fungus, attaches itself to the ginger while the ginger is growing, and then the fungus, whenever it matures, it spores, because the way fungus actually reproduce, it releases spores into the atmosphere, and then the wind carries it all. So if you are farming, say, a 20-30 acre of ginger, and just one spores, it will like devastate the whole place, and then your ginger will just die off. So Nigeria,
Do you know that they have developed a featherless chicken for higher productivity? Do you know that? And they are
yes,
test running it in Africa.
yes, I've seen it. The GMOs too, and that is why Tinubu has to be careful. Because I heard you say that it is a catch-22 situation. When Sanusi Lamido Sanusi was complaining about domestic production of food, and then you said it is a catch-22 situation, that while we need to bring down the food, we also need to ensure our local production. Well, I have news for you. We may not have that time, because the moment we keep importing these siblings, we are rendering swaths of our arable territories to the control of Monsanto and Bill Gates and all those people who are doing genetically modified stuff. And what they intentionally plan to do in the next couple of years is to control 95% of all agricultural value chain, such that there will be monopoly for food.
No, all right. Afran, let's see if we can bring other voices in. I think Ogbeni may have fallen asleep on us. Ogbeni, are you
Thank
there?
you, Ogbeni. I'm sorry for my ranting. Guys, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you can stay with us for as long as you can, unless you have to hit your bed, which I can understand. It's 4 a.m. already. So if Ogbeni is not there, then let's go to BT, who joins us. So BT, we were talking about SOWORE, and it's yet another. Anytime SOWORE comes up, it's always a Lota. So it's latest at Lota. We're talking about that, and this attempted coup that nobody is making that as big a deal of as I imagined that they would do. So floor is yours, BT.
Good evening, everyone.
Salam alaikum.
One man, come on. Let's not go that route tonight. You know what I believe in, so I don't know. Anyways, good evening, everyone. Let me just start by first say, do we even have journalists in Nigeria, like investigative journalists, because I've been watching some shows in America here, crime shows, and there's no documentary on Nnamdi Kanu from the Nigerian media, like investigative, where they produce documents, they give you the backstory to all these things. So I think the PR war machine of the obedience space is what is still keeping the man alive in prison. I won't talk so much about SOWORE'S so-called protest. We all know what that is all about. One man. I don't have to explain anything. I mean, that should explain itself.
Babati, sorry, let me tell you that yes, there is an investigative piece that was done about Nnamdi Kanu. Maybe I will. Oh, but the problem is the person who did it is Southeastern. So there is so much bias and slant to it. So I don't think it's necessary.
So you that's exactly my point. More like an objective viewpoint, where in America, I don't know if you watch American media, because they would track everything from all countries. They would travel across the world, showing you data, interviewing people. Like the way they conduct investigation here, like it's a very, very thorough. That even if you are your belief is good to one side, you can't even dispute the evidence they will present to you. But unfortunately, we don't have a very vibrant media in Nigeria that investigates stories like this. And this is what is causing the problem. And that creates an opportunity for anyone, by the way, trained media personality or anybody that knows what they're doing in that space, that it's a landmine. I believe so. If you can, it's very dangerous. There's one person I saw that did an investigation on the oil bunker thing some few months ago. Brilliant guy. But I think it was on the rise. But apart from him and a few others, I don't think we have a vibrant media that would do that. But now back to the so-called protest.
Did you watch it?
I did not watch it live. I just saw some reaction
snippet.
Yeah, on Twitter, where SOWORE was running for his day alive, while still
we no go agree. We no agree, but it was running in the other direction, but you no go agree.
We don't agree, but so it's almost like he wanted to be arrested, and I think the security agencies got an order not to pick him up, because I think we'd have done better for his cause if he was picked up. I think that's what he wanted, because he has to be part of the conversation. Maybe perhaps to renew his NGO funds. I think we can suspect that anytime that piggy bank is drying up, he has to pull one of this, stunts, so-called protest. And I think people are starting to see through him and his charades, and it's becoming obvious now. I mean, in the next couple of years, if you want to run for president, and we know what that is as well, just to stay relevant in the media space and just to keep his name out there, and it wasn't even the media. It wasn't even the darling of this obedience space a few months ago. I mean, for years they hated him for what he did. They alleged that he did to Jonathan, and now is their darling, and that tells you the mentality of that space. They're very gullible. You can easily exploit them for your own financial gain and for your own political gains. So it's not my job to tell them to change. They will evolve over time, but at what cost to their region? At what cost to their own economy? And at what cost to their own psyche? That is for them to figure out. It's not for me to to help them out. So, but anybody, as a matter of fact, if you're not from that part of the country, we all know what to say exactly. It's like one man said, like a playbook that anybody can pick up. One man, if one man picks up the same playbook today, the subscriber will double in like 2 or 3 months.
Yes, although that ship has sailed, but if I'd hopped onto the obedient trade, then we would have been batting away 10,000 people here. I was going to ask you a question actually. Do you think the wider Nigerian space, do you think they want Nnamdi Kanu freed, or is it just a vocal minority that seems to be agitating? What do you think the wider Nigerian space wants in terms of Nnamdi Kanu?
So that's the reason why I brought the investigative journalist angle to it. Like today when I was driving back home from work, there was somebody that was playing the old clips of Nnamdi Kanu calling for the head of Obasanjo if anything happens to him. He said in that audio tape that if they ever pick him up, that his followers should wipe out OBJ's family across the world. So people are reacting based, I would say they are mostly uninformed about the fact about what this guy really is and what he did, and the damage is done to the country, especially to that part of the country. So I think people are reacting based on limited information about the true activities of IPOB and ESN and all those kind of mobs. So I think government perhaps may need to start releasing some of this information to the general public. If you have to pay foreign media that can do a good job in actually producing these things for public to consume, I think it would be a good start. But I think, to your point, yeah, more people want him out, but it's not because they truly understand the true nature of his crimes. It's because they tilt towards the propaganda, because that space pretty much controls the narrative for now. And it's more like an anti-government reaction, not generally based on the facts. So that's where I'll respond to your question, man. It's not based on anything substantial, by the way. It's just based on it's fighting for his people. He just wants to guide. The whole narrative of he wants to secure his people, his region away from the Fulanis. He's fighting for their rights. Yeah, I mean, at the beginning, that's what we all thought.
Do you think his trial should be televised?
As a matter of fact, one man, I honestly think if the government really wants to help themselves, but if they do that, it will also expose, it's about government interest. Okay, secret is very lucrative in government. So there are some things that they won't want to the public space, that they don't want the public to know. Rightfully so. We should not know everything. So I don't know the level of coverage that you want, one man, but I will be for that, but I'll be very cautious, because you don't want, you're not going to expose security.
Because I feel that a lot of people don't actually know the true depth of what this guy did.
Exactly. They have no idea.
Yes. When they start to bring out the victims as witnesses, and then they start to play out because there are things that the security agencies have that we're not even aware of, but we're all like, for instance, SOWORE'S protest. There was a pre-protest that preceded that protest, which didn't really get the traction that SOWORE'S protest is getting. There was a protest that preceded that preceded that, which was organized by Ijele. Ijele Speaks that we've had there. So he organized that. And then what they did was they brought out some of the victims of this guy's excesses, and these people were describing harrowing incidents that happened to them.
Woman, I agree with you.
Just really blood curling. Yeah.
To my earlier point, why is the mainstream media not doing that? That's wonderful.
Because they are complicit now. Because the Nnamdi Kanu narrative is part of the wider Peter Obi narrative, which is the wider Tinubu narrative,
not
which
saying
is sort of a Yoruba hate hating sort of.
One man, stay with me. I'm not even saying a rise. TVC is pro-government, right?
Yeah, but TVC doesn't have the traction now. The traction is with Arise TV.
I'm saying at least you need to start producing those kind of things, or documentary channels or whatever. You need to start producing this kind of documentary. Invite the families. What I would do if I'm TVC or channels is I'm going to have a town hall meeting, right? 3-day town hall meeting about security, and I'm going to invite all these victims of Nnamdi Kanu. I will bring them on stage and have people ask them questions about the experience, because you must put human face to it, right? One man, put human face to it. Let people see who they are. It's not some fictional character somewhere. So have town hall meetings, have people express themselves, ask those people questions of what they've been through over the years. People are leaving that region in droves. So even if they release him, I'm sorry, that must has grown him. So this idea of release me today and I will stop this insecurity, that was like, that's not going to work now. It's a brand new monster on its own now. Like even he himself cannot control at this point. But you must put a human face to the atrocities of IPOB in that region, which the government is failing to do. So I don't care if they don't get any traction. You should have enough to put on the internet or to pay off media to actually cover it extensively, which they are refusing to do. So that's the way I will react to that story. Let's move on to the next one. So I keep it short.
All right, the alleged apparent coup, which actually was in the workings. Why do you think this coup narrative is not getting the prominence within the media space?
Who are the ones behind it? Do we have a name?
We have one name, but we don't have, which is some northern guy from Borno. But they are saying the arrowhead of it all is a southern governor from but who they have not yet mentioned.
Exactly. So until you can put a name to it, you cannot blame the public for not believing that, because they're going to think, oh, so you must then tell us who is behind it, why. I mean, historically, every coup in Nigeria, even the failed attempt of 1990, we had details within 3 days. Within 3, I remember, I wasn't that old then, but I remember the Vasta. No, not the Vasta. The other guy, I forgot. The guy from the Southeast. I forgot his name. The one on the IBB. Within 3 days, it was all over the news who they were, where they were coming from, what the point was. So until we can have that, I don't think that anybody will. I mean, I'm concerned, one man, by the way. I'm concerned. But I cannot say it happened or it did not happen, or I believe, without having any details. Oh, there was a coup plan. There were 16 people. We don't know because where they are from in Nigeria matters a lot in this current political climate. You cannot
they said the majority of them are northerners, but they are saying the financier is a southerner.
But
a former governor.
One man. Wait. Let me interject. Babati. The truth is of the matter is that everything you hear up until now is just conjecture, speculation, and whatever the traditional media are trying to scrap out and just try to make sense of it, because they are trying to sell information and papers and clicks and all that. But as of right now, because the way that the DIA operates and chaired by the CDS and the army chiefs, they are keeping a tight control of the information that they are bringing out. And I want to draw your attention to some few things that have happened in the last few months, so that you try to maybe you can see how they connect. Remember the Venezuela dumping of the Trump administration? Do you remember that? Do you remember the Christian genocide thing? Do you remember that? Do you remember recently the Chinese embargo on rare earth minerals? Do you remember uh, French, dislocation in the Sahelian regions, and uh, it is predicted that this is going to be one of the coldest winters that is coming, and Europe and the West are scrambling to find alternative sources, and so much has happened, and do you know that gold is over 4,000 um 4,300 per ounce right now. It has so skyrocketed, and a lot is happening. So there is this report that West Africa has been identified to have over 82% of the rare earths, although they are not, mined and, brought to a certain refinement level that can be used. A lot of countries are just still it. And Nigeria happens to have the largest deposit of these things. So I just want to bring your attention to the fact that something is happening behind the scenes, and the Christian genocide thing and all that. There is
No, what has that got to do with the coup?
I'm not.
Yeah.
Just
keep
direct
quiet,
my
keep
thought.
quiet, keep
I'm
quiet.
not discussing. I'm not discussing.
Let me just land my point, one man. Let me just land my point, one man. Tell me, in your experience, one man, when has a coup happened in the developing world, third world countries especially, where there is no, somebody who is pulling the strings, puppet master, maybe superior military power who,
Western hand. Just say Western hand. Yeah. So
yes,
so
no,
Can we?
right.
Can we just complete? Sorry, please.
no,
I'm
No,
not
I,
saying.
I I think you are taking it to the. We are taking us to
I'm
the.
not. Can I finish my
no.
please? I mean, what is
Just 1 second, please, BBT, please. I beg your pardon. Let me just finish this. So I just want to make this point. No military insurrectionist has had the wherewithal to confront, an established sovereign state, especially a state who has been, democratically elected by the indigenous people, giving a mandate to a constitutionally elected president, and then some ragtag, okay, I won't say ragtag, some compromised traitor military officers think that they can hijack power.
Take us to the point now. You're taking a long route.
The point, sorry, I'm like that sometimes. I'm long-winded. The point is that it has always been established that there is a superpower or super interest behind when military officers go to take this. Somebody is sponsoring them. We do not know who, and that is why you see that there is a muted approach to this, not to just come out and divulge it by the security, the DIA, and the security apparatus. They are trying to understand what is really happening at the depth of it. If we limit ourselves to it's Nigerian sponsors and all that, then we may be naive in how we respond. But if we widen our scope and see the interrelations of what is happening, then maybe we'll begin to understand that something fishy is going on. And let me just leave it at that.
God, that was tough. To my point, one man. What did I say? I said we don't know whether internal or external influence. So it still covers that same thing that you just spent 10 minutes saying. We don't know what we don't know. So it's not about who did or who did not do it. What I was saying is we don't have any information as the general public. I don't know what Hassan was. One man, can I just? That was tough.
Do you think the coup actually? Do you think there was actually an attempted coup? Because everybody believes that there was, but not a serious one. Not people really equipped. Yeah.
What
The
is happening?
woman, why did the government refuted the claim that there was no coup?
Yeah, but that's the standard response now.
No, that is not.
So
There is an
what is standard about? So they will now come back again and tell us that there
No,
was.
no, they don't want. Like Hassan said, they're still at the investigative stage, and they don't want to create the panic, and they don't also want to feed into the people that have been. You do you remember when the obedience space went in front of the defense headquarters and say army takeover? So they don't want to feed into that and give them that will boil. They don't want that to boil them up.
Well, they shouldn't tell the come back to the public and tell the public that was in. That is emphatic. You understand? They shouldn't be emphatic about it now. They should
They weren't
agree that.
no, they weren't emphatic or they were ambiguous. They said that it was a disciplinary matter. They were quite vague in what they said now.
So the point here is that we cannot make any comment until they come back to give us an official statement about what transpired, because it was first reported by Sahara reporters, and people were like, "Oh, it's SOWORE'S newspaper." Then Premium Times came out with their own piece. Then a couple of news story organizations came out. So you are having these leaks here and there about the event. So what we should do is wait for the official response of the government. Like to one man's point, maybe they still kind of their own investigation because they don't want to create panic. So I think I will just leave. Woman, let me just move on before we derail it into something else. I don't know. Yeah, please.
All right, but it was actually planned to be a very brutal event. They were going to take down Shetima and Tinubu at the independence celebration. That's what they said.
Right. So because I was like surprised that Tinubu spent October 1st in Lagos instead of Abuja. So apparently, according to them, it was because they got wind of it and that's why they didn't have the parade in Abuja like they usually do. So let's look for the official response. Let's move on to the next topic so I can round this up.
All right. We were also somewhat just on a light-hearted something. We were talking about Regina Daniels. I'm not quite sure if you follow that sort of space or not.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing with that. I'm going to keep it very short and very brief. I don't think it's more like and I told you so. You remember? I think she was dating somebody, and when she went for the older guy, she went online and started abusing people that they were jealous of our relationship. So you cannot then come back to the same people to come to looking for sympathy. Yeah, sorry, everything. You cannot come and then because you abused the public 5 years ago, then you cannot then come back on the same media looking for doesn't make sense to me. I mean, she went for the money. I don't think it has anything to do with abuse, in my opinion. I think it's more of she thought she was going to be the last boss stop for the man. I think the man marrying somebody, is he from Morocco or somebody? Morocco or that new brother, that guy is now Paris.
Is she not the last wife? I thought she was the last wife.
No, the Moroccan is after her.
The newest wife, maybe not the last one.
Exactly. So she thought maybe I'm the last boss stop for this guy. Then he goes and then picks somebody up again, and the guy's no longer moving around with her. He's now moving around with the Moroccan lady now. So I think that's where that's coming from. It's got nothing to do with and there was also reported,
I think that Moroccan girl is prettier than Regina Daniels anyway.
To each one is on. You with your Tudun narrative, that one, God will help you, but let it that aside. But the point here is that she went for the other guy. The guy found somebody else, but there's also reports that I read that Ned also released a report that Regina is on drugs, that she abuses drugs. Did you read that, woman?
Yeah, I saw it in passing. Yes, I didn't know it would have degenerated to that level. So it's now going to be a media mudslinging.
So the thing about women like that get exposed to wealth and other women men early is that it will be hard for her to get with somebody else that cannot match that level of influence in society or maintain a so-called lifestyle.
Just on a whim, she will hop on a private jet to Dubai. Who can afford that?
Yeah, exactly. So she's going to probably stick around, but let's just move on to something else. Sorry. You know, those kind of relationships. I don't. It's a very complicated. You know, that's your grandfather for God's sake. You know, but hey,
who was it? Was it Dewale? He was saying that even Regina Daniel's mother, maybe it was even myself that said it. Even Daniel's mother, is still too young for Nedumoko. Even her mother is still young for Nedumoko.
Yeah,
You know, he married at 18, 19, and it was like 69, 72 then.
yeah. So, like to my earlier, I think that she thought she was going to be the last bus stop for him. So I think he's still out there. He's still very active, and he probably marry somebody else after this Moroccan as well. So that's his. He has the money. He has the resources. So, oh my,
Àbọ̀nfẹ̀ jẹ́ wọn sára ẹ̀jí ni àbí
you know,
ó ń fi wọ́n ṣètùtù kan ni
they're
àbí nǹkan
father,
kan bẹ́ẹ̀.
they're father. But you know, those. Let's not say that in public. You know, but maybe in private we can. But publicly, let me just stick with this narrative. But it should be obvious to one man.
BT, is it about the age or the society these days? We have seen younger men and women that have gotten married, and their marriage is not even lasted up to this one. So why are we linking the problem to the age difference or whatever?
No. What I'm saying is that if she had married him and said nothing in public, nobody would care. The issue I have is that she was lambasting people publicly for questioning her choice. Remember, she was dating somebody publicly. She was like a fellow actor or whatever. And when she dumped that guy publicly, by the way, people were making fun of the guy that, oh, you are broke. We don't complain. We know, but she went for. So people are supporting her doing that. When she got with the rich guy, she started abusing the public, like, man, shut up, blah blah blah.
But BT, at a time, you know
Sorry, Simba. Ṣé kí n fi lẹ̀ kí n lọ sùn kẹ́ ẹ ṣọ́ọ̀tẹ̀ dáhùn tẹ́ bá ṣe tán.
Simba, do you have the admin thing?
Yes.
Yeah, it does. So it might be no joke. All right. So everyone. I'm going to take my leave now. I leave it in the capable hands of Simba and BT. Dewale is here as well. Hassan, but Ogbeni is here in body but not in spirit. I think he's probably dreaming of some Russian girl with long legs as we speak now. You know those dreams. I'm sure BT still has those dreams.
No. What woman do you? That was the topic, right? Any other topic that I missed or something? I think that was pretty much.
No, we were wrapping it around pretty much those spaces, but I know you will have something on Ogun State, or that suddenly turns into a hero.
Oh man, I have issues with him, but don't get it twisted. The only reason why I don't bring up roads in the West is because we know. By the way, there's a new twist in Ogun now. We have a new contender now because everybody kept saying yeah, but guess what? Somebody else is in the picture, and they have now introduced, for the first time in Ogun history, they have now introduced religion into Ogun politics. I'm a Muslim, he's a Christian, so that's also playing. Maybe in a few months we will talk about it more on the platform.
But historically, you've always had a Christian governor in Ogun State.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying that historically, it's never really been an issue that somebody is Christian or Muslim, but because the guy wants to. The guy is from.
Is it that Murik guy again that is causing trouble in Ogun State?
I forgot the name of the guy. It's a former ambassador to the UK. I forgot his name. He wants to run for. So he's a Muslim and he's introducing this, but he's very conservative. Yeah, so he's bringing that dynamic into Ogun politics, which I think will not work. But one man, go to bed. Let me leave you. Let me let you.
All right. Let me play you guys a couple of clips. Maybe it will stimulate some form of conversation. They were claiming that they were shot at the. No, actually, this explains why Nnamdi Kanu's brother and lawyer were arrested.
You arrested Nnamdi Kanu's brother,
Emmanuel Kanu, yes.
And you arrested his lawyer too.
Barrister Aloy, yes.
Why?
Because they insisted on making way to the restricted areas. And not just two of them, 6 others were also arrested around Transcorp for this same reason. So we arrested a total of 8 of them. They are currently at the state CID. And once we conclude our investigation, just like we said in our statement, that anybody who violated that court order would be arrested, diligently investigated, and prosecuted. So once we conclude that, which we should tonight, then they'll be prosecuted immediately. In less than 24 hours, they will be facing the court.
So now, people are going to be prosecuted because they are exercising their constitutional rights.
No, you are getting it wrong.
The question is that are they aware? Would any citizen be prosecuted for an offense he or she is not aware of? And that's why we're asking, where is the court order? How many you went to court ex parte to get the court order, but you never made it available to Nigerians.
They were arrested not for carrying out their lawful duties, but for contravening a valid court order.
A court order that was not made available to the public.
The court order is there, and in our statement on Saturday, we mentioned the court, we mentioned the judge, we mentioned the court order number, we mentioned everything. We were so plain, we made it clear, and we also warned
that interrupting me.
Oh, sir.
No, sorry, not you, sorry.
So that was that. So that explains then why Kanu's. I wonder if they'll put Kanu's brother in the same DSS facility as him. At least maybe they can be speak.
One man. Why should Kanu lawyer be on the street instead of going to be in the court fighting for him?
That was my question. No, I was asking Ogbeni that. Yes. I was saying, Simba, that it's enough to strike him off because the matter is in court. Is an officer of the court, that lawyer, and these people are protesting then to try and impede the legal process.
Woman, you know what? Let me take that my earlier comment back. I think I agree with you now. They should make this court hearing. They should make it public. We should. I think Nigeria needs to for it to be a public, like the broadcast should be made, like is it live or whatever? What's it called? Like, yeah. You know what, woman? I agree with you.
But BT, you think that Nigerians are not aware of the?
They are not. No. Trust me.
They are. Let me tell you. Wait, BT.
So sorry, Simba. Let me drop quietly. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Carry on.
Okay, BT. Let me tell you this. You know, if you look at the way these people work, if I tell you this marginalization that the Southeasterner has been crying about has been there since 1938. They normally use it as a political weapon to get more, whatever, whether infrastructure or more allocation to their own side. They've been using it, so it's a political weapon. Now they've been saying it and they have been passing it from generation to generation. And now, even people that doesn't even know what happened in the past now sympathized with them. And that's why you see some Yorubas that will sympathize with that kind of story. But this one also that we are talking about, Kanu case, because there have been still fear in people. The way he carry out his activities, there have instilled fear. People are afraid of coming out to say the truth. And that is why it seems as the people that are in support appear to be more, because they can speak boldly because they are covered, than the people that speak against. So if we put it into an election, you discover that majority of people are actually not comfortable with activities, but they cannot come out on social media or whatever because they are scared of their life.
So, but we cannot also say that there are others that are also misinformed that need that information out there. Is what I'm saying. There are others that might not be from that region that just jump on the bandwagon, like you said. Those are the people that I was talking about. That they have no clue. All they know is we heard that some freedom fighter is fighting somewhere and it's being held by the government.
The videos are there. People are sharing it every day.
There's one I heard today on X. You know, people have all this recording that it was people. That one even shocked me. The guy was even calling for the head of Obasanjo. Like if anything happens to him, is IPOBIA members to unalive all OBJ family members across the world. They were playing the recordings.
You are forgetting when he put a ransom on Wiki also.
So I'm like that. You cannot tell me that's freedom of speech now. Imagine in America, somebody says, puts bands on Trump's head, and it goes up and you see that on YouTube or whatever. They will have picked that person up within the minute. So, and to my surprise, it's always the Nigerians abroad that are supporting this. They live in a country that will not imagine in your country, Saudi Arabia, or even in the UK. You can't say that now. But our Nigerians in those same countries will be the ones defending this. So my question is, if the guy in Finland was sent to 6 months in prison and is a junior officer of this guy, so how this guy should be looking at he should be looking at life imprisonment or even treason like that by hanging.
And that is what I was saying earlier. Okay, now if the subordinate of this guy was, sentenced, he's sentenced in Finland, and the culprit himself in our own country will now, what would that make? They just make a mockery of our judicial system and even our image as a country, that we are not serious.
So even the political leaders, they would talk tough in public. There was this House of Rep member from the Southeast that was.
No, that's Kanu now. That's the deputy.
No, not him. Somebody else. It's like, I have blah 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 blah. Do you know what the speaker said? The speaker said, "Mr. Man, you have my phone number. I know you personally. What you're saying, you can have told me personally that there's no need to make a show of this. But he has to do that for the Ipobians. It's working for us. But the point is that behind the scenes, it doesn't mean what he's saying. It's BSing the public. So the speaker was pretty much saying, guy, I know you now. What are you doing? You don't really mean what you're saying. So they come to and say, oh, free Nnamdi Kanu, freeing him from this. But behind the scenes, they don't want him released. Even in that Southeast, they don't want him released. That's the reason why he's still there. But I think that the case in Finland pretty much stalled any political solution. That one has sailed now. Simba, he has to put up his defense. And he keeps stalling this. Because I don't think he has any defense against the crimes that the allegation.
Emperor Laja.
Oh, yeah, Ola.
Don't you think that this Nnamdi Kanu thing is a noise for this governor? For this government?
Ola, before you go ahead, did you hear what I said? I said this guy put a fatwa on your man, on Obasanjo. Did you hear that tape?
Who?
Nnamdi Kanu. I heard that clip today. That if they pick him up, is Ipobians should wipe wipe out his generation globally. People have all these audio tapes.
Because the problem is this: it was a mistake that Obasanjo was not the one in power that time. Maybe by now his case will have been decided.
The
thing
you see, Obasanjo is playing politics with his case now.
Just wait. Leave Obasanjo. Baba is just engaging himself.
They are all doing Shekushe now. It's all Shekushe.
Yeah, so Baba just needs something to do exercise. So he knows. See, the thing is this: what I would have really appreciated in this government is, whatever is happening now was what Buhari created, and I think Tinubu can do something in the sense that if they can accelerate the case of this guy, so at least to do something. Because the thing is this: all those people saying free, I don't understand what they are talking about. Because to me, I didn't support how it was picked up, how it was picked up, and I didn't support how it was picked up, how it was picked up, and I didn't support how it was picked up. Where am I echoing? What's happening there?
So one no void me. Only one.
Èmi kọ́ mi ò mọ kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣé kí ni ẹ̀ ń repeat ara ẹni. I don't understand what is happening to.
No, that's you now. You're the one that has your mic on. So.
No, yeah, I have my mic on, but the thing was repeating itself. That's why I was surprised.
No, you're okay now. You're good now.
Yeah. So the thing is, I think the like of Sowore, well, is free to protest, but sometimes, èèyàn lè gbẹ́bọ kọjá oríta when you carry your sacrifice beyond the T-junction. Everybody may be seeing the way, by you are the one causing this thing. Much of this thing, first of all, did you put on your TV? So the thing I was expecting, I be expecting from him is the thing I be expecting from him is to, when you are going to protest, don't go to Aso Rock. You just heard recently that some people tried to plan a coup, and you were so stupid. And where you wanted to protest, you now went to Aso Rock. Are you mad? She won't tell any. I think sometimes you may be doing something good by saying you are an activist, but when you are now taking a step beyond what it's supposed to be, why Aso Rock? Not at this time. I know it's just like you are trying to blackmail the government. That's why you went to that place. You could have gone to other places and made your protest. And even when you are not protesting now, let us even look at what you are even protesting against. Someone is being charged for treason and some kind of felony or whatever, something related to terrorism. You should not be associating yourself. The best you could have done is to mount pressure so that the judicial, the process, the court can speed up the process and pass whatever sentence, even if they are going to free him. But you should be ashamed that you are in a country that you maybe still carrying the green card of a country where they cannot even tolerate terrorism for just a second. Where you dare not do that such of kind of thing for a second, and they not born you well, make something like that happen in the US, and you now pledge support. You don't do that. In as much that some of us were not happy with the way you were initially picked, but your activities has since shown that you are not the person, you are not kind of person that should get the sympathy of the public. I was listening to all those people that were reporting to him during the answers. The way it was asking people that any police they see, they should pay the police. And someone now want to compare that guy and Sunday Igboho. I think anybody that went ahead today to protest on behalf of those guys, I think I don't know. Maybe they have one question or the other to answer.
No, but so he said that they were protesting for the unconditional release of Nnamdi Kanu.
That's stupidity. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
No, that's what I wanted to, so that you know that's what.
Why unconditional? So if you have your evidences that this guy did nothing, protest to speed up so that governments will not be holding. You understand? If you have come out that okay, we are protesting so that the judicial process can be sped up, that's not completely understandable.
But Ola, why do we do what about? Our what about in that country is becoming crazy. Every time we use what about to justify illicit things. Okay, now you see people say, okay, what about bandits being freed? What about this? What about that? What about? So why do we normally do what about whenever we want to even enforce any kind of law in that country? When you talk about corruption, people will do what about with this. Okay, is it the only one? What about this person? What did you do about? Okay, so why do we normally do what about?
That's the sentiment most Nigerians
Well,
use. It's just a sentiment.
you should understand that we are not the same, and our country is all about tribalism. And the thing is this: sometimes many of us that we think knows better don't know anything, don't really understand how things should run.
Oh,
That's
Ola,
why that's why you will see some people.
Ola, can
they
you hear
really,
me?
I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead.
That's why some people were so eager, were very ready to celebrate coup protests in Nigeria. You know, I read some kind of misled people on X that were saying, oh, that they prefer even the military, anything. You say you heard the word, they prefer anything to Tinubu government.
That is because of tribalism and hatred, unnecessary hatred. Okay, that's the only reason. No any other reason. And those people that we have witnessed military governance in Nigeria, we will never, I repeat, never pray for such a military intervention in that country. A military intervention in that country today, that means that country will split immediately. And
I said,
sorry, you come again. And if the rumor coup was true, and they said that most of the people that planned the coup are from the northern part of the country, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to do? Do you think a coup will happen now, and most of the military staff will come from the north? What would the south do? Even the super people that they think they don't like the current president, that means even your man can be arrested and put into jail.
They never know anything.
They never understand what they.
Those people that they are on that X that are talking now anyhow. They didn't understand when the like of Franco Menka was the director of military intelligence and some other people. They didn't understand anything. All those when military when guys were reigning, that you talk against the military, you will just disappear on the street and you will never be found forever. They don't understand. You know, they don't know that all these things they are talking on social media, that some of them will have gone missing on the road.
Since when? They dare not say pen.
You understand?
They will pick up their family and they
but guys, let's assume that the story is true, that there was an attempt.
It was true. Don't even say whether it is true.
Okay. Now, if it is now, let's assume if it is successful, you know, it will be like that January 1966 coup. Because what they will do? They will bring some Yoruba guys in to give it some kind of coloration, like what happened in 1966 when the so-called the Igbo coup, that they now put some maybe one or two Yorubas there, and so that you can give it like, okay, it has a nationalistic coloration. I don't know who at this stage, at 21st century, somebody will be planning a coup. So we will now have a military government in a country like Nigeria.
Simba, to me, I think in my own mind, I think the best thing for that country, it might look a little bit biased. I think we should just go total regionalism. Because at a stand, we should tell ourselves the truth. We don't like one another.
Remy, let me say this. If you have been reading books of what happened pre and post independence, you will not be talking. That regional this thing was a problem that time. Real problem. If you see the kind of
no, Simba. The question is this now. Hold on, Remy, hold on. See, we can't dispel everything. There's no system that is perfect. When we say this one is a problem, the old one is a problem, it now becomes the questions, what exactly do you want? Now, we realize during the regional, hold on. We realize, okay, maybe we just even came here together. I don't even know.
Oh, excuse me, Ola, if I would I be able to come back if my system's logged out?
Yes.
Okay.
We have Simba Ola.
Yeah, but we pay $1,000 please for you to know. So what we are saying is this: with this, the first republic was not perfect, but based on the fact and figure, everybody was growing at its own pace. You understand? It was the selfishness of some people that brought them to power. Forget about the excuses they were given. They too, they were power drunk. The military, when they got to that place, whosoever sponsored them, I think they don't really care. They only care if you support them. If you don't support them, they will F you up.
Ola, let me ask you this. Do you know the number of attempts pre-independent 1953, the Northerners, they threatened to pull out of Nigeria, even when they were still practicing regional government in 1953, in 1962, and in 1966.
Okay.
You understand? Let me finish now. You know, if it's because maybe we were not alive, and maybe we don't have a preview to what really happened. You know, that regional district, unless I don't know whether they are going to now do it.
Okay,
maybe,
Simba, what about this one?
Because the only thing that we see, wait, because you are the advocate of every time resource control, that's what you come and tell us every time.
Okay.
The problem, let me tell you, it's not only about resources. You understand? There are some. Let me tell you, the northern region that we're now looking at, if they are the one that actually prevented everybody to live today. They were actually the first that was, in fact, Muritala at that time, immediately after the July 1966 coup, the first thing they said was them to secede away from Nigeria. And it was the British High Commission, and the American embassy and some senior civil servants from the north that actually prevented them from seceding from Nigeria at that time. So to me, all these things that we are saying, go back to regional, this thing, what are they even doing at that time? It was, they are doing it 50, 30, 20, even the resources. Okay, if something is coming out from your own region, you take 50% of it, you put 30% into the national district that everybody will share, and 20% for custom, military, and the rest. You know, so how do you now want to do it differently now that it
still when we say regional, you understand? Because there are some things now that are coming now that even make a person like me favor the regional government more. Look at the military recruitment now. People from the south, they don't want to enroll. People from the north, they are enrolling. If things continue this way, the southern part of the country we cry foul tomorrow that, oh, marginalization. Why are the people from the south not joining? They said, okay, whenever they recruit them, they will carry them to the hottest place so that they go pay them. They will say the northern counterparts, they begin promotion. That's the kind of rumor excuses in the marketplace. So when we look at that, when we look at that, and I said, okay, what about going regional? We are still the same. Should we say we want to be the same country, but let us go regional. Let every region have their own military structure in such a way that the South will not have more military than Southwest.
Where is that practice? Where you have?
We are just talking. The fact that it's not practiced does not mean that you cannot evolve something. Something is not practiced.
Do you know the danger of that?
See, no matter
why, okay, no, we that we are discussing state police here. Wait now.
It's just a suggestion. I'm not saying they are going to do it. I'm just
that suggestion should not even come in the first place now.
No such thing that no suggestion should not come in. You know, when you are in some brainstorming session and you start giving idea. People will be discussing the merit and dismerit. So no such thing as it should not come, no matter how stupid the idea may be. So what we are saying is this. All I'll be speaking to is just to make sure that one region does not dominate the other, because it was the fear of that domination that Sir Ahmadu Bello said no, not will go, that they were not going to join Nigeria. It took Awolowo and some people to persuade that, look, we are going to put in a system that will not make a particular region be subordinated to the other region. So Awolowo favored federal system. Maybe let's just call it some kind of the confederation, confederation federal. Then the southeastern part, just because they were the one dominating, obviously, in the civil service, they believe that it has to be unitary, because to them, they were looking at their own side only. They were downplaying the downplaying the strength of others. Because one thing in life is this: when you are dealing with human, no matter how position you are, never downplay someone that you think is senseless. The fact that the person is not well-read like you, that the person you think is not being position, it's not position like you, does not mean the person is empty upstairs. Okay, we had the federal system, and that region that created that thing, they will still come to you today. They will tell you that, oh, it's federal, all those kind of things. But your leaders miraculously escape while you pie other leaders, and you want people to AB, come into the room, don't shout, come into the room and come and engage. So don't be an armchair commentator. Let us come to this forum and let us speak. So what we are saying is this: they crashed the system thinking they will continue to dominate. What happened? Those people you look down upon, they took over. Right? They took over. That's telling you that there's no system that is perfect. So, but what we are saying is this: at least if you allow me to go and develop at my own pace, and you stay within your region, you develop in your own pace, and you remove all this whatever that is going to be federal, majorly, there should be a system that makes sure that you distribute something that is federal accordingly, so that you don't allow a region to dominate the other region. So that's what we're saying. So now you have university within your region, you control. You have your civil service, you control. You have your port, you control. You have your land, you control. You have your dam, everything, and your electricity, you control everything. That's what I'm saying. But if military is even threatening, you put a regional structure to the extent that you may have just one commander in chief, just for saying.
Let me ask you this. Okay, all these things that you are talking now, at least those were the structure that those days. Why did you not think some people will not come and say, okay, they want to make it a unity government instead of a regional government? Why did you think they did that?
Because that's what they wanted before the independence. That's what they wanted. So it's just this idea of trying to dominate. You see what we are saying? They wanted that thing before independence. But there were 3 regions. There were 3 regions, right? 2/3. 1. Okay, the North wanted to go, but Awolowo and some other people persuaded. Azikiwe insisted on unitary. But the 2 regions agreed on federal system, the regional structure we had. So there's no way one will just move. But don't forget that during that time too, who were dominating the military in the within the officer cadre? The same region. The same region. So they technically believe they were in control. So they use that military strength just to dominate. For those people that are talking of the military now, because they don't really understand. If military take over now, they'll be the first to shout that North is dominating them tomorrow because they are not even looking at what is on ground. So that's why I'm saying that it is so simple. Okay, like correct me if wrong. As far as based on what I read, the military those days too was regionalized. But what I'm saying now in this instance is that if we can have the regional structure for military, even you can still call it federal, but make sure that no region dominate the other region. The way we are going to structure our military, that's what I'm saying. Don't let any particular region dominate the other. No matter whatever the way you mark it out, but the key point is this: don't allow a region.
Which region are we even talking about now?
We have 6 geopolitical zone now. And don't forget that they created some kind of development for each geopolitical zone.
It's still based on geopolitical zone now.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: if you have 3-star general from South.
Hola.
Okay.
This is the issue. We keep using geopolitical zone is not constitutional. So when they're sharing all these positions on paper, they don't consider what we think they should consider. So we are the ones saying southwest, southeast. It doesn't exist on paper. It doesn't.
Even if it doesn't exist, we can make it exist. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. But this attitude of they did not give Southwest this one, they did not give Southwest this one. When the sharing formula, everything does not reflect what we think it should reflect, then that should be what we should be advocating for. And also, by the way, people like the people from Kwara and Kogi should decide where they belong. I've always said this, Ola. Months ago, I have friends from Kwara who tell me, "Oh, we are one North because of Yoruba doesn't matter." They are the ones claiming they want to join us now. Let young fly dick belly one.
No, I don't want to infiltrate the law in Kwara State to join us. Let them stay where they are. I don't care. Let them stay.
But my point is,
we are not religious fanatics in the Southwest, so let them stay where they are for the religious fanatics.
But now, so because they might bring that so my point is that they should have a say.
No. So excuse me. So if you are talking about Kwara, you are equating Kwara to Ilori. Is that what you are saying?
Oh, yeah, we let know.
Okay, that's a correction, but okay.
But the point
is one of them.
The point I'm making is that those in that part of Nigeria, they are stuck where they are considered Northerners, but when it comes to power sharing, then they become Yorubas. So they're in a lose-lose situation. So they should be able to. I don't care the kind of
what Ola is even proposing. How can you be proposing regional with their military? You've already you created country.
You have
created the country, so there's no need to say that immediately if you do that is the end of Nigeria as a country.
Because we know, like I've always told you, creating some form of regional government is a stepping stone to breaking up the country, but a more peaceful pathway, which I want, by the way. That is a more peaceful pathway.
AB is from Ilorin, AB is from Kwara State. Yes, you can go and join North Central, no problem. We don't want fanaticism in South.
AB, listen, AB.
Agbayani, don't mind him.
We're not discussing your part of the. You can join them. T1 answer, not you. So nobody is discussing AB. So don't mind. But I'm saying that people like AB at least should have a choice to decide where they want to stay. Is my point. They should be the one with the referendum. Like, who do you want to stay with? Are you not? Are you? So they should be able to decide. You can't lump people up together now. unfairly, by the way, and they have no say, and they have no political power, no economic strength, and I think it's unfair to them. So that's what I'm saying. So until we can put this so-called sixth geopolitical zone on paper and make it official, then we should stop wasting our time. You know, we still have north, east, and west on paper. That's what we have on west. We don't have anything called south, south or southeast or northeast. Does not exist. But to the Nnamdi Kanu thing,
But Nnamdi
yes.
Kanu is not the one saying they should free himself now. It is the people. Okay, the question
He
that I
does
want
not want to. No, Simba, it's been stalling for 4 years now. Over face trial is my point. Eruba, will you win?
So if he knows that, okay, so his supporters, why are they now saying that he should be freed?
No,
then
because
what does somebody like? I think SOWORE'S
no,
is using
listen,
it
Simba,
to strategize
this is
for
the
his
point.
future.
What they were hoping for is that it will stall, then they will find a political solution where they will say, take him home, you cannot move, But after the case in Finland, that political solution is over, because there's no way Samuel Ekpa goes to prison for 6 years and they let you go in Nigeria. Will it possible? So that window is already closed.
Exactly.
So now resulting to this whatever they are doing now in Abuja.
And he's not only even asking for Kanu now. He's also talking about Igbo marginalization. Your brother now, SOWORE.
Don't mind him. I think it's not the sentiment.
Brother, the man says, say, only Jolo.
Babati, it's not the sentiment they always use. If you look at which region is the locust Nigeria, they are the one. Because when you consider so many factors, when you consider they have had all the political posts in this world, they even had more. And when you look at everything, they enjoy more. When you look at during the Obasanjo regime, during Jonathan regime, even when you talk about all these, when we have all these military leaders, there are so many of them in power also. And when you look at in terms of landmass compared to the rest of the region, they are enjoying. And most of their people, they don't always stay at home. They will leave
they are about the same size as Oyo State.
Niger State is what I'm just trying to say is that look at it this way. They are the one that they move around throughout the other region of Nigeria to do their business.
That's correct.
To settle there. And when you are there, your children will go to school, free education, or whatever thing they are doing in that state. They will use the state resources like what do you call it, hospitals and the rest. But when you now go to the region, how many people from other regions are they moving to the southeast? When we continue to checks and balances, you will discover that they are the luckiest one, and they always use this sentiment. They are
Uncle Remy, that's why I want this regional thing. You see why I want that thing regional is this. If you are from Southwest region, because this is the way to send people to the region and go and develop their region so that they don't create problem for other regions. If you are from other regions, if you want to come to university in Lagos State, where someone that is from Southwest, we pay 100,000, you will pay 1 million. You will pay 1 million. There are now. I will stop there. I will go and do this health insurance. Health insurance will be for the people of that region. So if your governor is investing your money and you are looking away, but you are coming to Lagos, you are coming to Ogun State, you are coming to your state to fight. You understand? When the indigenous of those places are paying absolutely nothing because of the health insurance, if you don't have in your state, you will pay through your nose. We have to set some kind of detriment that will force every region to develop. This may sound like, oh, this guy is stubborn, this guy is, it's not wickedness. You just have to force people to be sensible. when you have people that don't know how to hold their leaders to accountability, that only what they do is to blame and blame and blame and blame others for their own problem, you need to put a system in place as a detriment. It simply means so you see this idea of indigenship and all those kind of story we are saying, that's why we should not even encourage all those kind of silliness, all those kind of stupidity. Because what really matters, they are not running after all those stuff. So there should be a system that will force you to go and tell your leader to do the right thing. All the six geopolitical region should be competing. They should be competing. So in America today, I know state by state, you understand, you want to school in Georgia, someone living in Georgia where they will be paying, I'm just giving an example, when they will be paying 800, you are coming from Illinois, maybe you'll be, for the same cost, you'll be paying like 2,500.
Ola, look at it this way. There's one thing in particular that I notice about an average Nigerian. If one state or one region is developing, then you see that unnecessary jealousy, envy, and hatred. Nobody stop. In fact, if I were governor of small states in Nigeria, with that kind of double allocation or triple allocation you are getting now, it does not stop you from developing your state. Look at Lagos, for example. I will say this. Yeah.
Look at Bayelsa for it. It should be like heaven now. With the kind of
and Delta State.
And Delta. Look at Akwa Ibom is a good place to live, but they are not leveraging, inviting people to continue to, manufacture something there so that it can attract more people to live there. I just want to use an example of Lagos State, for example. The light rail that we have in Lagos State, if you go to other countries, these are projects undertaken by country. And if a state like Lagos continue to plan ahead, forget about whether the point is that it's easy to do business there and it's easy for you to realize your dream. And because of this, it will attract a lot of people to go to this state. It's just simple. If Lagos is not doing the right thing, you will go there. If you cannot realize nothing there, will you go there? Nobody go there. So as more people are trooping in there and they are leveraging the revenue they are making, see, they are done with blue right lane. In the next by next year, they will finish the old stretch of blue line. They will start the green line, maybe early next year or maybe before the end of this year. They will start that one. So sometimes when I look at a state like Oyo State, what are you leveraging against this state, against Lagos? At least you're supposed to be at 50% development of Lagos State. Ogun State is supposed to be like 75% of development of Lagos State, which we have not. So I'm still pissed. Let me finish. I'm still a little bit not happy with Ogun State totally, but we have wake up, but we have not done more than enough. So when you continue to now just oppose them by one after another, it's a shame.
All those states that you mentioned, what is their development plan? Did they have
that's exactly what I'm trying to say. That
because they don't have a stable political distance.
Remy, let me say something about that of your state you said. Maybe the governor Makinde should, if he can hear us or someone can just say the guy should be ashamed of himself. You understand? Someone that is telling us that guy is brilliant and say all those kind of things. I'm ashamed. The guy lacks. He might have done well to some people. He lacks critical thinking.
What did he say?
Okay, he didn't say okay. Now, when he was engaging with Umai on this kind of cost per kilometer just to get popularity, all those stuff, I said if I happen to be from Oyo State, I would have questioned this guy.
But Ola, 4 days later, they were hanging out in Ogun State now with Dakpo. You know, Dakpo is mom turned 90 years old. They were all hanging out 4 days.
I'm not talking of Dakpo. I'm talking of Makinde.
Makinde was there too. As a matter of fact, they had a picture on Twitter tagged the civil engineer, the chemical engineer. They were hanging out. They were all laughing. So Makinde, Umayi and that.
No, Babati, here what I was even going to, it's not even that, I'm going to something. Now, Ibadan happened to be the center of Western region power those days. So in Oyo State, we have at least, we should be having at least up to 3 to 4 dairy farm. Then we have a lot of dams, both federal and the state. Now, this is the question. When you look at people like Makinde that is talking, if the guy really have kind of sense of how to be productive as a governor, you have at least 4 good dams in Oyo State. My question now is this: are we now planting maize around the year today? Are we planting rice 365 days in a year? What I'm saying in essence is this: what has it done with those dams there? If there was anybody that was supposed to be fighting when Buhari wanted to hijack all water resources in Nigeria, a person like that guy should be fronting. Because you see, those dams, because when we say we should be controlling resources, I've told people, I've said it over and over here. Resources to me is not oil, all those stuff. You understand? This is the type of resources I'm talking about. You have dam there, but you are not producing. Ibadan should be leading in production of corn. Let me call maize, rice, all those things, because you have water resources for irrigation. If people are taking over all those places as those farmland that were earmarked by the government before, when the military was there, you understand, relocate them, clear that place, restore that thing for the purpose it is for.
Ola,
Yeah.
What do you think is responsible for the GDP of your state?
Well, you tell me.
It's agriculture.
Okay.
You understand? He might say that he's not doing enough, but in the western, the southwest, Oyo State is the agriculture hub.
Are we now planting corn 365 days? I made specific example. Are we planting rice 365 days?
Hola.
You cannot be talking about, when you talk about agriculture, our land is not for rice. It's not for rice.
That's not true. You
should be talking about what we have
advantage. That is not true. Don't go there.
Allow. Listen to
I'm hearing you like that.
In economic and business, what is the first rule? Focus on your strength.
Exactly.
You can build rice, but what
to be planting rice, planting sweet potato, planting
cassava, that is your thing. That you can dominate the market. Remember, it's a global market now.
Don't make a mistake. I just made an example. Ask yourself why did the like of a federal government and Awolowo, why did they put all those dams in place? First of all, you should go and ask for all those things, just for us to be sufficient when it comes to food production. Now, because I mentioned rice, I mentioned all those stuff, doesn't mean I'm limiting. Are we talking of tomatoes? Are we talking of pepper? Are we talking of other things? Are we saying
we're doing our time?
Simba, hold on. Ekiti plant rice. All this our land is not for rice, all those kind of things. Don't tell me. Go to Igbemo Ekiti, go to Ire Ekiti, go to Ekere Ekiti. I don't ask people what you don't know.
All those if we are talking about agriculture in the west, in the southwest, we should even be talking about revamping of our cocoa, kola nut, and all those things that we have.
That is not. I'm asking you, why did Awolowo and Co build Ogbese River Basin? Why did they build all those dams? Why did they build all those? So
the dam is for rice. They built it because of rice.
Guy, just stop this story. Just understand. I've repeated this thing. Sometimes. I mention rice. It doesn't mean I just say crop. Just mention crop.
Yes.
Crop. Does that mean that it's only rice? Just say crop. I will just an example.
Ola, you are partially right, because when we talk about Ofada rice is being planted.
We plant rice in Ekiti. You are telling me story.
So we cannot say that the southwest they don't have land for rice plantation. They do have. But maybe we have jettisoned it. We don't normally. Actually, what happened to the southwest is this: sometimes when you are too educated or too exposed, sometimes you might think that some things you are doing before you don't want to do it anymore. And that is what happened to us. Because we're enlightened and exposed, we leave all those, we think farming, even if my father is a farmer, why would I touch that? I want to work in the office. Unfortunately, there's no office job like before. It's now about skills and what you can and creativity. So if you can use your creativity to generate, to come up with a good idea about business, fine. I think what we should do is that most of our people that live in interland, there should be kind of support for them so that they can go back to the farm and till the land. At least if you can feed yourself.
If we let me tell you, when you talk about protein in Nigeria, that three major proteins that we produce in Nigeria. We produce meat, which can be in form of cow meat, sheep, or goat. Then we produce fish, and then we produce poultry. When you look at poultry, you understand the two states that produce most of the poultry that we consume in Nigeria is Ogun and Oyo State. The only breeding companies that we have in Nigeria that breeds all these broilers and all these pullets for egg and the cockerel. You can only find them in Ibadan, in Oyo State. So if you have advantage of all this, that's what I'm saying. It's not about just looking about everything and tomato, whatever.
Simba, there's something. No, Remy, hold on. There's something you do when someone suggests solution. You can always add your own solution without discarding other solution. When you are brainstorming, everybody make presentation, and you rank all those things based. But before someone even says something, you discard immediately without listening. I'm asking you the question. Okay, in the Ekiti then, when the UPN government, they have Egbe Dam, they have Ureje Dam, they have Ero Dam, they have Obese multipurpose dam. The question you should ask is this: what was the purpose? What was the purpose? Like I told you, I'm from Ekiti. I grew up in Ekiti. I know that when you go to Ikere, when you go to Afawo, when you go to Ire-Ekiti, when you go to Igbimo, I know they grow rice. When I was growing up, when my younger one, we go and harvest rice with the people. You understand? Whatever you harvest, they will divide it into 3 parts, and they will give you a part. At that time, at a particular point in time, we were not spending money buying rice. I tell you, we put that rice paddy, we put at home there, even though they were local. But I can tell you, we had more than enough rice.
I'm not producing rice.
Foreign exchange. I'm not talking about something to consume. That's what I'm saying. I'm not against you. I'm talking about something that will yield foreign exchange. That's what I'm talking about.
Even at that,
you can always look at what Awolowo was doing. Awolowo was improving on cocoa seedling. Whatever you are having within your region, you can assuming that what we have now is the entire south region, the southwest region, and we don't have the northern part there. And are you saying we are not going to survive? Assuming
no, we are not going to survive if we have Obasanjo as the leader, as the president. We are doomed. I'm telling you.
No. What I'm saying is that when it comes to food, and if we identify that we can, food can be some kind of weapon to fight us, are we going to leave our economy that we are not going to look at how we are going to be sufficient when it comes to food? I'm just telling you that what the like of Awolowo and Co were doing those times, they were spending money on research.
But one thing you should know is this: Awolowo or whatever is the past. We are talking about the present. The present also means that the food you are producing in Nigeria is not only for Nigeria alone, because farmers cannot export their product, and because they export it out, because we have more Nigeria in the diaspora, and more Nigeria, and more. Let me finish quickly. And more people maybe get married to Nigeria or probably associated with Nigeria. They also fall in love with your food. So at the end of the day, the food they are producing or planting in Nigeria is not only for Nigeria alone, living in Nigeria as a country. They are also exporting them out. So we need to go back and put more people, do big mechanized farming. All those
I hear you.
land, let me finish, you will talk. All those land, when you travel around Nigeria, you see bush here, left, right, north, south, everywhere. They need to pull, I don't know what we are doing in that country. If we pull all those bushes down and let it be farmland, then it will solve the issue of kidnapping. When you don't have a land, that people just take you into the bush and buy you there. But if the land is for agriculture, it's being monitored with CCTV and whatever, and security and whatever that, this issue, and they create more employment opportunity for our people. Unfortunately, I know the problem because that division is still there among the major tribe, especially the three major tribes. The division is still there, but how can we solve this division? It's not easy because I'm telling you, an average Nigeria, I'm sorry to say this again, an average Nigeria is gullible. They don't want to seek for knowledge. An average Nigeria will rather prefer Mr. A say this, Mr. B say this, I hear it from that man. They don't want to go and sit down and do their own research by themselves and seek the knowledge by themselves. And then they cannot try to know the difference between A or B or C or D. So the problem, so that is why most of our leaders or politicians use it against us, because they know our people will not stand up and do the research by themselves. They just believe whatever this one says and it's over. So sometimes you just wonder, what kind of country is this? And we talk about education. Nigerian people will tell you education has come. They don't want to go to school. Even in so-called Southwest. And when you now look at the northern people, they have already lost hope. Education is around. And when you go to the Southeast, education is bad. I better be a trader. What kind of people are you grooming for future? What kind of leaders are you grooming for the future in that kind of country? Look at it. And do you think
Remy, let me play the devil's advocate here, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. You see this reason that you are saying that Nigerians don't want to go to school and all that. Where are the public schools that are up to the standard that will inculcate the kind of knowledge that is suitable for the
that is a lame, that is a lame excuse. When we are growing up, the standard of the school is not so superb, but people still study and they work hard. It's not about standard. Everything is standard. I don't agree with that.
No. Let me just make the point, please. Okay. You would believe, you would understand that time has a way of depreciating what is not maintained, and to the level that it becomes moribund, unusable, and all that. Now there are different variable facets that contribute to what is essentially an effective educational system. Now, if you are in your minds of minds, can you beat your chest and tell me that the level of the education that your children got in kindergarten and in secondary school is the same in which local governments and the state governments and that are offering?
Can you come again with your question? I didn't get it clearly.
Okay, I said that it's not merely building schools, and then painting it with all sort of fancy colors, and building an edifice, classrooms and all that. What I'm trying to say is there are so much more than just buildings and calling people to go to school. Education, especially at that fundamentally elementary and early junior and secondary school level.
No, I think sorry, Azan. What I'm trying to say is very simple. I don't want you to use the issue of standard to take the education is not as good. What I'm trying to tell you is that even children of nowadays, if they happen to be born into a middle class parent or maybe an average educated Nigeria, they were lucky. Because during our own time, even some schools, sometimes we don't. They give them chairs and table free of charge, and also give them book free of charge. It's not that the standard is there, and you respect your teachers, but because of globalization, things have changed, and because those children of nowadays, the orientation was not so good like what we had, and I think it's the reason because of the failure of both leadership and followership in Nigeria for a long time, especially since 1999. People were just interested in the.
But who takes the chunk of the blame?
No, guy. What, this education you are even talking about, you understand? You know, when you are having education in Nigeria, there should be a purpose. You understand?
Yes.
Education will not be for you just to go to primary school, secondary school, and university. Then what comes after? Afterward, what comes? Because we're talking of education now. I don't know why we even diverted away from that place.
Yes. Let me bring it home, Ola. Please, let me bring it home.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Okay. Look at it this way. There are a lot of moribund, extinct, useless courses that are being taught in our university, technical colleges, polytechnics, and all that. They are so moribund, useless. Can you imagine? I was at a polytechnic. I wouldn't say the name, the place, and what I discovered was I don't know whether a lot of you are computer savvy, but in the late 90s, there is this Hewlett Packard used to dominate the computer hardware industry. And then HP, but that at that time they were called Hewlett Packard. Completely.
Hewlett Packard. The HP.
They did not rebrand. Yes. And what they were using that time is the DOS, disk operating system. So there were Windows has not yet penetrated the market, right? So when you on that computer, what you see is a black background, and then when you want to go so it's a disk operating system. So you like C / program / game / dev / this / that. So then you press enter, and then that takes you directly to the what you are trying to access. And if you make one slight mistake, say a comma or a dot or a dash or a hyphen or whatever, then it brings an error message. So imagine somebody who is operating and is taught computer science with such a computer, and then you imagine somebody who is being taught computer at a stage where at a place where, or at a school or educational environment where they are using sophisticated computers with high level GPUs that can do
But you are just making example. Sorry, Azam. You are making example. No. Hold on. You will continue. Actually, what you are saying
cannot compete now. That child cannot compete now. Haba.
Okay,
now
I just want to
now to blame it on that child because he was not given the opportunity is somehow too elitist. And I just don't want us to fall into that pitfall.
I am not blaming it on the student. What I'm trying to say is very simple. We need to sit down and look at what are the ways we need to encourage our people to go back to school. Because when you have a literate society, then other things is easier to be fixed. But when you have more than 50 or 60% of Nigeria still under illiteracy and they don't really care and they are gullible, then it's easy for politicians just to sell one dummy to them and they will accept it. It's simple. But as as you have more literate society, people can see the difference by themselves. You don't need to go there and tell them lies, and they will just accept that way. Unfortunately for this country, I will be frank here. Every region, there are some regions that they don't even want their people to develop. They just want to keep them at bay using tribal and religion.
Okay, I asked you a question you've not even answered. I told you that I said it is more than taking people to primary school and secondary school. Otherwise, if people will go to primary school and secondary school and they cannot do any good for themselves, it's just a matter of time they question you. What's the purpose of this education?
Yeah.
So your education should be targeted at something. See, the idea of the idea of education is beyond you to be able to write and read.
Actually, I understand what you are trying to say.
So if you graduate from university and your diploma or degree, you are not able to use it, they will still manipulate you.
That was the original idea under 634 system, but they did not implement it very well. The idea was that if you are in GS3 in Nigeria, then you have that kind of almighty examination all over Nigeria. If you are unable to pass that examination, then they push you to take vocational or technical school in Nigeria. That was the idea. But they are not doing like that. In China, that's what they are doing. Once you cannot pass that junior secondary education,
let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let's say Niger States, they want to position themselves in textile, right? Maybe they are thinking of supplying the entire Africa, textile product, all those stuff, and they want to build large textile industry. They can build schools, and right from after primary 6, they can push their people to technical school to start learning about textile. While they are learning that textile, they will be having some kind of their apprenticeship with the textile industry in Niger State. So that's the type of education that you target, not just because to know, okay, I can speak English. Rubbish. Even if you cannot speak English, but you understand English, all those stuff, but you know the purpose of education is for you to be able to fend for yourself, not for you to speak English. If you like, teaching Yoruba, teaching
we are saying the same thing. I'm not talking about
now. So that's what I'm telling you.
I am talking about acquiring knowledge for you to know what you are supposed to do in life in terms of career development, in terms of choosing your leader. But unfortunately for that country, when over the years, the people are not acquiring the necessary knowledge through education, even whether you are going to acquire skills or not, then you have a society that are very gullible. And in the area of social media, where a lot of people are gullible, it's very easy to just sell idea. How can somebody just tell you that, okay, we want to protest against somebody that was accused of terrorism and felony and the rest, and then you just jump on board like that? If you are with your right senses, you're supposed to know that this guy, what does this guy commit?
I'll still tell you, look at those people there. Some of them graduated from university. Some of them even have master's degree. Some of them have PhD. You have a lawyer there. That's what I'm saying. You can see a PhD. If you don't have value for your PhD, you can still be as ignorant as someone that didn't even have primary school certificates, living school certificates. But when whatever you are doing engage you enough for you not to have time for rubbish. Okay, just look at this now. I'm working now. Maybe assuming I'm working for 2 or 3 companies. And one idiot was now arrived and came to me to say, okay, let us go and protest because of this. I will just be looking at the implication of what is going to happen if I don't go for my work. I'll be looking at, okay, if I don't go, someone might take over my shift and I may not be able to get that shift again. So I have someone, human mind is either you occupy your mind with positivity or negativity. So if you are going to train people, you understand, if you are going to train people that, okay, I want to give you education, you should tie that education to something. I speak in Nigeria today now. We go to a neighboring country to hire all these artisans, all those masons, all those bricklayers, all those carpenters, all those welders. And why? Just because you discover that those the precision, where you bring people from all those Togo, all those people, their precision is always different. They are the one that will be setting your block, and they will just give lines. You know, they will have some lines to make everything straight. They measure everything. Now, in Nigeria, where we are still talking whether people should learn mathematics, those guys, they be carrying some kind of something like a square to be measuring the angle, where how they are going to set the block. You understand? They will even be measuring how they be measuring the composition of cement and sand of alley.
That is the difference of education, because those
That's
people
what I'm
went
saying.
to professional technical school, but in Nigeria,
Exactly.
it's apprentice outside. Just do it this way, do it that way. Nothing to show. No, nothing.
Even that apprenticeship outside, you can even still reform it. You can reform it. Okay, those people in that apprenticeship now, you understand, you can find a way to bring them in. That okay, as you are doing these apprenticeships, you'll be going to school. How to start? It's just exactly what you've done. What you are doing, and that okay, technical school is free. Yes, it's free, but you just have to make it compulsory for those people that are doing all those, whether you're organized and all those stuff, that they must have certification, and you should start certifying for them. All those builders you see, start certifying so that anybody anyhow cannot be building. So that maybe you start doing all those things, maybe the next 20-25 years, we won't be experiencing all those kind of building collapse. You know, today, you ask someone to build house for you, they will do the column, and when they are doing your decking, over slab, they will tell you, your guy, it doesn't matter. Let's say that, hey, you are putting too much cement, all those stuff. Because some of them, they don't really understand, the implication of what they are doing. Where you are supposed to miss, let's say 241, for example, you now make it 221. Some of them doesn't know that it is not even for today, that okay, maybe if you do the right composition, maybe that thing will last for 40 years. But what you do now, what you just do now, that say, oh, guy, it doesn't matter. We build one house for that guy there. This is what is and the house is still standing there. Some of them they don't know the difference in all those composition. Where a social engineer is designing things to last for 50 to 100 years, one common person will come in the street and come and give you a composition that will only last for 5 years. I will hear that the building collapsed after 5 years. That is why when you talk about all those mechanics you see, you start now, instead of you encouraging people to say, okay, go to all those technicals, start from them. Those people, start from them, integrate them, encourage them. Whether you are going to engage teachers that will be having some kind of community teachings, and you start pushing them, and you start issuing them certificates. Start building. Over time, 20 years, 30 years, they will value all those stuff. Whatever new technology you have, start transferring to them. Instead of bringing people from Republic of Benin, instead of people from Togo to come and be doing all the job in Nigeria. Meanwhile, all those people that are doing road too, you understand, they be training people too. They be training people on how to do things. So there are a lot of ways we can have education. That's what I'm saying. Is beyond going to primary school, read and write only. Even a person like me, I don't mind. You will start even teaching them something technical from primary one. How to bend iron, how to do carpentry. Let them learn the geometry. Some people that are saying they should not learn mathematics. I don't know how you are going to become an iron bender that you won't know about geometry. I still don't know. I don't know how you are going to be a graphic artist that you are not going to know some basic mathematics. So to me, it's not just about to go and learn how to speak English in school, because that's what we do majorly. My English is better than yours. That's why we are not seeing the impact. So to me, I think all these governors, we are not holding them enough, honestly. Everybody just want to go and fight Tinubu in Abuja. They want presidency. You don't even know why you don't even want Tinubu there. Many that are fighting, they don't even know exactly why they are fighting Tinubu. They don't even know.
So that's it. We shouldn't bother ourselves too much about that, because we already know that the tribal sentiment is there, the religious sentiment is there. It's because my candidate lost out, so that is why I'm fighting him. Because your candidate lost out, that does not mean you should wish your own country negativity. You should wish them failure. I've never seen a set of people, because of just a simple leader, they are class. Whatever happened, Tinubu will spend less than 8 years, and there will maybe for 8 years and he will get out. Another president will be there. So what's the big deal? The idea is this now. Whatever you have against this man, you cannot tell us that you do not see some positivity that have come out of his government. For the first time in the history of that country, our export overshoot our import. We are having favorable balance
Yes.
of payment, and for the first time in the history of that country, we are just at a low help in 2023. And today, Nigeria is the fastest growing economy in the world. Even World Bank project our forecast from 3.2 to 3.9% now. And some people are even saying we are going to drop to 4.2.
Even your
Even the
younger
so-called
brother,
America or Canada, they are not even growing at that pace. We know
even your
that
brother Rufai is arguing against that. I told Rufai yesterday that does it even matter if Nigeria is the fastest growing? What's your problem? I told him.
No, what I'm trying to say is that I think you have to see some positivity that is coming out from the present government.
I don't even care whether Nigeria is the fastest growing. The question is that we are growing. That's what is important to me.
So at the end of the day, when you look at all the parameters and then you also look at what can make a nation grow, my fear is that you have to put the right people with the right intelligence, put them in this same of affairs, and then our people, we are too lazy and docile. Let's hold these governors in our state accountable. Some of them are getting trillions of money in 6 months or 7 or 8 months. Some of them are getting billions of money every month. And most of these states, if you look at their civil service, it's lean. Even your state, they have a lean civil service now because they have retrenched a lot of people in a long time. It's not that they have over-bloated civil service. So there's a lot of money coming in. Why are they not doing the road, the inter-road? Don't let any governor tell you, oh, it's a federal road. At least Okpebolo, the governor of Edo State, is doing a federal road project as we talk today. And when we look at some small states like
you know why I was talking about agriculture the other time? I asked you a simple question now. What are they using the Budukatu Ranch for now as you speak?
I don't even know. Maybe they are using for tourism. And who is going there?
Oh, Budukatu Ranch is not being maximized.
Yes,
that's the problem I have with the night country.
So at this generation, we are still hearing about coups in Nigeria. For what reason? For what reason? Tell me, those ones that they have a military head of state like Burkina Faso and today, are they enjoying life? Look, when somebody shoots that place, it's full of mud. It's terrible. And now you can still see a little bit of beauty of Nigeria. More and more people are coming to Nigeria and they are transversing. There's this particular guy, is a YouTuber from Cameroon to Nigeria, passed through all the east onto the southwest, and he was amazed that most of the state capitals are very beautiful, in that the competition is there. And that's how it's supposed to be. You should not, we in Nigeria, we should have more than 10 dreams in different states. If you cannot realize your dream in Lagos, you can go to Onitsha to realize your dream. You can go to anywhere in Nigeria to realize your dream. It's not supposed to be everybody just go to Lagos or go to Port Harcourt or maybe go to Kano. No, there must be a lot of opportunity for people.
Okay, I don't know if Azan is still there. You see why I was talking about rice at that time is this. Rice was just an analogy. But it's good to let me tell you something that when you look at the top rice producer in Nigeria, in the world, Nigeria is not one of them. Bangladesh, the entire landmass of Bangladesh, I think is closer to what we have in the southwest of Nigeria. You understand? So my point is this: when all those old politicians were planning, part of the planning is for us to have food sufficiency, then water to power water corporation and all those stuff. You know, agriculture, like people say, it's not just for crop alone. We have livestock and all those stuff, which I agree. But the thing is this: if Bangladesh, that is just if I'm not wrong, about that how the close is just about the same size of southwest Nigeria. You understand? If they can be one of those exporter of rice today, nothing says southwest cannot be food sufficient. Nothing says that.
Ola, let me chip in.
Go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, to your point about Bangladesh, I want to draw your attention to. I'm just trying to buttress your point too. But that does not make my argument and yours mutually exclusive in the sense that Malaysia right now is the number one highest producer of red oil. What do we call red oil?
Palm oil.
Uh,
Palm oil.
palm oil. Yes. So, and could you imagine that the seed, the origin of that red oil is Nigerian seed of palm oil that they have
Yes.
now grown in such an industrial scale that they are the number one indispensable, fetching them close to 45 to 60 billion dollars annually in exports.
Exactly.
Now
So that
that is a stab in my that is a dagger to my heart anytime I hear this statistic. And you may be up to something in that regard, but I don't think there's a black and white solution to all this. But you know, eh, a multi-layered developmental and approach that may take 5 to 7 to 10 to 15 years for us to get to where we want to be. And I'm not sure if we are capable of long-term planning, but I hope that we can, because of the nature of our politics, where one man starts something and then another government comes and just say, no, F it, we are going to go in another direction. So that has always been our Achilles heel. Go ahead.
yeah, no, that is why the regional thing is better, because I think this federal thing is sometimes it take us one step forward and several steps backward, because if every region start, because it's good that we have all those regional development authority, or what do we call it. If we can focus on the strength of that region, I think it's going to work for us. Because all I know now is that during the day of all those Awolowo and Co, like what I heard, the thing I can tell you for sure was that I was seeing all those. There's a brand of Malu then that we call the Enila. All those ones used to be big and with no horn, but they are very massive, very big. That's what we used to see, at least in Ekiti then. So then, whenever we didn't have enough, they used train to bring more cattle from the north. Everybody focused on his own strengths. Hide and skin, I think, was a good thing in the northern part of the country, and coal was the strength. Coal was the strength in the eastern part. Then I think the Midwest, I think rubber palm, rubber and the palm and the palm kernel. You understand palm? So palm economy.
Yes.
So
Yes. Let me tell you something, and two maybe that you missed. You see, what has happened was in the Northwest, it was usually granite, cotton, and all that used to
Columbine,
sway.
tobacco.
Oh, yeah. Now all those cows and meats that you saw were coming from this my own side of the Northeast. So I remember where we used to stuff trains with 5,000, 6,000 cattle, and then we ship them down south. We transport them down south. To Port Harcourt, to Lagos, to all those places. That is daily, because the the rail infrastructure was available. That now I'm talking to you about 80s, late 80s, early 90s, before all the rail infrastructure collapsed, and then it was not the same again, because people who had to do that had to endure difficult multiple taxation, harassment by police and soldiers on the road while getting there. When they get to Lagos or the south or the southeast, they are harassed too by who do they call thugs and people who stay on the road and demand that they pay unreasonable taxes and things like that. So when the rail was available, it bypassed all that. So that when it gets to the market in Lagos, the price is so cheap. But now that they are transporting them in these big trailers and trucks, then they have to pay a minimum of 1.5 to 2 million naira, just bribing policemen, soldiers, army, whatever on the road, touts, before they get to their destination. And it's just unfortunate. I hope I hope we will get that, we'll get past that, and maybe but it is what it is actually. Let me see.
You see, and one of the best way to get to those places that we now come to what it means says the other time that when we say education, sometimes we target that education. I think the gap in education in Nigeria is that people don't know where they put their accountability, the people they are supposed to hold responsible and accountable. That's why everybody believes that the problem is going to be solved from Abuja. No, the problem will not be solved from Abuja. Okay, look at what Lagos is doing now. For example, everybody talk of Lagos today. Lagos is not waiting for Abuja to do anything. Whether Abuja or no Abuja, as a matter of fact, Abuja even tried to stifle Lagos. And Lagos still move forward. And look at where Lagos is today. Then Omi Eko is a new initiative now, where they are using the advantage of water in Lagos for mass transit. I still remember in 1984, was it 1984 or 1985, when we have Commodore Bamidele Otiko as the governor there. There was this thing we call when a mass transit, not only buses, but we are talking of ship around all those riverine area. So all those initiatives now, you don't find all these people now, they all play politics. We all focus, okay, Sowore and Co now, they went to protest today. Go to protest, but you protest wrongly. You demanded for wrong thing. Someone is being charged for treason and all those stuff. And they are so shameless. You now say unconditional release. It's not as if that guy did not do anything. Just say, okay, speed this thing up. If court like, make them free the guy. But the question is this. Sowore is from Ondo State. I've not heard of him putting pressure on Ondo State governor to do something. Many people are there, they are not holding their governor. All those governors, they are just having 3 days. And people don't even know. The state road are there.
Ola,
yeah.
Ola, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Let me just play the devil's advocate again. Ojukwu actually is directly responsible for the death of probably millions. When you compare Nnamdi Kanu and Ojukwu, he dwarfs in the kind of mayhem that he has caused. Now, our forefathers, out of political expediency, has granted Ojukwu state pardon. Now, this is the reason why I object the concept of amnesty. I object the concept of placating criminals, such that Ojukwu got a state burial. Do you know Jonathan gave him a state burial? Now, what does that put in the psyche of the next generation is the fact that there is no threshold of violence that you can unleash. The Nigerian government, at a time of political expediency, can actually set you free and give you an amnesty and all that. So when we criticize the Igbos and think that somehow there is a ridiculousness in what they are doing, if you look at it critically and you look at the precedents and the history and the manner in which the Nigerian state has conducted itself over a couple of decades, then maybe they are not that ridiculous, maybe, and maybe this might just be a strategy to be putting some form of subtle pressure to the point that it reaches a crescendo and a boiling point, to the point that maybe it's not Tinubu, maybe it's the next president, maybe it's the next person who would campaign that when he gets to presidency, he's going to release Nnamdi Kanu and all that. And I cringe to see that reality, but I'm not putting it out of the things that the Nigerian government can actually do. So maybe as we condemn, let's also consider that there is
Azan, don't waste your time.
A president.
Azan, don't waste your time on that Nnamdi Kanu anymore. When if Finland can send a lieutenant to jail for all the atrocity, come on, man. International community are looking at Nigeria. In fact, if it's in developed country, SOWORE'S will be cooling his heels in prison already too. They will not allow him to do. You are telling us that we should free a terrorist. That country is a joke sometimes. Forget it. Look at all the atrocity committed on the name of Nnamdi Kanu to his people.
Remy, I agree with you. I agree.
So don't let us come here talking about
it's a joke.
Forgive and forget. Forgive and forget. No. Everybody that does something, they should be punished. Okay.
Let me give you one analogy that came from somewhere yesterday. They call it Cobra effect and why the government should never negotiate with bandits and terrorists. You see that Cobra effect, when the British, during the colonial Indians, you understand. Now they had this problem of a deadly cobra in Delhi. So now to reduce them, the government started offering a reward for every dead cobra. So, initially people started buying the cobras. Before you know, the cobra in the bush, they finished. You know what happened? When people now realized that money was stopping, that the money was no longer coming, people started breeding cobra. And they were releasing those cobra in the bush. At the end of the day, they wanted to solve a problem, maybe that was, let's say, causing them like, let's say, 100 fatality in a year. So, but by the time they introduced all these the incentives, they ended up having the number of cobra that were buying like thousands. You understand?
I remember the case. I've read about it before.
Okay, so that's the law of intended consequences and unintended consequences. You see that little thing that Yar'Adua did in Niger Delta. Everybody praises, right? Yeah, it looked good. You understand? Before you know, the thing escalated. That was why. Before in Nigeria, nobody would be bold enough of talking about amnesty for terrorists. But today, people are no longer ashamed. They will come out. That's why people were. You understand? They were okay. So to me,
that is unfortunate. That was an unfortunate footnote in our history. Even though Yar'Adua quite succeeded, but it gave a precedence that we just put ourselves in, a spider's, grip in his own nest that, we have not been able, like an insect, we have just been, stuck in that, spawn of the spider, and who knows how we can get out of it.
Exactly. You see, that's why what's the name of this military doctor, and this is a clergy too. This military that was saying, now we know that I was saying we know the bandits, we know their family. You understand? Then you have situation where El-Rufai was even telling us about those people that he paid to. All those stuff. So at the end of the day, the thing is, I know it's not difficult because if any president go to Ash and all these people, before you know, they be marching to America, they'll be telling that, oh, one president is committing genocide against our people. Before you know, and those are the kind of problem we have today. Whereas if this thing had happened in quotes, if it had happened and the like of Obasanjo had given the thing, I'm sorry to say this kind of thing, I'm not necessarily because I know if I had given them the kind of treatment that he gave some region, you understand that people see complain about today. You know, Obasanjo is the only person that will do that, and I will still be walking around the international community without being afraid. If they've given all these people that kind of treatment, probably they won't be talking of banditry or Boko Haram in Nigeria today.
I totally agree because if you trace that amnesty thing of Yaradua and the explosion of, entitled, arm-carrying, rebellious, killing, and murderous people on Nigeria, it exploded and skyrocketed because after that, somehow they felt that they have some safety net, that if they unleash violence enough, the government will bring them to the table. Now, I'm not just blaming the presidency, I'm also blaming the Nigerian security apparatus for their lack of imagination and not putting round holes in square holes. How do you even do the English? And understanding that each situation is different. You cannot just take one solution and blanket it all over whatever situation you face. You have to be creative and understand that each situation must have a tailored, approach that will deal with it the way it's supposed to be. If you see Nigerian security apparatus going heavy-handed and all that, then there is a significant difference between the amount of firepower and sheer strength of the military over them. But the moment things change and that rebel group has sophisticated arms and is able to exact such brutal violence on innocent citizens, at some point when the military tries or the security apparatus tries, then they go back to their political masters and the politicians will say, hey, Yaradua, they did amnesty, oh yeah, we did this already. How about we try and negotiate with them? Now that is a very, very, very bad idea, and that is why things will go wrong all the time, over and over again. So if you keep doing things the same way and expect different results, man, sorry, man, we cannot continue like this.
No, that's why I'm proposing all this regionalization that we regionalize because I think when we have money that is shared between the states and the federal government, to the extent that federal government will not have any extra to go and use to be doing some kind of to be paying amnesty to one terror group or whatever. Like I said, that if services needed, it's not federalized. If it's regionalized, you understand, or if you put it at the level of state. What I mean is this: you are in South region, you have your health insurance style that even if you are coming from outside, like Canada where I live now, Alberta is the only province that will get to the first day and you have access to medical. You understand? You are covered from day one. If I move from here now, even as a Canadian, if I go to Ontario, I must wait for 3 months before I qualify. Whatever, anything about my medical, whatever, I will have to wait for 3 months. I will have to wait for 3 months, and I must be taxpayer there. So I think all those stuff because that's one of those ways to let our citizens realize who their problems are. In most in some cases, your problem is not the one occupying Abuja. I know someone from my tribe is occupying there today. You understand? I'm not I'm supporting him because of his competence though. You understand? Because I know some people from my tribe that I would never from my ethnic group that I would never support. All those the like of Fayemi now. If they are going there, I would never support them. Because so all those sycophants and those people that I believe Fayemi is a sycophant. That's just my own opinion about him. So I'm not really saying his competence when it comes to that level. But the thing is, I've gone beyond thinking of the president as my problem. Because all those things I wanted before, I'm beginning to get them now. Okay, take something away from the exclusive list. Issue of electricity now is concurrent. Many issues now are concurrent that all those states should be able to do. Nothing stops the states from building enough schools for the citizens. Nothing stops the states from prioritizing technical education. You understand? In such a way that you can even say, okay, I'm doing something in the Ekiti state or in Ondo state. I want local content within local content. Okay, I want 80% of those people that will be working there to be from Ekiti. Let's every state go and do their own that way. Probably when someone from Ekiti is denying access to something in Lagos, and after trying, you understand, maybe he has not been looking at his governor as a problem. Probably by the time you start doing that, you will carry your aggression back home. Like some of us, we are here. I tell you, and I'm not pretending about it. I don't know the name of my the premier of my province. If I want to check the name of the premier of my province, I will have to go and Google. I tell you, I was on this platform the other time. Or no, I was too busy anyway. That I didn't even know when my prime minister, when we had another prime minister, I just knew there will be election. But because I had no business, I have no business with my prime. I have business mostly with my mayor. When I need student loan, I know that okay, that's the issue of province. But mostly, issue of housing, issue of all those stuff, you know, it's your city, you and your city, you deal with all those stuff. It's my city that is taking care of electricity. It's my city that is taking care of water or whatever. It's my city that is paving the road. So, you know, if okay, today now in Abata province generally, and in the municipality in Abata today now, we are just doing municipality elections in almost every municipal and cities in my province. Today, I will know the name of my next mayor. But by the time we are doing the provincial, I may not even know, because I deal with my mayor, I deal with my councillor. How many people here now, if you ask them who is the councillor, they don't know. Ask some people who is the person representing them at the National Assembly, they don't know. Ask some people who are those people representing them in their own state assembly, they don't know. But ask why they don't have water channel, you know, gutter, we call it gutter, right, on the street. The first thing that flashes to the mind is Tinubu.
Yeah, let me come in, Olam.
Okay.
You see, yes, so for the past 12 years of my life, I have been involved in different aspects of CSOs and NGOs and INGOs. Like, I have worked with different INGOs that have different thematic areas. Now, there is one INGO that I worked with. which is sponsored by the Danish Refugee Council, and what they wanted to do was, increase the level of, the amount of knowledge, capacity, and ability and information that gets to the grassroots for the citizenry to be able to understand the democratic process, and that democratic process, how representatives work, how they are supposed to, be, driven by the needs of their people and represent it at a higher level and work for their people. And even at that, the connected development has another aspect of it, which includes follow the money. Follow the money is essentially another arm of it that does transparency, accountability, and trying to put government, on their toes to ensure that they deliver. So we do a lot of internal, or should I say, we poke our noses at different things. So we go to what is available online. Sometimes we do FOIs and send to Ministry of Budgets and Planning, and we require to know the bidding process. We require to know who was awarded such contracts. We put people on ground to go and do ground truthing, and we put that side by side with the needs assessment of people in particular communities, such that we see whether the government is just doing projects out of because they feel like, okay, let me just do this there, let me just do this there, or is it informed from a top-down approach where what is needed in this locality and what is needed in that locality? Now, let me just cut this long story short. What we found is just heartbreaking on both sides. Now, for the common man who we're trying to fight for, and trying to show him that he is actually in command, if he can break the shackles and understand that no politician gets to where they get to without his vote, then he can begin to reclaim his power. We involved youth groups, women groups, religious leaders, traditional leaders, and all that. And we did extensive, training. We did it in even local language. We explained things to them and all that, and trying to get them to understand that this is what is involved in a truly democratic process. And democracies don't function on a majority ignorant population. But our reality in Nigeria is that those who really actually understand what democracy is and how to engage it and how to benefit from it are unfortunately those in positions of power, and those who are putting the Nigerian state at as red. Let me just put it at that. So one thing happened that broke my heart, and it was one of the reasons why I decided to leave that space entirely. So when so we were engaged in with budget offices. We file and copy our activities to Office of the Vice President. Sometimes we even engage with security agencies, EFCC, ICPC, things like that. Do you know that because of that work, I have had a lot of threats to me, my family. I was sent an anonymous picture of my house, like where I stay, and it was an indirect threat because I was following this FOI, and the people who were in that particular government ministry felt intimidated, but they made it clear to me that they will stop at nothing if it means to disappear me. They are going to do that. But activism requires some form of sacrifice. So I went underground and I did what I had to do. Delegate some things for others and brought the matter online and things like that. What I ended up understanding is that, do you know, the communities we actually covered, and we trained in local language, in everything that we could. That same community betrayed us. They eventually took something, and they were used as canon. They were used as the pawns to get back to us. That so suddenly we saw interviews that we are a nuisance to these places, and that we are trying to foment trouble, and that they are calling on the DSS and the Fed and the government and to take legal action against us and things like that. And that kind of pushed me to the brink, and I have to leave that area just for me to get my head back and all that. But it taught me something. Democracy can't thrive under ignorance, and unfortunately, majority of our people are ignorant and are there for the taking, and the political elites understand that. So it is a very, very delicate tightrope to walk around, to walk on, and try to deliver. I don't know. Maybe someday when I'm in power, I may do my part. But as it is right now, just citizens, mobilizing and doing things. I don't think we'll really get there. There's so many fault lines. Ignorance, religion, region, tribe, so many fault lines. Finding common ground for the average Nigerian is so much difficult. Let me just leave it at that.
No, what you said is real. I can tell you. You see, the difference I even find in this our generation and the older generation is that I remember when growing up, even as a primary school pupil, just look at me be shouting all power in 1979 with my parents without even understanding what they were doing. But I was following, I was seeing the way they were discussing all those stuff. And one thing I know about that is that all our parents do then, no matter the threats were always there. The type of threat in that, if you know what happened in Ondo State, Ondo State was one of the reasons that all this Buhari took over. That was the day they were using egg to burn house. You understand? Some popular politicians, that it took them away. But one thing about all those olden days people, they will never back out. They will never back down. They will still get and vote for whoever they wanted to. Togri was at the peak then. Togri. That it was only whenever they heard of because there's this name they call all this mopo, because of the word they call them pie and go. You understand all those stuff. So that's what but all those babas, all those people at that time, they were politically, you understand, they were politically informed. They would perform their own duty. The one we have today, it could be one of those fear. You understand? Because we've lost the orientation. It could be one of those fear that people now focus more on the central, all those stuff. Even a counselor in his ward in the 80s, late 70s, it's not as if you didn't have the strong mind, you won't even want to become a counselor. Because once you call yourself a leader like this, you put your life on the line immediately. That was why I said the other time that if you want to step into position of a political leadership in Nigeria, you know the reason people step into that position today is that they just want to go and enjoy. Those ones stepping into that position those days, they knew quite well that the thing could take them away. You understand?
But
So they
but Oga Ola, isn't it the fact that the good people and the people who could make a difference have abandoned the space for tyrants and miscreants to cover this place? We need to start thinking about people who have the moral integrity. Now, this continuous, like since 1999, it's the same ruling elites that has been recycling themselves. How do we unbound and unchain ourselves from this set of people whose interest is only the class interest and not the common man? I think at some point something may give, and I hope it's not going to be catastrophic.
Yeah, you see, like I want to speak first. Okay, I think some of the. So you think the thing is this? This is about my opinion about all this leadership. Those people that we think they are recycling themselves, if you think we can put them out like that, it's not going to be easy. Even by the time they even spend the time and they are caught up, they are no longer existing. Even their offspring that they've trained, they will still take over. You see, my idea about taking power from them is people always think that it is only when you become the governor or you become the president you can affect life. You will see me that I'll be emphasizing on my mayor, all those stuff. Let me tell you one thing, my brother. There are a lot of things to do in local governments in Nigeria. A lot. You see, in the 80s, it was the local government that will bring caterpillar to grade your streets. Even some local government, they have tractor that they will use to help the farmers. There are some roles that, because you don't have to, because people believe that the only way to grow the economy is only by the time, okay, you become the governor and you construct road, you do all those. No. You can even be a local government chairman and focus nothing more than maybe agricultural value chain. That okay, my people are producing rice, they are producing yam, but they don't have a way to store it. They don't have a way to maximize the value. Maybe you start thinking that okay, this is my local rice that used to come with stone. What if I look for some of our guys in diaspora and I find a way to bring some kind of a better processing facility down, and a farmer will process and will repackage. I create some kind of board that we have some kind of marketing that will be looking for market for the product from the local area. I'm just giving a scenario now. Or maybe I want to say, okay, yeah, this Nigeria, they need carpenters, but we don't have enough carpenters. What of if I create some kind of workshop, I start training the skilled people from my region so that they have enough skills so that when they get to Lagos, when they get to anywhere, they can boast, they can compete, and people will see how good they are. You understand? There are a lot of things you can do within your localities. But the focus has always been, when you see people over focusing on state assembly, on becoming the state governor, going to the national, when you look at all those stuff, sometimes it is just because they are going there for their purse. Let me tell you one thing. As a local government chairman in your local government today now, even if you are not getting money from the government, you are not getting enough, there is a way you can rally around all your people in diaspora. I remember during the time of Bandele Otiko, when they wanted to start a Ondo State Mass Transit, or when a mass transit that time, they did launching. I still remember that time, Sonny Ade. I cannot even forget. I think as I was in 1984 or 1985, that guy donated 10,000. I can't still forget. He donated 10,000 naira then. Then I know so many people that were, you know what 10,000 naira was in 1985. That they bought ship, they bought later. They now went to even buy the buses. Then when I'm asking, so the thing is this: in that your locality, okay, now you may decide now to say, okay, we have some kind of farm settlement, and instead of everybody sinking borehole, I look at a particular community, I want to sink borehole here. Or maybe we have a dam somewhere, some people cannot get water to do that. They say, okay, I can say, okay, my major investment will be on running pipe through our farmland, so that we find some way to power, whether by generator, whether by solar energy, that we just get water to be. You focus on even helping the farmers only. That is a lot. It's not until you go and grade road, or you go and give some people transformer. A lot you can do. But we have shortage. Then when you say some people are good, some people are good, you understand? Those people you can feel like are good, you understand? It depends on their value too, because the good one we are talking about, okay, when Okonjo-Iweala wanted to come back to Nigeria, the cost of bringing Okonjo-Iweala was paying her in dollars. And our finance minister, sometimes the woman did very well, but sometimes you can still get very good people locally. You don't have to go diaspora. You just need to, people just need to start brainstorming now. You start looking at what you need within your community. If people go back to their community, grassroots, your local government, your city or your township, and you start doing good there, people will have idea of what good governor is. And you will find a situation where people will stand for you. Fayose that you saw there, Fayose people stood for Fayose. Otherwise, Fayose had no chance against Adebayo, who was the governor there, because Adebayo, then the Alabi was the deputy governor there. They managed to do one time. You could not even, you can't point to one good thing, something serious they did today. But you know what Fayose was doing that time? He would use tanker to supply people water within the on the street. We just associate himself with people. We help a lot of people, and people would just recognize that this guy will be a good leader. Even though Fayose you can call him a rash person, a rational person, but you cannot take away his footprint in Ekiti. You can't. You understand? And that guy, people within your community will protect you. But today, if I want to go, if the first thing I want to do is to go and contest against Tinubu or contest against, you understand? Of course, you know the risk from when you are taking that. You know the risk already. But if you go to where people are not even focusing on, you develop yourself from that place. As a matter of fact, before you know, it could even be all those mainstay politicians that will even call you. What if you do this? They had no option than just to embrace Fayose then now. Who knew Fayose before that time? All of a sudden, within a year, even when Adebayo was there, Fayose knew, even when the city governor was there. So what I'm saying is this: when we talk of education, we are talking about, I think a lot need to go to our citizenship education or social study. We have to find those people that are going. So civic duty, we have to get some people to teach us to know that, okay, Nigerian politics is beyond Abuja. It's not about Abuja. It starts from your ward. What your councillor is doing for within your ward. Is it that people from your ward cannot pay for SSC, that you want to help them? Is it that your people are failing the exam from the SSC? Okay, you want to engage teachers that will help the people within your ward not to fail SSC. A lot of things you can do. But just because we have large cash or politicians that see those positions as just a means of survival, like, okay, I don't have a job today, so okay, I can get a job by becoming a politician. I can tell you, and some of those people, they are talk. They can do and undo. But I tell you, if you have a very good idea, people will protect you within your community. To be an activist is another thing. To be a good politician is another thing. If you're a good politician that people can relate, trust me, they protect you. That's what I feel. Adewale.
I can hear you guys now.
You guys contribute now. Abi, you don't turn it into monologue. Abi, me, I just talk alone like parrots.
Sorry, Jerry, I was doing something here. That's why. I don't know. Give me just a minute. I'll be right back. Give me just a minute. Give me just a minute, okay?
Okay, Remy, are you there? Babati. Simba. Okay, well, nobody want to talk again.
Now,
maybe people are tired. Even me, as I'm speaking to you, it's a to 12. It's a 12 to 12 a.m. here. Because in the night.
Oh, to 12, that is 11:37?
Yes, 11:37, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's 6:37 here in Nigeria. It's the beautiful Middle sun is up. Just to round up, are we rounding up or should I?
No, continue. If people join. So when people don't join, then we just stop. Continue. Some people are listening. It's only the panelists that is like they are not on their desk.
Okay. Look. When one man was presenting the topics of the day, I was not actually paying attention. I was doing something else, and then in between that, I even fell asleep a bit. Now, I had wanted to talk about one of the issues he raised, but it has just gone out of my memory. I can't really recall. Can you recall the topics that he and the videos that he played around certain topics so that I can just remember whether there is the one I was trying to had something to say about? Hello, anybody there?
I think you spoke about somewhere else.
I mean,
Babati. Is that Babati?
No, that's Adewale.
Okay, Adewale, can you please refresh my
No,
memory?
you know the matter of that Kanu. There was this lady that was talking that whether the Nigerian youth can take over and shut the Nigeria down, use the I don't know what SOWORE'S is trying to do, and use that opportunity to shut Nigeria down. He said they should hijack what SOWORE'S is doing.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, and that lady, is she of what does she represent? The IPOB Southeast Front or whatever, or the NSAS?
Okay. Let me see if I can share it and play it so that you hear what the guy, what the lady is saying.
Can we finally turn it into
is it audible?
Revolution in Nigeria? The biggest the world have ever
seen. A little bit low.
The biggest.
Okay, let me see if I can raise the volume.
Mother of all revolutions. Nigeria, that's who I'm talking to, the Gen Zs.
Better.
Can we do that for our sake?
Yes, take it back from to the beginning.
Pocket of purposes also tapping into that protest. So let me say that again, because I'm going to play you a clip now that explains it. There are other pockets of purposes that also taps into that protest. So this is a good example of it. Watch this.
Nigerian youths, Gen Zs, all of you come here. Just come. Hear me out. Listen. You know we have been screaming revolution, revolution, protest, protest, protest. Can we hijack this free Nnamdi Kanu's protest and turn it into revolution? Can we do that? A nation of over 100 million youths, energetic, able-bodied, strong. Can we hijack it and finally turn it into a revolution? Do you know the reason why this whole free Nnamdi Kanu protest is looking unsuccessful? Is because they are actually in their tens and their hundreds. In Abuja, think of 1 million of us coming out, and everybody is holding either 2x2, or they're holding stone, or they're holding brick. Some people pepper spray, some people cutlass, some people knife, whatever weapon you can hold, bottle, broke, anything, and everybody is coming out. 1 million in each state. Can we hijack it? Like finally? Because let's face it, we are just, it's remaining 2 months to enter 2026 January. Can we hijack it? Can we finally turn it into a Nepal 2.0 revolution in Nigeria? The biggest the world have ever seen. The biggest. We're talking about the mother of all revolutions. Nigerian youth, that's who I'm talking to, the Gen Zs. Can we do that for our sake, for our family, for our future, for what we do not want to turn out to be next year, for our finances, for our health, for our lives?
So you see, as I said, the free Nnamdi Kanu protest is
Okay. I have had her. Ola, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
All right. You see, sometimes the woman shout, from our friend in the dot cycle, isn't she?
Repeat that question, Hassan.
I said the woman sounds like someone who is embittered and is coming from the NSAS and the a cycle reference that the late Buhari. Is she coming from that space?
But by the accent, I can tell number one that is either from the south or from southeast, and also that obedient kind of bitterness, and also ignorance as well. I can see that feature very well in the way she was expressing herself. Yes, you're right, Hassan.
Yes, my intuition is that it's the typical manner of engagement. Now, I, I want to lay some form of foundation, which is kind of critical. You see, in intellectual discussions, and when people try to instigate, and when people try to talk, but when they have ulterior motives, it comes across as shallow, it comes across as archaic, it comes across as devoid from existing reality, and it comes across as, a basic um, inability to understand uh, your own primary reality. Now, why do I say this? If you notice, she's making reference to the Gen Z and all that. Now, recent happenings, what happened in Madagascar was termed in news cycles as the Gen Z overthrew a dictator, and then and Cameroon too. There is a talk that the Gen Zs played a role in what is happening in their political brouhaha and all that. I first things first. Dictators ignite revolutions. But we do not have a dictator in Nigeria. So that is the first fallacy. The second thing is the talk of hijacking. Now, if you look at the core meaning of hijack, it's a negative word that implies criminality. Whenever you hijack, then you are onto ulterior motives. 3, there is a shallow
Azan, sorry, hijack for who?
Yes, I'll get to that. I'll get to that, but I'm trying to build a picture. She doesn't sound intellectually adept. She sounds
It's just catching
yeah.
cruise. That's what they do. That's the way they behave.
Yes,
It's just catching cruise.
Catching cruise, but at whose expense? Now, don't underestimate these kinds of threats, because the internet has a way of the algorithms has a way of putting negative content and giving it like if it is smoldering fire, imagine adding gasoline on it and then it explodes. Now these Gen Zs are very impressionable people, but they are very, very young and do not understand the way the world works. And to give the Gen Z so much leeway than and inculcating and brainwashing them to the point that they think that they are the all end and be all, is to push us into catastrophe. The human brain does not fully develop until the age of 25. 25. Now, there's this.
Azan, do you think that this thing that we're experiencing is part of failure of parenting?
Yeah, of course.
Because I can't imagine my daughter doing this kind of thing.
Yeah, but you have to also that is very important. But you and your family may not have been suffering from generational trauma. Now, if you look at it very, very well, this space that we are having constant issues with is a space where there is so much chaos and the inability to cure the victim mentality and the emotional responses to almost everything.
Sorry, Hassan, for always interjecting you. I think the government themselves, they are not doing much in actually educating the masses. And I will give you reason. We've heard of several so-called revolution in recent time, and the first one that comes to mind is the one in Sri Lanka. How is Sri Lanka today?
Awful.
We have examples that did not end in anything. In fact, those countries are worse off today. And those are the things that our people will be talking about. When military came in Burkina Faso and all those things, they were crying for military intervention in Nigeria. Anything that when they have this uproar in Kenya, Nigerians Nigerian Gen Z want to do their own version. When they hear anything outside their country, they just wanted anything that they hear. They don't even know the implication. They don't even know why they are doing it. They don't even know the repercussion. They just want to go. We just want it. Is it because
ignorance? Ignorance is bliss. And you cannot separate it from the fact that they do not understand the way reality and geopolitics and international relations and all those facets and multi-layered established systems work. And putting putting these kids in harm's way. There should be laws. I don't know what I don't know which kind of laws the social media space is such, you know, a horrendous, you know, despicable, trashy place that so much negativity. If you look at Nigerians
Because it was
social media,
left unregulated, aside. If you know,
yes,
some of the things that we reference just to for people to hide under the disguise of freedom of information, freedom of speech, and it begins to wonder. Yes, we're under a democratic system, but in a situation where your speech, of which you are entitled to, now becomes a point of reference for violence, now becomes your reference for anarchy, then that can be regarded as a freedom of speech. Then such
yes.
such statements or such should be punishable under the law. But of course, we
Oh,
have constitution that was put together when social media was never not even available at that time. So our law becomes obsolete. You know.
aha. I think they amended it now, didn't they? You know, to cover all these things. But I think it's the implementation
There
that
are a
is
lot of
still,
gray
you know.
areas in that area, Asa. But if any government that is willing to amend the constitution in a way that will cover and then protect against, because if we are not deliberately protect or enhance our constitution to cater for things like this, it could easily become a problem. Look at what this young lady was talking about. That's a call for anarchy.
That's a call for anarchy, of course, and at some point, if you do not take serious action on this, it's going to cause serious havoc that all of us will suffer from it, and generations will suffer from it. It's high time that the government gets serious about these things. It just blows my mind how these things are just let to go unchecked. Eh, Freedom of speech, does your freedom of speech ends where it begins to infringe on other people's right to exist, and even when you are inciting, you are galvanizing, you are calling for violence and anarchy. Haven't we learned a lot? Look at the chaos and the mayhem that one albino using a radio from the UK, who is now in the dungeons of DSS, cost, and people are still paying for it today. Why can't we learn our lesson in this country? I was just making reference earlier with Nnamdi Kanu, with Yaradua's amnesty, and how the Nigerian government just took it as the golden solution to any insurrection. That to the point that whoever comes up with arms, the president will, let's negotiate, let's give the amnesty, drop down your elbows. While Yaradua himself Yaradua will never agree. The one they are trying to copy will never agree to do this kind of things. When Yaradua gave the Niger Delta amnesty, I remember in 2009 he was going to Brazil, and that was when the Boko Haram insurrection started in Maiduguri, and they took control almost all of Maiduguri, killed the two ICD, second in command to the CP of police, killed tens of soldiers, killed a lot of civilians, broke prisons, did a lot of things. And when it came to the notice of the president, Yaradua, at that time, he was going for an important meeting in Brazil. And, correspondents were asking him the situation in Borno. And he said that he has already deployed and asked that the military and other security agencies, deal with them and deal with them decisively, that they should deal with the situation, and that before he comes back from Nigeria, he doesn't want to hear one term that all of them should be killed, finish before he comes back to Nigeria. Now, this is the same Yaradua who strategically gave amnesty to the Niger Delta people, but then at the same time saw it that it is not the same thing as with the Boko Haram, and then the Boko Haram had to be crushed. He sent Colonel, no, is it Brigadier, is it Lieutenant General Maina to come and do the Meduguri work to flush out Boko Haram. And in 3 days, all the territories that Boko Haram had been recovered, Mohammed Yusuf was caught. Like the military operation was so much so well that it did not even finish the fighters. It got to the leader, arrested him, handcuffed him. You know, I don't know whether you people have seen the videos, but the military then eventually handed him to the police. And then that was when the police now, because Boko Haram has killed a lot of their members during that 3-day mayhem, they just decided to kill him extrajudicially. And that was kind of the bane of where, the sparks of the fire began. So you cannot just continue to respond to different threats the same way. We have to adapt and create mechanisms that are effective in prevention, and then dealing with it real time, and then having effective punishments and control for whatever that comes after. But this kind of leeway, and then people hiding under free speech to do nonsense, I think that time has gone. Nowhere in the world are people allowed to do such nonsense. We are not the United States. Even in the United States, there are a lot of incitements. In the UK, all developed countries, you cannot just go online and do nonsense. If you get reported, you are going to face serious repercussions. So it is what it is. I hope we adapt fast enough, because the threats are just multidimensional.
You see that young lady aside? That's what we have when you have ignorance breathing hatred. You see, if we have to talk about where these people like this get radicalized from, they will begin to unravel the kind of problem that we now have in our society. In an ideal society, a young man like this will have been engaged. Remember in those days when we used to go to what do you call it? Newspaper stand, and then we will read. That was an era of magazines and all that.
That's again.
Yeah, right there on the spot. I mean, reading the same information, then we start making up our own interpretation. But you see, we now live in the era of social media, influencing, blogging, so many avenues to disseminate information. But by the time it get to the end user, the consumer of those information, the fact in those stories being publicized or being published have been distorted. Now you now have a mind, a young mind, that is yearning for information, but it's been provided distorted information. So they are consumed by what is being shown or what is being given to them from time to time. These folks hardly to watch television. If they are going to watch television, the only thing they will watch is BBN, VVN, and all those rubbish shows that they do in Nigeria. I'm not saying that, don't let me condemn it. After all, it's money making entertainment. But the point is that this is where people like this get their information from. Not that they are not capable of comprehension or, you know, think thoroughly. They do. But you see, when you now have at the palm of their hand, a gadget can easily filter information. But you know, people like this, um, bad stories sell. Good story doesn't sell these days. Hardly you will see a good story on a newspaper that people will be interested in reading or even watching on television because it
Adewale,
becomes
you know,
stale and boring.
one of the major problem is, I think they mentioned it this morning, is lack of role model, and then the advent of the social media makes unfiltered information available to most of these young kids. You understand? And then the struggle for livelihood by the parent does not even make them to have much time for their parent. You know, when you get all those information those days and you come and you tell your parents, this is what I heard, they will say, where did you hear this one? You understand what I'm saying, Adewale? No, this thing is not good. They will, and immediately you will not even go near such a person again. If they see you doing certain thing, they will ask you, where did you learn this? And immediately they will discourage you and you will listen. But these days, most parents does not, they don't even care. The only thing they know is to provide money for their kids. They don't even know what they are doing. You understand? And then when you go to, even the politicians also have a role to play, because some of these things they use it to their own advantage instead of discouraging this, just that this is not good, because they are forgetting that if they use that opportunity to get to power, the same thing is going to haunt them. So I think that's the situation that we find ourselves these days.
You know what, Simba? Let me say something that will be controversial a little bit. You know, the lack of Shore have been claimed to have been in the struggle, activism in Nigeria for decades, right from his college years. And he begins to wonder who are those that will be so interested, keenly interested in Nigeria affair, that will be willing to bankroll people like the likes of SOWORE'S and Co. And if you look at SOWORE'S platform, Sahara Reporter, most their modus operandi is about snooping around, making up story, half truth, half fallacy, half make believe, and then publicize. Mind you, Sahara Reporter is not registered in Nigeria. It's a foreign registered company, but mainly catered for Nigeria readers. And if you look at them very well, they don't really, hardly you will see any commercial publication being published on that in that newspaper. Why? Because it's primarily online platform, online newspaper. Two, they are not abiding by Nigeria media rules and conditions. So they do whatever they like. So now you have a radicalized mind like this young lady. Read a story, for example, the coup or no coup um, issue going on in Abuja. Federal government came and said, look, there's no coup. But then we have oppositions and the SOWORE'S platform at the same time saying, oh, there is coup. Now, people make up their own story, citing sources that cannot be referenced. I don't deal with innuendos. I deal with facts. What is being put out there. If you say what you cook in your house is not vegetable, it's okra, I will agree with you. That's what you said, and that's what you did. Federal government debunked the story, but yet the what do you call them? The opposition
and the likes of Sahara Reporter would not back down. They stood by that story. Whether it's true or not true, the federal government had already debunked it. So I don't see people like this young man, this young lady, reading such story, believing in what Sahara Reporter published, and then calling for hijacking of, let's just say, this protest was actually genuine, a genuine one, but she's calling to hijack it, just like the, what do you call it, NSAS that was hijacked. Now, if let's say they successfully hijack the protest, overthrow the government, throw the country into chaos, and anarchy loom large, like what's happening in Nepal, they don't know that to rebuild. Because once a process has been disrupted, it takes a long while
You know,
before.
Adewale, this kind of a lady, just if somebody can just call her, ask her how they should go about it. You understand? She doesn't even know what revolution means. She
No,
doesn't know.
she doesn't know. She doesn't know. And now that you look, they are consumed by not just the hatred, but they fixated on the general election, their candidates not winning. One. Two, if their candidate had won and Nigeria has been thrown into economic chaos, would they still be shouting, oh Messiah to their candidate?
You know, Adewale, I saw one video. The guy is on YouTube. He's one Igbo guy in Dubai that was talking about, say that the Igbo can put economic blockade on Nigeria. That they are the one that are responsible for our economy. That within 2 or 3 days they can put economic blockade on Nigeria. I just look at those guys, and I was laughing.
Ignorance now.
You understand?
Ignorance. It's
There were 3 of
ignorance.
them having that discussion, and it was a platform.
Yeah, that's pure ignorance. They don't know. If you look at the last data that was published by the Department of Public Bureau, I believe. No, what is this department that is started with the data and all that?
NBS,
They,
National Bureau of Statistics.
thank you. When you had the entire southeastern state together, their contribution towards the internally generated revenue to Nigeria, they take more from the Commonwealth than they are contributing.
All the five states together, what they contributed is not up to what yours contributed.
Let even say that the way their subjects are being scattered across Nigeria, if everybody carry their luggage and go back home today, they think they will not be impacted. They will be most affected, and it has happened in that country before, when they tried to secede and everything was cut off from them. They paid the price, and the price was just wasn't something that you want that to repeat again. So who is threatening who?
You know, earlier on this morning when we were discussing with Ola and we were discussing agriculture, I mentioned something. I said the major protein that we consume in Nigeria. Because I wanted to say this because of what they say happened to them during that civil war about malnutrition and all those things. You remember? And I asked them, I said, okay, why won't they have malnutrition? Tell me, what did they produce in the southeast in terms of food? What type of food did they produce? You don't produce food. You don't produce any form of food. You don't have access to sea. Talk less of say that you produce fish. You don't even have land for agriculture.
I think is it a Boeing, the one that is closer to Benue? Which one is Enugu, right?
No, it's a boy, you know.
Boy, okay. I think they're into agricultural production.
No, what that one you can't even rely on that one now. You understand? I remember when I was serving, I served in Edo State, in a Patuski area, and those ladies from the east that we serve together. Do you know that each time they want to travel, they will buy apple, buy gari, buy plantain. All the money, all they are saving is food that they will use to buy to take to the east.
Hmm.
If you want to, like me now in my own farm now, if I want to sell my chicken, it's the southeasterners that normally come and buy it. They come to the southwest to come and buy poultry, to come and buy pig, come and buy so many things.
Hmm.
Now the scenario has not changed. If there's any civil war now or whatever, the same scenario will still be played again.
Hmm.
They still
So
cannot feed themselves, right?
how can
They don't have the land. They don't have the.
what did they have?
You know what's even my concern now? And I think people need to speak out. I think America wants to cause problem in Nigeria.
They've been wanted to. They've been hedging towards, causing the mayhem.
They
But
say
because
with
this
this.
administration, Patoski, has the backing of the European Union, kind of, that's what is still saving the Tinubu's administration.
You see, as far as 90s, they be predicting there will be some kind of religious or civil war in Nigeria, and
They
that is
say
where
it's
you started.
genocide, is this, and that's how they start with lies.
What, Patoski?
Hmm?
NSAS, NSAS came from United States. The money that they used to prosecute that protest came from United States.
But it no work.
How can it work? See, Nigerians are smart. How can you be protesting for days without leaving the spot? What, even when the government decided to give you what you wanted, you still stay put. No, you know what? See, Nigeria, see, that's why Showore would not succeed with this protest. People are already gone beyond protest.
Because for with what they are saying now, this Christian genocide, say, is that has Nigeria changed from what I left it?
So
Am I not a
it's
Christian?
misinformation. You sell this story
And do you know
and
this
that
thing?
is
I saw a video of Fox News saying they're covering one news, they are covering this story. Which story is a Christian genocide? They just put one figure in front of this in one PowerPoint, put
in
the date,
Nigeria.
and say 12 million Christian displaced. How many million Christian Matthew will say? I
You
say,
see,
in this
most
same
of the
country
way you
where
find is at the mainstream media houses.
I want Fox ni Onimowo yi
Eh?
18,000 churches,
Force is mainstream.
18,000 churches burned since 2009, 52,000 died.
They are trying to amplify story that unfounded. You see, that is the point.
60,000 then the
Patoski,
52,000 Christian ni gbogbo wọn
Baba,
died.
Patoski, when was the
1
last
million.
time, When was the last time you heard or seen American mission in Nigeria, United States mission in Nigeria,
They don't have mission
criticizing the government? When? That was the era of Abacha.
now.
Since then, they would never openly criticize. They were doing this to this administration of Tinubu.
But
Remember when they went on Twitter?
maybe they have embassy in Nigeria.
It's about
Maybe
saying
they
we're going to undermine you. I mean, Nigeria cannot wake up tomorrow and say all American people should pack their things and move because they know they've interwoven. It's going to be hard to separate both of them.
no, but the point is that how can you be lying to our face now? Don't they have
See,
something?
false
We
information
have learned
travel
from media.
faster on the social media.
Let me tell you what the problem is. When I saw that Fox News, I now went to the comment section. The people from our brethren from Southeast say, yes, it's true. All the Northerners,
They are the
there's
one.
somebody in the South. Oh.
They are the beneficiary of that
Then I
story.
saw one of them. I was just looking at it. That guy posted like 20 posts repeated, so that there will be so much. It's true. It's happening
Traffic.
now. Then I discovered that people from there, maybe one person have like 20 accounts and is just putting comments
Yeah.
so that
Yeah.
news will rank.
Yeah. To generate traffic now. Even
You see
in
this
Kaduna, where we used to have this Christian Muslim thing going on there. I mean, if you look at it for the past 2.5 years now,
but to reduce now
in fact, not just reduce.
is
What
stop.
Erufai could not achieve, Obasanjo achieve it.
At the end of the day, they say, it's true. All these people, it's because of the election,
Mm.
and they are just doing that at a point. So say, I'm a Christian. I am a Christian. I say, well, this is the way they say I'm a Christian,
I
and
don't
they are
know.
making this kind of comment. A Christian make
The
this kind of
the
comment.
the bandits in the north, in the northeast, people that they adopted. When was the last time they abducted a Christian?
Bandits in
Sorry,
the north.
northwest. When was the last time they abducted a Christian? Is it not
Whether
the same Muslim
Christian,
that they are
no,
picking?
whether Christian or Muslim, the fact is that insecurity affects everybody.
Thank God that Tinubu went to Rome, say, because they are trying. If this guy saw it from horizon, he could see through everything. Look. If he had not gone to the Vatican during the burial of the last pope, the story, the narration would have changed. You know why? Because they're trying to pitch a Christian against Muslim. So the way they're amplifying this
Now,
genocidal thing, so now say, after all, yeah, we told you Muslim is to Fulanize the entire country. So the man, in fact, recently he went back to that room again
their
for
security
for
meeting
yeah for
ahead.
anti-terrorism. So you can imagine, can tell that he's actually playing his card because he could see through the way they are trying to manipulate and everything. Just that all those stories will now gain traction in the media, but it backfired because the lack of Arise News was one of those media that actually debunked that. I could remember when that story first started. Arise debunked it, but they are trying to, kind of wet the ground for them, like, oh yeah, but
Okay,
the insecurity that is
Arise debunked it.
they did in one of their show, But the funniest thing is that if you put, in fact, my jobs, sometimes what some of the things I got exposed to. You see, if you have, if you look at the local televisions in America, and if you watch it, especially 10 o'clock during the prime time, you realize that the level of crime that happens in America, if it were to be amplified the way they are doing it in all those third world countries, nobody will step foot into this country. It's just terrible. Black on black. Okay. When was the last time you saw somebody going to a church in Nigeria shooting somebody sporadically? When was the last time you saw somebody going to
And
the
now
mosque?
I say, they
People,
say,
these
look at
deranged idiots go to
they did do cover
primary
news.
school.
First news didn't go to
Mass
UK.
shooting.
To,
When was the last
because
time you had a mass
my
shooting in
brother,
Nigeria?
Fox News didn't go to UK to cover what Pakistanis are doing to small girls there. In the name of what? They didn't cover all those ones. They say Nigeria. And this my brother was starting to say yes, that all the killing taking place in South is by Islamic terrorists. I say
Instead of call themselves, the
with
fact
this Nnamdi
that
Kanu that
Tinubu is taking a stand with the Palestinians for them to have a state. That alone kind of aggravated the United States, and I think Tinubu took that stand because one, you are not feeding me. You take all your aid, so why should I still continue to crawl towards you? Sure, you get. So if you had not suspended your aid now, we can
no
do the same.
Tinubu would
Uh,
have played safe there. Because
but
let me tell you the truth, Palestinian, they've given them these states that the USA will recognize. That's not the first time they are recognizing Palestinian states. That's not the first time UN members are saying we recognize Palestinian state. The same Palestinian state that even Israel had agreed that they should have, even US agreed they should have. They say they don't want. When during Clinton, did he not offer them that solution?
2 states.
And now
No,
did they
the
say
Palestinian wanted it. The Israel that
no? They
didn't
didn't
want it.
want it.
No, yes, Arafat
Why was
hopefully.
Isaac Rabin shot?
No. Yes, Arafat hopefully asked for 2 states.
Mm-hmm.
Israel doesn't want it.
No, why was that Oslo Accord? What was the outcome of Oslo Accord? Do you
I
remember?
always know that the Palestinians want 2 states. They know.
No,
They don't.
Israel has offered. Oslo Accord was a two-state solution. Let's look at it now.
Mhm. Well, I know
They
for a fact
didn't
when
want.
Yasser Arafat was alive, he actually supported that idea. But Israel want to have it and have it all. In fact, if I even ask him for relocation from Gaza, look, I'm so glad that Tinubu took a stand, and I'm also happy that it's not happening during the era of Buhari, because we now have someone who, during his tenure, you have all these people now, and is making a stand. You know, uh, I mean, if and also the tariff, together with the couple with the immigration dumping. Remember when he took some head of government, Senegal, South Africa, Liberia, and some other states like that, took them to White
I
House.
just feel that he would have stayed out because ordinarily, could come on.
I'm so glad that Tinubu didn't go for that Africa summit or whatever they did for those guys. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Sometimes you need to call these people their bluff, because you can't withhold your aids and then you still want to dictate to me. It's not possible.
Nobody should dictate to anybody. Actually,
We are concerned on it. There's still some country have more influence, especially, okay, look at what United States did to Argentina. You want to tell me that United States will not dictate to Argentina how they will spend the money, give it to them to bail them out? So those influence comes in a subtle way, but it counts. It goes a long way. Yeah, really, who pays Papa dictated to Nimogbo. But in
yes.
this case, you are not giving us anything, and you still want to tell us. First and foremost, when Minister of Exterior, when he made that claim that America trying to influence them to, to bring in all those deportees to Nigeria, and I said, look, even if Tinubu is trying to do it, Tinubu knows that his own people will turn against him, because those things will not get traction in Nigeria. Nobody will ever support that, having all those Hispanic deported.
No, Hispanic deported to Nigeria.
Yeah. Well,
Hispanic.
Ghana took that. Ghana took that offer straight up.
No, Ghana didn't take Hispanics now.
Okay, who are they taking?
No, Africans now.
Whether Africa or no African, they should not have.
No. They say Africans that want to be deported, that they can drop them in Nigeria.
No, if he
Wait
specifically asked for Venezuela,
now, that they will now help them to get to their country. That was the agreement.
they according to Minister of Exterior, because I'm referencing the fact, and I'm not trying to make up story. He particularly mentioned South Americans, and he said, if it was Africa that Trump was trying to deport to Nigeria. Now, Nigeria won't say nothing, I mean, much now. But we're talking about people that have no cultural relationship with us, even diplomatic relationship with us. Now you want to be dumping them here. It's not done. If we hardly could take care of ourselves, now you want to be dumping people that, they would depend on the government and all that in Nigeria. You know the situation on ground.
I'm looking it up now.
Okay. I'm so glad that Tinubu didn't go there. I'm so glad. And that is the reason why they don't care about Tinubu. They're kind of indifferent. But I'm suspecting Tinubu at a point must have had, especially during the Democrat regime, Tinubu will have had good rapport with them. But because it's Republican, Tinubu was never a Republican in America. So it's a progressive,
What
and
was it?
he aligned with the Democrat more.
Do you know him then?
Oh, where?
Here.
No. When Obama became president, okay, during his inauguration, He was invited, and then he was still a sitting governor. No, he was no longer a governor, actually. Was he a governor 2008? No, he was no longer a governor. He was no longer a governor. But what I'm trying to say that he was invited, and he aligned with the progressive. We have the
Okay.
liberal side of him. So that's why I know
A lot of people get invited for different reasons.
a lot of it,
Paul,
but
you know, Paul
you have to be a
Adefaransi.
like mind. And he has
Paul
always had
Adefaransi
he
was
had
invited
he had
to
always been
Prof.
aligning.
Kini.
So that is true. I'm talking about Obama.
No, I'm just saying people get invited for such things for different reasons.
No. See, Trump will not invite you if you are not like mind. It's not possible. You have to have some common interests. The same thing Tinubu then aligned with Democrat. He actually identified with them. So it's like that in some places. So since that is not, has nothing to offer to the Trump. So no friendship there. But you see, if not, you will have been seen Tinubu frequency Washington like crazy. And those people that are going behind the door, trying to use them to influence what's going to happen domestically in Nigeria, they fail because
Only in September 2025, Ghana agreed non-Ghanaian West African nationals who were being deported from the United States. The US approached Ghana as part of a larger policy under Trump administration to send undocumented immigrants to top country. Since the agreement was made, at least 42 West African nationals have been deported to Ghana by the US.
Patoski, you and I know, right? What's the number you said have been deported to Ghana?
42.
42 people.
42, yeah.
Okay,
So
so
Ghana is
that's
saying West Africa is going to take West Africans. That's the point. And they've taken some. I heard the president of Ghana said this. So it's okay if they do that. They help people return to their country safely.
no, we don't need all those money used to repatriate those people. We shouldn't even be involved. Let them send them. After all, United States have
Because
much relationship
let Ghana do what they have to do.
with the Anglophone side of Africa. So they can't say that they don't have relationship with all those other countries. Let them deport them to their own country. Not
They don't want to be dealing with many people. Let's take them
so.
to a
Who sent
particular
them
place.
message? Okay, why should they cause wahala in their own country and now make
That's
us
out
to?
that's outsourcing. That's outsourcing. Okay, let's send
Unfortunately,
money
they
to
tie the hands of Ghana, and they had no choice.
no,
They,
they get paid now. Wait now. They'll pay them for it. They'll pay them
the
for it.
funniest thing is that those people that have seen Ghana as a second home, I'm talking about those uh, African Americans that have decided to take their residency in Ghana, seeing the way government now embraces Trump uh, relationship, they might change their mind. How much these people
About
bring,
what?
huh?
About what?
About choosing Ghana as their home.
Why?
Because most of people coming back to Ghana are people of color. And then
And so
since
why are they changing? Why would that make them change their mind?
we will change their mind because if they started seeing, you know, uh, Ghana and America being in the same boat about deportation of immigrants
No,
and all that,
that's nothing. It,
why
those people
would you say
coming.
it's nothing?
No. Those people coming to Ghana, they are coming because they have the African heritage. I've seen people
Yeah, if
discuss.
some of them do not have anything
Yeah,
to
I've seen
common with
people
Trump,
discuss.
you think they'll be happy to have their
I've
host
seen
country?
people discuss their experience in Ghana like a spiritual experience. I was listening to one lady this morning talking about her experience in Ghana as if it's a spiritual experience. So that's a different ball game. You understand? That's American politics. And whatever they like, let them do. You understand? If somebody is illegally residing in a place, he should leave the place now. I was in the US for some time when I discovered that my visa was going to expire and it was going to be illegal for me to stay there. I left now.
Hmm.
Yes, now you leave the place. So
If we were to be doing this Trump era, you probably would have been on your way home. Because
no, I wouldn't even wait now. That's what I'm
the
saying.
way it's picking
I
up
will never
people left
overstay
and
my
right.
visa now.
You
I've
know,
been to so many countries. You don't overstay your visa and stay in a place and thinking that everything's going to be okay. No, now. You agreed that you were going to stay in a particular place for a period of time. So why are you breaking your end of the agreement? If you break your end of the agreement by overstaying, then the other side should be able to enforce their own agreement by saying you should go.
but there are some cases, there are times there will be circumstances that will warrant you
Like
staying
what?
longer. For example, we've seen cases where uh, people came to the United States, one, for one reason or the other, got engaged with somebody sexually, the lady got pregnant, and
Mm-hmm.
there are a lot of
No,
circumstances,
there are
medical.
processes. There are processes for that to get regularized and documented now.
But
If you
the
are not
funniest thing,
willing, to make that happen, then you should go.
no,
It's not an
in a
exam.
situation where people who found themselves in that situation is now trying to regularize their
Yeah, no, they
papers.
regularize anything. Some of them, the reason why they even came there to impregnate that girl is not because they even love the girl. Over to 1 year now, it's because they want
That's
paper.
assumption, Patoski. That's assumption.
No,
Each
assumption
individuals
will
are.
for majority.
No, wait now.
When I was in the
That's
US, then some story come from only lady kan ọ̀rẹ́ mi ní American, only Patrick. Nigerian women are very bad. Mo ní kí ló dé? Only they cheat. Mo ní kí ló dé? Only all the men tó ń ti rí tó jẹ́ Nigeria tó ń toast òun. They will all say, my wife cheated on me. Ó ní pàwọn Nigerian women wà wayward gan. Mo rẹ́rìn-ín. When I've been married for over 20-something years, let me tell you, if there are no issues, if it's just things are difficult or whatever, that Nigerians will stay in their marriage and endure Until recently, that people will stay in their marriage. That even in some cases in Nigeria, when they are abused, the women, they still stay. Or the men also, they still stay. But for all those, oh, my wife cheating is a lie. Could believe me, until tó bọ́ sọ́wọ́ ọmọ Nàìjíríà kan, ìyẹn fi gba pépà, ìyẹn wá yọ owó fún lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí ìyẹn gba pépà tán. Ó wá pè mí, Patrick, I'm in Nigeria. Mo ní àìní ò sí around.
Patoki, you see that most of those divorcees are from major cities, not from the people from small town or something. They don't divorce there. I think
major
when you go to,
city,
most of the divorcees in Nigeria will be from major, maybe state capital.
Exactly.
Not from small town.
Like Abeokuta, like people know they divorce for Nigeria.
People know they divorce, so they stick with their husband.
Yes, now.
Once I say to money girlfriend, because it's not a big deal. At least they take it care of
cheat money, bro. Money, even when the man is abusing the girl will stay. Nigeria. Money is a cultural thing. Ìgbà tí a ní pé kí wọ́n ti rẹ́ nìkan, wọ́n ti rẹ́ tó fẹ́ fẹ́ ìgbà tí mo rẹ́ nìyẹn, mo ní no, mo ní this boy wants to use you. Ó ní kí ló dé? Ọmọ 1979, woman in 1965. Money, if you see a Nigerian woman, a Nigerian man that married a lady that is older than him, 98%, if not 99% of the time, will take advantage of you. So you should
look at that Regina Daniel. If not because she is, I'm sorry to say this, there's no love there. She only goes there for the fame
for the money
and the money and the comfortability.
Mama ẹ wá sunkún lórí television. Mama ẹ sunkún
that
bí
is
Buhari
nonsense.
lórí television. Mama ẹ ṣe sunkún.
That girl has a very good prospect as an actress.
Picture mama ẹ jáde. Mama ẹ wá ń kọrin Igbo, ó wá ń sunkún. Àánú ẹ ṣe mí, but I mean,
so as a woman, as a mother, how would you allow your daughter to go and marry someone that already have 5 or 6 wives? kí ló dé? For
Who's
what
crying?
reason? For what?
ìwọ tó yẹ
No,
pé ó
man.
yẹ kó ra ọmọ ẹlẹ kó ra enjoy quiet life kó grow pẹ̀lú
Ẹ
young
yẹ
boy
kẹ́
kan
gbé kẹ́ ara
kẹjọ
gbé kúrò lọ́dọ̀ tẹ owó kò yẹn ṣètèwé ni. Má fẹ́ mọ́. Gbà ká mú gbogbo nǹkan
kó
tó
wá
rí ń bẹ̀
sunkún
ìjì ọlọ́run.
ẹjẹ.
Kóun ló ń sùn.
Who's crying?
I think to me, what happened to that girl was that she was the last until they now marry another one after her. And you know that man, she still continuing to.
the guy they marry they go now. The guy they marry they go.
That man is not a very good person.
My concern now is Kosha cause the problems in Nigeria in the name of religion. And Nigeria need religion. There's no genocide.
No, both of them are Christians now. So why are they causing?
There's no Nigeria. No, I'm not talking of Regina Daniel. I'm talking of the news from America now.
No, that one is stupidity. Man, no, you know what? The beauty of it is that Donald Trump, invariably is an in-law to a Nigerian or the last daughter Nigeria Lofena.
Last daughter is famous Nigeria.
No, point of correction. The guy is not a Nigerian. No.
The guy is a Nigerian.
He's a Lebanese Nigerian. Lebanese tó wà Nigeria yẹn ni tó ẹ̀pọ̀n ti di Nigeria.
Wọ́n ti dolówó
tó lọ sí church Pastor Paul. ṣùgbọ́n invite Pastor Paul sí inauguration Donald Trump.
Lebanese Nigerian.
That
thing will not work now.
Just like
no
our religion
genocide in Nigeria.
There's a lot of
like genocide in Nigeria.
And àwa ní láti speak against them because àwọn obedient ẹ fẹ́ lò.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
I think we need to engage them that lórí social media.
And you know what? I'm quite happy also. People can now say Sowore for Sowore who it really is. So you can run away.
Àwọn èèyàn já protest Sowore yẹn àwọn èèyàn jáde.
Jáde.
Nǹkan tó expect.
So you can also run away from tear gas. Only tear gas, so he ran like anything. So you that is pushing people to come out. Hey, let's go. Only small tear gas. You ran away like that.
Nǹkan tó sọ pé ó expect pé tó bá ti ṣe báyẹn káwọn èèyàn jáde kí revolution bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó ti wọ yellow beret ó ti wọ pé revolution now free Nnamdi Kanu now gbogbo àwọn tí mo rí ní protest yẹn wọn tó 30.
Do you know why people did not go out? Because there's a lot of victims. There's a lot of victims to that IPOB massacre also.
Yes, now.
Those people think, this is nonsense. There's so many people suffering silently because of what happened.
Somebody said in the court when they play Nnamdi Kanu audio to him, you
see?
Kò fẹ́ gbọ́ sétí. Gbogbo àwọn sọ́kùsọ tó ń sọ yẹn ìgbà tó ń play ẹ̀ sétí ẹ̀ kò fẹ́ gbọ́. These are things tí o lè deny now.
O lè deny. Ó ti mọ̀ pé trial yẹn ó ń lẹ̀ wọ́n ní straight away. Kò sí bó ilẹ̀ straight.
Nítorí ó jẹ́ civilian government ni o ká ní pé military wá
ti Kenya náà ti máa yanjú ẹ̀ padà.
Wàdúrà àwọn èèyàn tó ti lọ náà. Àwọn Gulak mo máa ná dáná yẹn. Mo tiẹ̀ wo pé kó má tiẹ̀ fa crisis gbà yẹn. Mo jọ pé ìyẹn máa fa crisis.
Kí ló tó pa bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn
unnecessary ni and gbogbo àwọn South Eastern leader yẹn wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀. Náà sọ̀rọ̀. Nísìnyí wọ́n á fẹ́ kí bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn free.
No, majority of their governor níbẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n fẹ́ kàn free ẹ̀ o. Wọ́n fẹ́ kàn.
So what are they saying? Why are they quiet?
But yes, that's the problem we are having. You guys come out and let the court, which one court, they take one party case and court, all the party case and court, really only release it. And they go do meta for now, being cocoa. It should go there. It should go. It should.
Àti ẹtì ẹ̀gbọ́n náà ọmọ wọn tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ń sìn ṣé bí wá ṣe fẹ́ máa wò lélẹ̀ tí àwọn sọ̀rọ̀ pa Sowore kò sẹ́ni tí ẹ gbàdúrà revelation sìn torí revelation rapture ló ń pè revelation bọ̀ ṣé bí Nàìjíríà ṣe fẹ́ máa rí rè Nàìjíríà ti di nǹkan tó yẹ pé green and white tó ti wá ní black abẹ́ ìraṣọ mi nǹkan tí mo wọ̀ látànà lélẹ̀ mi lè bọ̀ torí kí ni torí bí mo ti ń wo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ láì nǹkan mi máa lọ́wọ́ nù ẹ̀yin àti báwo lẹ̀yin ṣe rí sí ṣé kan mi ò ní lọ́wọ́ ọdún sí nítorí àwọn èèyàn ti tún pọ̀ sí o.
àwọn èèyàn pọ̀ sí báwọn kò yé mi.
Ṣẹ́yìn ò rí life lánàá ni.
níbo.
ẹ rí life l'Abuja lánàá.
ṣé protest Sowore.
protest Sowore ni even Anambra ṣé ò rí gbogbo tá à ń sọ yìí kì í ṣe nípa bí Nnamdi Kanu nìkan gbogbo alámọ̀ everybody ló hit kí ni ìkan gbogbo everybody.
kò sérò ní protest Sowore náà wọn tó 50.
àwọn kan tún protest lánàá against Sowore àti Nnamdi Kanu náà.
àwọn ṣèbí 7 trucks lọ gbé wá wọ́n gbé 7 trucks wá wọ́n dẹ̀ fi fáwọn èèyàn lẹ̀ bó ṣe máa ń rí nìyẹn bó ṣe máa ń rí nìyẹn ṣe mọ̀ gbogbo wa ò lè so tọ́tọ̀ àti ibi tó lóòótọ́ bá ti sọ ti àwọn kan ṣì máa èṣù ìfún ọlọ́ọ̀gọ́ èṣù tó kọ́ lọ.
kí ni point yẹ báyìí kí ni point yẹ let us discuss your point.
point tèmi kíkan mi máa lọ ṣẹlẹ̀ kíkan mi máa lọ ṣẹlẹ̀ lèmi kàn ń sọ nípa ẹ̀ torí ẹ̀yìn sì ń sọ
sorry dúró.
point ti tèmi ni pé Anambra ń họ́ọ̀tì àwọn obìnrin ń họ́ọ̀tì orí ẹ̀rẹ̀ sọ pé èèyàn 15 àmọ́ ìgbà tán bẹ̀rẹ̀ èèyàn bíi 15 ló wà ń bẹ̀ àyẹ̀bí Sowore àtàwọn Catholic father Reverend father kan àti Nnamdi Kanu lọ́ọ̀yà àti ẹ̀gbọ́n bó nsìn ó ti di gbẹ̀du o.
kò di gbẹ̀du kankan.
Is it every day they want to be doing it?
Ọmọ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí sìn báwo ló ṣe fẹ́ rí níbo lẹ́yìn rò pé ó máa já sí.
kò lè já sẹ́yìn
kankan náà.
Sowore máa lọ rẹ̀ mo ti rí ó ti lọ sí police station ó ti lọ gba béèlì lọ́ọ̀yà Nnamdi Kanu.
ọdún Sowore máa lọ rẹ̀.
ó ti lọ police station ó ti lọ gba
béèlì. ṣé bá ṣe fẹ́ lọ lórí ilé ìrànlọ́.
bó ni wọ́n fẹ́ kó já sí let us ask you bó ni wọ́n fẹ́ kó já sí.
àti mi fẹ́ kó já síbi nítorí ẹ̀ mo ṣe fẹ́ mọ̀ táwa náà bá kó yé yín sìn a mọ̀ pé nọ́mọ̀nọ́mọ̀ Sowore ó ti ṣe tiẹ̀ náà nìyẹn bó àwa gan ó yẹ káwa náà tiẹ̀ lè Nnamdi Kanu èèyàn náà ni èèyàn náà làwa náà.
ṣe káwa náà fi àbí nǹkan kí ló ń dà láti sọ náà ká fi ẹ̀.
èèyàn mi ṣé o mọ èèyàn mi ṣé o mọ nǹkan tí Nnamdi Kanu ṣe tó fi wà lẹ́wọ̀n ó mọ nǹkan tó ṣe.
gbogbo aláàmọ̀ náà kò sẹ́ni tí ò mọ̀ nǹkan tó ṣe.
kí làwọn nǹkan tó ṣe kí làwọn nǹkan tó ṣe.
let us hear from you ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ kí ni tí wọ́n mọ̀ tó ṣe.
kí ni nǹkan tó ṣe.
kí lèmi mọ̀ tó ṣe. ok kò ní sẹ́wọ̀n ok kí ni Nnamdi Kanu ṣe tó ń ṣe fi sí detain tó ń tà ẹ̀ as in kóòtù ti sọ pé kó filẹ̀ àbí kóòtù ò sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
àní kò sọ tó ṣe gbàgbé pé wọ́n ní kó filẹ̀ wọn kí ni tó ṣe tó fi mú un.
ọlọ́pàá ọmọ ìwé kò ní ṣe ó mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yìn sìn gbogbo alámọ̀tọ́ ọ̀bẹ̀ bọ̀ kò sẹ́ni máa fẹ́ sọ àyà everybody wá ń já gbogbo alámọ̀tọ́ ọ̀bẹ̀.
àyà tiẹ̀ ló ń já kì í ṣe àyà everybody. wọ́n ló fẹ́ tó sọ̀rọ̀.
Remi, let us. This is the first time he's coming. Let us see his own understanding of the situation. We have plenty people like this in Nigeria. So, in the understanding, we ask him now. Hold on. We ask Abiri Lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀sìn pé kí ni Kanu ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ náà. Kí ni ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ rẹ̀ gan tí wọ́n fi mú?
nítorí pé ẹ̀yin ò mú ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ nǹkan tó fi mú ló ṣe yẹ kó filẹ̀ náà gbogbo ala staff wọn Nàìjíríà ìgbà tó ń bẹ̀ filẹ̀ sí ṣe bí wàhálà ṣe ń lọ ẹ̀ ṣe ó dáa torí gbogbo ala la ní sọ pé wọ́n bá fi máà ní ẹlẹ̀ Nàìjíríà máa bẹ́tà.
máa yìí jọ tó bá lẹ́bàá sílé lọ gbé báyìí o máa lọ protest kankan o Sowore ní green card lọ́wọ́ o Ọlọ́run bá bẹ̀ o.
mi lè protest o.
ẹ jẹ́ ká educate
èmi kàn sọ ni èmi kàn sọ pé káàrò gbogbo àwọn prophet tí màá nìyẹn dùn gbogbo àwọn prophet àti mẹsẹ tí màá nìyẹn dùn gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ṣẹlẹ̀.
Matthew níṣòro.
Matthew ṣé kò ló ń gbé àbíbàdàn.
iṣẹ́ mi ọmọ Èkó ni mí Èkó mò ń gbé bọ̀ mi sílẹ̀ kó rẹ̀ náà.
ṣé wọn pé ó ní pé kí wọ́n á mú gbogbo yín kí wọ́n á yí lọ́rùn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ Because tí Nnamdi Kanu ní ká wá yí gbogbo ẹ̀ tẹ́ ń gbé kò kẹ́ wá yí yín lọ́rùn.
Wọ́n ní ṣèbí wọ́n ní ni
No, ó
ẹ̀yẹn
fẹnu ara ẹ̀ sọ, ó fẹnu ara ẹ̀ sọ, wọn kì í pọ́n ní ó fẹnu ara ẹ̀ sọ ló wà recorded.
àbí bí Nàìjíríà ṣe rí sí àbí bí world ṣe rí bí technology ṣe rí sí wọ́n lè gbé fèsì yín kí bèbí máa sọ̀rọ̀ bèbí ni ó á dẹ̀ gbé sójú bèbí.
No, kò deny ẹ̀ ní court tó fún ara ẹ̀ fẹnu ara ẹ̀ sọ sẹ̀ kì í ṣe pé wọ́n ní.
Gbogbo mẹ́sẹ̀gì tí màá nìyẹn drop èwo ni ó ṣẹlẹ̀.
Ó lẹ́yìn Yorùbá ní gbogbo tó máa ti lẹ́yìn Yorùbá pé ká máa pa yín lẹ́yìn. Ṣé ìwọ náà tún máa lọ protest rú ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀?
Ẹni tọ́lọ́run ò pa kò lè pa wá. Ẹni tọ́lọ́run ò pa kò lè pa.
Matthew jẹ́ kí n bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ sorry àdìwà jẹ́ kí n bá Matthew jẹ́ kí n bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ directly. Sórí tó bá fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ àbí tó bá fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan ẹ kọ́kọ́ gbé nǹkan tó ń pè ní sentiment àtàmọ́ wòlíì kan sọ báyìí kìíní kan sọ báyìí gbogbo ìlú ní àgbáyé ló ní òfin tí normal citizen gbọ́dọ̀ obey rules and regulations of that country. Ní wọ́n béèrè question tó pàtàkì ní ọwọ́ ẹ̀ kàkà kó o dáhùn question tó pàtàkì òun yí wa sọ́tún òun yí wa sósì kí ló dé tí wọ́n mú Nnamdi Kanu wọ́n ṣàríwọ̀ ńlẹ̀ má sì wọ́n mú ẹ gbogbo àtàrà lórí platform wọn wàá mú wa pé a ṣe ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ báyìí a ṣe báyìí question it's a very simple question ẹ má jẹ́ ká máa yí ọ̀rọ̀ kí ló ṣe tí wọ́n fi ní sùúrù ìwọ wá ní bó ṣe yé wọ sí nǹkan ni ìwà wa sọ pé lọ́kùnrin ti tèmi o nǹkan tó fi mú sí ni ní ABCD láti bẹ̀ àdẹ́mù àmọ́ àtọ́ lọ wọ́n gbà tá a bá béèrè question lọ́wọ́ àti wá sọ pé ìyá alágbádá ṣe báyìí bàbá alágbádá ṣe báyìí wòlíì kan ní ká má ṣe báyìí àfáà kan ní ká má ṣe báyìí à ń ṣọmọdé náà àdẹ̀yìn má fẹ̀sìn sí má dẹ̀ fi tribe sí bó ṣe yí ẹ sí òye tọ́lọ̀ ń fún ẹ sọ fún wa jáde pé ó ké o ní ọkàn tèmi o nǹkan tó ń fi mú lélẹ̀ that is a simple question ó dẹ̀ ní di answer lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ so though down question yẹn náà from there àwọn ará lè sọ pé báwọn náà ṣe nǹkan tí ó tó fi mú lélẹ̀ nǹkan tó ṣe lé nǹkan tí ò ṣe lélẹ̀ so that's what we are talking about we are not here to talk about lágbájá kan ṣe kíní kan ṣe dàmọ̀dọ̀ kan ṣe.
mo gbọ́ sí ó tún dùn lẹ́nu yín bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ ṣe fẹ́ gbọ́ ṣé kémi sọ ti tèmi.
Go ahead.
Kí ló dé kí ló wá dé tí ìjọba ò prove pé nǹkan tó ṣe lélẹ̀ fún wa tó bá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ sówó yóò ní bọ́tà
fún ẹni. àní sọ nǹkan tó wà lọ́kàn ẹ̀ pé nǹkan tó ṣe lélẹ̀ ṣé yẹn le jù fún ẹni ṣebí Yorùbá ni ẹ́ àbó ń ṣe Yorùbá ni
tó bá dẹ̀ fi pé kò ṣe kankan tó bá fi pé kò ṣe kankan kó sọ.
kó sọ àwọn sọ́jàdà àwọn alẹ́ sọ fún ẹ.
mo ní bílí pé ẹ̀yin gan ẹ máa mọ details nǹkan tá à ń ṣe tó bá ṣe nǹkan kankan fílẹ̀ ṣe bí kò ṣe nǹkan nítorí tó bá yẹ kó ṣe nǹkan yẹ kẹ́yìn ti mọ̀ kò ní yẹ kẹ́yìn béèrè lọ́wọ́ mi ẹ̀yin máa ti mọ̀.
ṣé bí wọ́n lo wá síbí sórí tó bá wá sírú ibi tá a wà yìí a máa ń fọ̀rọ̀ jomi toro ọ̀rọ̀ ni ṣó ti yé ọ ò ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa Nnamdi Kanu oníkan fi sílẹ̀ pé kí ni gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì àdírẹ́sì ẹ̀ fún adẹ̀ ń béèrè lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ pé kí ni tó yé wọ nípa nǹkan tí ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tí wọ́n sọ pé ó ṣe jẹ́ ká mọ̀ ṣó o mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tó ṣe àbó mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀.
mi mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tó ṣe àmọ́ bí mi kàn tẹ̀ ṣe rí sí àlèmí kan sọ sí bóyá kílẹ̀ yìí ní sí àti kílẹ̀ yìí ní rò pé wọ́n lè ṣe sí kílẹ̀ yìí rò pé wọ́n lè ṣe sí tó máa fi mú kí Nàìjíríà bẹ́tà bí ti opinion ti tèmi lè ní sọ.
Kánú tán mú ni ò jẹ́ kí Nàìjíríà bẹ́tà.
Lábújá ẹ̀gbọ́n mi kan lọ sí iṣẹ́ lánàá wọ́n sàkẹ́ nìkan lánàá tó kò tètè dé iṣẹ́ rẹ̀.
Matthew jẹ́ ń bèrè question kan lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ nígbà EndSARS movement ṣé wọ́n jó àwọn BRT buses àbí wọ́n jó wọ́n ná.
Nígbà EndSARS jó wọn tí jó wọn ná.
Wọ́n jó BRT buses kankan ná àbí.
Jó náà.
Èmi ò I will remove this guy from show.
Wọ́n jó iléeṣẹ́ The Nation náà tó lọ sí newspaper tó lọ jó iléeṣẹ́ wọ́n jó wọn náà.
TVC this is The Nation TVC.
TVC jàre TVC ṣé wọ́n jó wọn ná.
Bí TVC news. Àwọn ọgbọ́n ẹ̀mọ́ ẹ̀sà kò ń ṣe Nnamdi Kanu tó bá mọ̀ pé ó ṣe ẹ̀ kó prove ẹ̀ tó bá prove pé ó ṣe
ó ṣe ní ìgbà tí a máa ṣe ni pé
Rẹ̀mí mo fẹ́ kó explain nǹkan tí Kanu tó ṣe because òun lè máa wà aware. So because the way tí Matthew
tó fi èmi á sọ nǹkan tó ṣe fún ẹ kí wọ́n wá sọ pé bóyá òótọ́ ni àbí kí n ṣe rọ́. ní sùúrù òun play game ni ní sùúrù you know that mo mọ̀ pé gbóyìnbó dẹ̀ pẹ̀lú Yorùbá you know that Kanu is trying to get a Biafra for his people and because of that there was a lot of he float and.
Rẹ̀mí ò gbọ́ Yorùbá ní ọ̀ ló fi Yorùbá explain nítorí Ọlọ́run ọ̀ ló fi Yorùbá sọ̀rọ̀ fún.
Ò bá jẹ́ broken, ò bá jẹ́ Jamaica, ò bá jẹ́ foreigner lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ sọ ẹ máa sọ àgbọ́.
Okay. Ó ṣáà ní àwọn IPOB tó ń kóra wọn jọ nílẹ̀ Ìgbò tó ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lọ ń pa àwọn èèyàn wọn. Wọ́n wá tó wá ń gba àwọn èèyàn tó jẹ́ ọlọ́pàá fún federal government wa tó jẹ́ pé ó ń ṣààbò nílẹ̀ Ìgbò kò bá jẹ́ ní Enugu Anambra wọ́n pa a lot of them. Wọ́n jó a lot of police station. Wọ́n kó ìbọn àwọn ọlọ́pàá. Wọ́n pa a lot of ọmọ tó jẹ́ ìlú wọn. Wọ́n tó wá dúró ń bẹ̀ nígbà tí wọ́n ń ṣe EndSARS ní Nàìjíríà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ the same man yìí náà tún jáde ó tún sọ fáwọn èèyàn tẹ̀ pé ṣé ti lọ jó lélẹ̀ ẹnìbọ̀ tẹ bá mú ẹ pa ó dákọ̀ gba àwọn lídà Yorùbá kí ló kọ̀ wá pẹ̀lú kí ló kọ̀ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá pẹ̀lú Biafra ọ̀nà yẹn jìnnà síra wọn. So a lot of people ní gbọ̀gbọ́ ìtẹ̀ pa gbogbo àwọn tó dẹ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ ní ọ̀ndẹ̀ náà bíi Simon Ekpa ìyẹn wà lẹ́wọ̀n sí ẹ mọ o ò sọ pé o mọ nǹkan díẹ̀ náà.
ṣó mọ iye thousands of people tí àwọn tí Nnamdi Kanu ti pa ní ilẹ̀ Igbo so ó mọ̀ ń pa ẹ̀.
àwọn tó ń pààyàn Nnamdi Kanu wà ní ìdíje ó wà ní try àwọn kan ń pààyàn àti bẹ́ẹ̀ wo lè ń ṣe eré sí nǹkan tẹ́mi bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o fíìmù tó ń hàtì àti fíìmù Nnamdi Kanu.
bí nǹkan ṣe lè sí náà òun lọ̀gá wọn òun ló bẹ̀ wọ́n ṣẹ́ àwọn tó dẹ̀ ti jẹ wọ́n rìkọ́dù statement wọn pé òun ló bẹ̀ àwọn ṣẹ́ wọ́n dẹ̀ yanjú àwọn a lot of people kí wàá láriwo pọ̀ ń bẹ́ fún.
ó gan sọ kó tó di kó wọ́n mú pé ẹ lọ pa èèyàn báyìí àwọn èèyàn tó bá ti ṣe báyìí ẹ pa wọ́n àwọn èèyàn tó bá ti ṣe báyìí ẹ pa wọ́n ṣé wọ o tí Nàìjíríà ò gbọ́ gbogbo yẹn ni.
èmi ò support wọn èmi ò support Igbo but máà ní ẹ gangan nǹkan tó ṣe gangan
lọ́wọ́ kò tẹ́ tó wà mí sọ support Igbo ní nǹkan
ọ̀rọ̀ Igbo kọ́ là ń sọ ọ̀rọ̀ Kanu lánàá sọ yìí náà.
ọ̀rọ̀ Kanu lè mi sọ mi sọ̀rọ̀ IPOB mi sọ̀rọ̀ pé bí a àti ní IPOB ọ̀rọ̀ Kanu àti sọ̀rọ̀ nílé mi sọ.
jẹ́ ká gbé díẹ̀ báyìí ṣé o mọ ẹni tó ń pè ní Sunday Igboho.
àgbà òòṣà.
thank you ṣé o lè sọ má purọ́ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tí Sunday Igboho ń lọ lọ́yọ̀ọ́ Ọ̀ṣun Èkìtì Ìbàdàn èèyàn mélòó ti pa.
Sunday Igboho pààyàn ó láwọn Fúlàní ni ó máa ń.
èèyàn mélòó ni Sunday Igboho sọ pé ìwọ Matthew lọ pa Mr. Simba tó wà ní Kaduna àbí ìwọ Matthew lọ pa Mr. Ọlá ọkùnrin tó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. kí wàá lò wá ń pẹ́ lọ sẹ́yìn tẹ́lẹ̀.
ọ̀gbẹ́ni yé Simba ní ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ ni.
kí wàá ń pẹ́ lọ wájú wa ń pẹ́ lọ sẹ́yìn.
wọ́n mà dá rẹ̀ mí lóhùn.
Orí ìta máa dojú ẹ̀rù orí ìpè ká máa dà àwọn la sọ pé òun ló ra àwọn pípò iṣẹ́ àwọn la sọ báyìí.
Matthew jẹ́ sọ fún ẹ look at it this way sórí mídíà tí bọ̀bọ̀ yìí ti sọ̀rọ̀ tí Nnamdi Kanu ti sọ̀rọ̀ kò ń ṣe mídíà tó wà powered by AI let's just clear that thing. So ó lo both traditional radio and internet radio láti sọ fáwọn èèyàn ó ń sọ fún wọn tó jẹ́ pé nígbà EndSARS tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n call in tó sọ fún wọn pé I don't want to hear this thing ó fẹ́ gbọ́ iye àwọn sójà tán ti pa iye àwọn ibi tán ti jó tán ti ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ you know ó ń sọ fún wọn ni kò ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé bóyá dem say the record is there as a matter of fact tí Kanu ò bá sí Nàìjíríà kápẹ́rú UK ló wà gan probably òun náà ti wà lẹ́wọ̀n sí yìí because Nigeria will have taken the same step to help one take against the two IC tó wà ní ṣe ìlú no finish àbí ṣe ìlú yìí ló wà rẹ̀.
Finland. What of Adeyinka grandson ṣẹ́yìn ò ti wà lẹ́wọ̀n ni.
Adeyinka grandson náà tó jẹ́ pé ìyẹn ò pààyàn o ìyẹn ò pààyàn oníkàlọ́ pààyàn o èèfù kí lásán ni ìyẹn ń jẹ́ wà lẹ́wọ̀n nísìnyí. So nǹkan
àwọn
tí
Yorùbá
Kanu
tó wà ọlá mo list the program tó bá list wọn mà láàrẹ àwọn Yorùbá tó wà ní UK sọ pé àwọn máa pé tí wọ́n bá dá Nnamdi padà sí UK pé àwọn máa petition ẹ̀ UK dẹ̀ máa gbé
exactly
wọ̀
àwọn
because
Yorùbá
àwọn Igbo ló petition
àwọn
UK
Yorùbá
náà
no
petition
àwọn Yorùbá ló
Adéyínká
gbé
grandson.
no Yorùbá wà lára àwọn tó gbé Adéyínká grandson sẹ́wọ̀n wọ́n wà lára àwọn tó petition.
Ọlọ́run máa petition ẹ̀.
So nǹkan tí
dẹ̀ máa
Kanu
lọ
ṣe
sẹ́wọ̀n UK.
ju nǹkan tí Adéyínká grandson àti kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ Samuel Ekpa tó ṣe. So the thing in Nigeria is this: àwọn èèyàn ní bọ́n ṣe máa ń misinform àwọn èèyàn. That's why we are here to inform people properly.
Anola,
You see,
let me give you one hint again. You know they want to revoke his British citizenship too, because he's not a British by birth.
Adéyínká grandson. So the guy is going to lose a lot of things.
Can we end the stream?
Inú mi dùn eléyìí tẹ́ tó sọ èyí tó dùn mọ́ mi náà àwọn kan tèmi fẹ́ mọ̀ nìyẹn ẹni tó bá mọ ọkọ̀ ó ní láti bọ́ sí kò yẹ àwọn tó bá jọ ẹ lọ́nà máa sọ fún ẹ bó yẹn ò ní ká tiẹ̀.
No, I'm okay. No,